Chapter 321. Wei Xing's face was sullen. The reason being he and the Five Poisons old geezer had a feud in the early years. It even developed to the point of a life-and-death duel, which was later resolved after the mediation of the higher-ups. The Five Poisons old geezer mentioned the shameful record of the Pale Blue Star region in front of so many people because he naturally wanted to embarrass him. Let me see the ranking of the two geniuses in your star region. The Five Poisons old geezer went to check the trial situation of the Pale Blue Star region. Mooning, not bad, he's ranked 19th. It's a pity that such a genius was born in the Pale Blue Star region. Jiang Xiaiha. This little guy is really something. He's ranked more than 10 million. Old Wei, is this the genius of the Pale Blue Star region? The Five Poisons old geezer looked shocked. Some other Dao integration powerhouses also laughed. Anyway, they were just there to watch the fun. Of course, they saw Jiang Xi's trial situation. In the finals of the 9 regions genius battle, it was rare to see someone not working hard. As for the feud between Wei Xing and the Five Poisons old geezer, many of the Dao integration powerhouses present knew about it. With a sullen face, Wei Xing's body flickered and he went somewhere else. This little guy dares to be passive and slack off in the finals. When the trial is over, I must teach him a good lesson. Soon more than a month passed. In the illusory space of the Qingyun Dao, Jiang Xi was in the second trial space of the first Qingyun Dao. The trial space was a world of flames. The target of the trial was a strange life form, the flame giant, which did not belong to the demon race. A mature flame giant could easily eat a star and was extremely powerful. However, there were 100 flame giants who were at the perfected nascent soul realm and were not mature. Although they were stronger than most human cultivators who were at the perfected nascent soul realm, they were still no match for Jiang Xi. 99 of them had already been killed by Jiang Xi, leaving only one flame giant that was bound by the power of the domain and roaring continuously. Jiang Xi was silently chanting at the side, "Deduce, deduce, deduce." The deduction of the Gale domain and distant fire domain was carried out at the same time. Suddenly, in a trance, Riverward sensed that something had descended. However, it was not in the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram, but in the outside world. Blue Planet, Dao De Manor, Training Room. The nascent soul in Jiang Xi's lower dantian emitted an invisible wave, which connected with the invisible wave descending from heaven and earth. A wisp of dark redly fire suddenly appeared in the nascent soul's left palm. He had broken through. You have comprehended the Dao of Fire. Experience points plus 10 million. At the same time, the EXP panel beeped. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't make any big movements on the surface. He knew that the two immortals and Dao integration experts could see the situation in the illusory space. Previously, I spent a huge amount of experience points and spent a long time on it, but I was still unable to succeed. To think that I would succeed in just a month. That being said, Riverward also knew that this was the result of a qualitative change due to a quantitative change. Deducing the Gale domain and Ignis domain has cost more than 2.6 billion EXP. That's 1.3 billion EXP on average. 1.3 billion EXP. This kind of consumption was not small. Besides, that was only one type of breakthrough. The Gale domain had yet to be broken through. That's not all. There's also the Sword domain, which is even more difficult to deduce. The Sword domain was a special level Dermic Dao. If he wanted to deduce the next realm, he would probably need a massive amount of EXP. He secretly opened the EXP panel to check. Cultivation level, Nascent Soul, Late Stage 1, 06 million/1. 06 million, Dermic Dao, Dao of Fire 15 million, Gale Domain 5, 0000000/5, 0000000, Sword Domain 10, 0000000/10, 0000000, Amplitude 200 Deduction 10,000 EXP. Once Cultivation Method, Purple Cloud Sword Sutra, Peacock Visualization Experience Points 920. 88 million. I only have more than 900 million EXP left. It's still not enough. Jiang Xi shook his head and did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he focused his attention on the Dao of Fire that he had just broken through. He was still undergoing the Qingyun Dao trial, and improving his strength was his top priority. 50 million EXP for upgrading is still acceptable. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would have to spend tens of billions of EXP for upgrading. Now that he had broken through, the next step was to improve his Dermic Dao. However, there was now a problem. He was in the state of a spiritual body in the Tongtian Mountain River painting. His body outside was in the midst of meditation and cultivation, so he couldn't move. In other words, he couldn't provide a large amount of spiritual energy by eating spiritual fruits. In that case, it would be impossible to increase the EXP of the Tao of Fire in a short period of time. My current cultivation level is at the perfected nascent soul realm, and the maximum amount of EXP that I can gain every day is 4,200 points. Experience points are magical. It's different from the experience points gained from killing monsters in games. Without the assistance of spiritual energy, I can increase my experience points. Even if I'm at the perfected nascent soul realm, my body can only withstand so much EXP every day. However, in terms of Dharmic Tao, I can increase it by 8,400 EXP every day. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi laughed. It was because of a battle that happened a long time ago. When he first embarked on the path of martial arts, he had a battle with Shen Quan in Pak Sun province on Earth. At that time, he used the EXP panel to improve his martial arts techniques because he had improved too much in a short period of time. It exceeded the limit that his mental consciousness could bear and he almost died. When he woke up, he discovered that the limit of his mental endurance had increased. The daily EXP increase in his martial arts techniques had become twice that of his level. Even if his martial arts techniques evolved into Dharmic Tao, the multiplier remained the same and had always existed. I didn't expect that my desperate efforts in the early years would come in handy now. Now, he could use all the 8,400 EXP that he could gain every day to improve the Tao of Fire. He would improve it step by step and see how far he could go in the Qingyun Tao trial. Soon, Jiang Xi persisted for 30 days in the second trial space of the first Qingyun Tao trial. He killed the roaring flame giant with one sword and passed the trial. You have passed the second trial of the Qingyun Tao EXP +2. 1,000,000, hearing the prompt, Jiang Xi laughed again. That was the same as the Lingwan Road of the Jade Pool. After each trial was completed, there would be EXP rewards. However, the EXP given here was more. The first trial of the Qingyun Tao gave him 2,000,000 EXP. According to the increase, he would gain 100,000 EXP for each subsequent level. It's a good bonus. I'll definitely get more at the end. Jiang Xi was even more motivated as he stepped on the next step. The space changed and the trial scene this time was a world of rugged rocks. Trial taker, please kill 100 golden-winged condors within 30 days. 100 massive golden-winged condors suddenly appeared in the air, each with a wingspan of tens of thousands of feet. They covered the sky and emitted a menacing aura as they pounced on Jiang Xi. Let's see my strength after the breakthrough first. Chapter 322. The golden-winged rock condor has the top bloodline of the demon race. Rumor has it that it's the descendant of the golden-winged rock. Jiang Xi held the killing shadow sword and charged forward. The Tao runes that were filled with the light of Li Fire instantly spread to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The Tao of Li Fire descended. The Tao of Li Fire that had just broken through was integrated into Jiang Xi's sword. Whoosh! The dark red sword shadow that was 100,000 feet long roared and swept out. It killed more than half of the golden-winged rock condors with one strike. Not bad, it's very strong. Although the experience of the Tao of Li Fire did not increase by much, it did not even reach the first level. However, after changing from the Li Fire domain to the Tao of Li Fire, the attribute of the Tao of Li Fire had undergone a qualitative change. Under the blessing of the Tao runes, the power of his sword increased sharply. The Tao of Li Fire is a rare Tao technique. If the experience of the Tao technique is higher, my ranking in the finals will be higher. Jiang Xi's eyes were glowing. Next, he would continue to improve his Tao technique experience using the time of each level of the Qingyun Tao trial. On the green jade platform in the purple clouds continent of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. When Wei Xing saw the scene of Jiang Xi killing dozens of golden-winged rock condors with one sword, his sullen face finally eased a little. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face stiffened again. It was because Jiang Xi had once again repeated the rhythm of the first two levels of the trial space. He only left a golden-winged rock condor behind and then began to cultivate again. This little guy. Wei Xing was a little helpless. Of course, he discovered that Jiang Xi had already broken through and comprehended a rare Tao of heaven and earth. Although he was surprised, he was also puzzled. Since he had already broken through, shouldn't he go all out and rush up? If he continued to cultivate using the time of each level of the trial, he shouldn't be able to improve much, right? Cultivating a rare Tao of heaven and earth, even if one's talent and comprehension were high, it would take a decade or 100 years to improve. What could the Qingyun Tao do in such a short amount of time? Besides, there were so many people watching. Couldn't he perform well and be more proactive? Wei Xing had indeed been feeling uncomfortable during this period of time because the five poisons had been using Jiang Xi's negative attitude towards the competition and mocked him from time to time. Even though everyone knew that Jiang Xi was cultivating, Jiang Xi was still cultivating. But as an enemy, the five poisons ghost did not care so much. The only one who made Wei Xing feel better was another genius from the Kanglan Star region, Mu Ning. He's working hard and is about to enter the top 10. Outside, on the pale blue planet, the huge painting of mountains and rivers hanging in the sky only showed the ranking of the Qingyun Dao trial. That genius called Ji Wei is too terrifying. Others are still working hard on the first two Qingyun paths, but he's already challenging the fourth one. Mu Ning from our Kanglan Star region is also not bad. He ranked 13th in the trial. By the way, what's Jiang Xi's ranking? I haven't seen him for a long time. I remember he was counting down last month. When everyone looked around and found that Jiang Xi was still at the bottom of the list, they immediately became lively. It can't be. The hope and glory of the blue planet have been destroyed just like that? I don't believe it. With Jiang Xi's strength, even if he wanted to hide, he should have rushed into the top 10,000 by now, right? He's already in the bottom 10,000. It seems that the glory of the blue planet still has to be fought for by Feng Xi of the Cangyun sect. He has already rushed into the top 10,000. For a moment there was a flurry of discussion. There were all kinds of guesses whether they believed in Jiang Xi or not Jiang Xi. Of course most of them didn't believe it. Due to the fact that they couldn't see the specific scene of the trial, everyone could only judge the situation of the trial based on the rankings. Hence, many people thought that Jiang Xi's previous performance in the division battle might have been short-lived. Now that it was the finals, his strength couldn't keep up with the countless geniuses of the 9 regions, soaring rainbow planet. Yuan Zhangshua happily drank 3 cups of wine, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the entire palace. Good. Just like that, I'll stay at the bottom. The lower the better. He was now full of hatred for Jiang Xi. The reason was simple. He didn't know who it was, but someone spread the news that he had a conflict with Jiang Xi. Now, his competitors in the Soaring Rainbow sect were all using this matter to attack him and take the opportunity to weaken his strength. If the sect leader wasn't his great-grandfather, he would have been kicked out of the list of successors by now. And the source of all this was because of River Word. In the blink of an eye, it was the second year of the Qingyun Dao trial. 96 million people basically passed the first Qingyun Dao trial. The second Qingyun Dao trial became a watershed. Almost every trial space could eliminate at least 1 million people. By the time they reached the third Qingyun Dao trial, there were only more than 800,000 people left in the trial. The competition for the ranking of the trial was also extremely intense. In particular, the top 10 places were constantly changing. Except for Ji Wei. This terrifying genius had already rushed to the 6th Qingyun Dao trial. The second place was still in the 4th, he was 2 major ranks ahead. It was almost certain that he was the first place in the trial. However, the most speechless thing was that Jiang Xi, who was crawling slowly in the Qingyun Dao trial like a snail, was actually still alive. He had already reached the 3rd step of the second Qingyun Dao trial. His ranking in the trial had also climbed from more than 10 million to more than 8 million. On the huge green jade platform of the Purple Clouds continent, silhouettes appeared one after another. They were all people who had been eliminated by the Qingyun Dao trial and had reappeared there. Many of them seemed to have just taken an exam and were comparing their answers. Which step were you eliminated at? I was at the 4th step. The soul-devouring ants of this Qingyun Dao trial are too strong. I died as soon as the battle began. We're the same then. I'm also at the 4th step and I killed more than 30 soul-devouring ants. Oh, I'm at the 4th step of the 3rd Qingyun Dao trial. Damn it, I'm second. After everyone compared their results, they turned their attention to the ranking of the trial. Due to the fact that only the 2 immortals and those Dao integration powerhouses could check each illusory space. Hence, the eliminated geniuses could only pay attention to the trial of others through the ranking. The people of the Kanglan Star region naturally paid attention to Mu Ning and Jiang Xi, the 2 representative geniuses. Then they discovered the abnormality of Jiang Xi's ranking in the trial. They quickly deduced the total time taken to pass the trial and the rank of the Qingyun Dao trial. Jiang Xi persisted for 30 days in each step of the trial in the Qingyun Dao trial before passing it. This guy wants to use this time to cultivate and make a breakthrough? He's already very strong. Using the rules to waste time like this is too embarrassing. There are so many powerhouses watching. Their discussion attracted the attention of the people from the other star regions. Hence, Jiangxi's name spread among the geniuses of the various star regions. Soon, almost all the people who had been eliminated found out. There was a genius with good strength in this 9 regions genius battle. He was using the trial time of the finals to cultivate. Such a situation was rare. Everyone immediately became interested and began to pay attention to Jiangxi. Chapter 323. The number of people paying attention to Jiangxi gradually increased. Of course, there were more than 10 million geniuses who had thought about it before. They wanted to persist in each trial space for a full 30 days and use that time to cultivate. However, they did not succeed in the end. Firstly, without Jiangxi's strength, they couldn't easily kill 99 trial targets and leave only one alive. Secondly, they couldn't do such a thing under the watchful eyes of so many powerhouses. Time passed, and when the 3rd year ended, the Qingyun Dao trial was in its 4th year. The number of people who were still persisting in the trial was less than 10,000. Ji Wei was still in first place in the trial. He was a genius with breathtaking talent and was about to complete the 8th Qingyun Dao. He had left the others far behind. For example, the person in second place was still working hard on the 6th Qingyun Dao. However, that was not the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was looking at one person, Jiangxi. Why hasn't he been eliminated yet? Why is he still alive? Not only was he alive, but he had also reached the first step of the 5th Qingyun Dao and was ranked in the top 10,000. In the past 3 years, everyone looked at Riverward's ranking. It was like a snail steadily climbing up step by step. Many people were numb. At this point, everyone was clear that Jiangxi was going to persist in each trial space for a full 30 days. Although Wei Xing, the Dao integration powerhouse of the Kanglan Star region, was still a little helpless, his expression was getting better and better. He was even a little expectant that Su Changyu might be able to give him a surprise. The reason being, he could tell that Jiangxi's dermic Dao strength was improving bit by bit. Even if the 5 poisons old geezer would still mock him from time to time, he would pretend that he didn't hear anything. As Jiangxi's ranking rose, the 5 poisons old geezer would only mock him less and less. In the sky above the purple clouds continent, with their powerful immortal senses, Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chuha could monitor the situation of everyone's trial at the same time. That little guy is taking things one step at a time and fighting steadily. I admire his attitude. Immortal Yi Liang said with a smile. Don't you think that his dermic Dao is improving a little too quickly? He only comprehended the Dao of fire 3 years ago. Now he has already surpassed the first level. Immortal Chuha said solemnly. What's so special about that? One word: genius. Immortal Yi Liang chuckled. Genius? Someone like Ji Wei was a true genius. After 3 years he did not stop for even a moment. He was about to reach the 9th Qingyun path. As I recall, it has been over 1,000,000 years since anyone has reached this stage in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle. Immortal Chuha said. You're just a little old-fashioned. Geniuses aren't made from the same mold. Let's wait and see. I think Jiangxi can give us a surprise. Immortal Yi Liang cast his gaze towards the illusory space. He could see that Jiangxi was seated in the lotus position, cultivating. Immortal Chuha didn't argue. He had high hopes for Ji Wei. He was not the only one. In fact, almost everyone was optimistic about Ji Wei. Of course, no one would compare Jiangxi with Ji Wei, because they were not on the same level at all. Ji Wei was about to reach the 9th Qingyun path. Jiangxi had just reached the 5th Qingyun path. Look, Ji Wei is starting to challenge the 9th Qingyun path. Immortal Chuha's eyes lit up. Immortal Yi Liang also hurriedly looked over. At the same time, the Dao integration experts below also shifted their attention from Jiangxi to Ji Wei. After all, this concerned the record of the 9 regions genius battle and was more worthy of attention. No matter what Ji Wei's final result is, he has created a new record. Yeah, in the past 1,000,000 years, the best result in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle was the 9th step of the 8th Qingyun path. While everyone was discussing, in the illusory space, the cold-looking young man with a lock of white hair in front of his forehead stepped onto the 9th Qingyun path with a long sword in hand. In the first trial space, there were still 100 perfected nascent soul dragon pythons. However, the Dao runes of the heaven and earth Dao flowed in the space. Soon, Ji Wei fought with those dragon pythons. However, he was injured in just a moment. This is the first time he's been injured. Immortal Chuha's eyes flashed. Immortal Yi Liang remained silent. Then Ji Wei erupted, and the space above the boundless lake in the trial space shattered. His figure shuttled through the countless fragments and attacked those dragon pythons. His movement technique was strange and unpredictable. In the end, Ji Wei killed half of the dragon pythons before being torn to pieces by the remaining ones. He was eliminated. However, just half of the dragon pythons gave him 5 billion points. No one could shake his first-place position. Immortal Yi Liang sighed and said, "What a terrifying young man. His strength has already surpassed that of many tribulation transcenders." Immortal Chuha also said, "Yeah, once he reaches the Tao integration realm or even the primordial soul realm, his strength will be comparable to the two of us." Ji Wei's current cultivation was at the perfected nascent soul realm, and he was unable to fully display the power of his Tao integration realm. If he reached the primordial soul realm or the Tao integration realm, he would be able to display even more power. As for tribulation transcenders, these two immortals were very clear that once Ji Wei transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would far surpass them. Below on the huge green jade platform, whoosh, Ji Wei's figure reappeared on the platform. He was still expressionless as he found an empty corner and sat down cross-legged. He didn't approach others and others didn't approach him. In the distance, those Tao integration realm powerhouses looked at this young genius that was rarely seen in a million years with complicated feelings. They had suffered a blow. Each of them had cultivated for thousands of years, but their Tao integration realm was inferior to that of a junior. At the same time, those more than 10 million geniuses who had been eliminated. When they saw Ji Wei's figure appear, they understood that Ji Wei had also been eliminated. Although they couldn't see Ji Wei's trial scene, they could see the changes in his ranking points. They knew that Ji Wei had passed the 9th Qingyun path before dying. Everyone was silent. The gap was too big. At this time, Jiang Xi was in the first trial space of the 5th Qingyun path. The trial targets here were also 100 dragon pythons. At this point in the trial, he had already figured out the situation of the trial targets. The trial targets of the 9 trial spaces were different. The trial targets of the first trial space were all dragon pythons of the monster race. The second trial was a strange life-form flame giant. The third trial was a golden-winged condor of the monster race. However, the trial targets of the 9 Qingyun paths were arranged the same for each level, except that their strength would increase with each level. After reaching the 5th Qingyun path, the strength of each trial target was at least equivalent to the top 10,000 geniuses of the finals. However, with Jiang Xi's current strength, he could still easily deal with the 100 dragon pythons. He had already killed 99 of them, but there was still one that he had yet to kill. When Ji Wei was eliminated in the first stage of the 9th Qingyun path, Jiang Xi didn't know about it. He was still working hard to cultivate and improve. Jiang Xi only discovered this situation when he passed the first trial and checked his ranking. Chapter 324. After entering the next level of the trial space, Jiang Xi still maintained his previous pace and left one trial target alive. Then, with a thought, he summoned the interface of a light board. It was his ranking in the trial of the Qingyun Dao. Trial participant, Jiang Xi points, 1989900 ranking, 8752. I'll be in the top 5,000 after a few more levels. Ha! Jiang Xi's eyes flickered. He finally discovered that there were some changes in the information of Ji Wei, who was in the first place. He was still in the first place, but there were 2 more words behind his name. Trial participant, Ji Wei, eliminated. Besides, Ji Wei's points were also 5 billion more than the last time he looked at the ranking. 5 billion? Each of the trial targets of the 9th Qingyun Dao has 100 million points. With such a huge increase, he must have passed the 9th trial, but he didn't pass the first level of the trial space. Jiang Xi was amazed. Even if he didn't pass the first level, he was still a pervert. After passing the first 8 Qingyun Dao trials perfectly, he still needed 100 points to reach 10 billion. However, the first level of the 9th Qingyun Dao trial already had 10 billion points. Clearly, the trial of the 9th Qingyun Dao trial was extremely difficult. Ji Wei actually managed to kill half of the trial targets of the first level of the Qingyun Dao trial. What terrifying strength! Jiang Xi shook his head and got rid of the shock in his heart. He didn't compare himself to Ji Wei and was still competing with himself. He would improve a little every day and continue like that. It would only end when he reached his limit. He looked at the changes in the experience points panel. Tao of Fire, 8, 725/50, 000000. Amplitude, 256. 96. According to the conversion of experience points, the Tao of Fire is worth 8.72 million experience points, which is equivalent to more than one level. Of course, the Tao of Fire is a rare Tao technique. Even if it's only one level, my strength has obviously improved. In terms of amplitude, although it has only increased by 96 times, the increase in actual combat power can't be so simple. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart and had a clear understanding of his own strength. The amplitude was only for spiritual power. The other aspects of the Tao of Fire were not reflected. For example, the Tao runes of Li Fire, the power of the flames of Li Fire itself, and so on. When all of these were put together, the increase in his strength would be more than that. Before the finals of the 9 Zones Genius Tournament began, he had the strength to rank in the top 300. But now he had the strength to be in the top 100. Time passed and another year passed. It was now the 5th year of the Qingyun Dao trial. Mu Ning, another genius from the Kanglan Star region, finally made it to the 7th place and was eliminated. And there were only 3 people left who were still in the trial. Wild Waves, currently ranked 4th in the trial. Blood Boy, currently ranked 8th in the trial. Jiang Xi, currently ranked 85th in the trial. Of the top 10, only 2 were not eliminated. However, no one paid attention to Wild Waves and Bloodchild. Their eyes were now focused on Jiang Xi. Almost everyone was thinking the same thing. How far could this genius who had crawled step by step like a snail reach in the end? In the starry sky of the purple clouds continent, in the sky of the towering mountain river diagram. Immortal Yi Liang was all smiles. Immortal Chu He remained silent. Clearly, Jiang Xi's performance had exceeded Immortal Chu He's expectations. Below, on the huge green jade platform, most of the Dao integration powerhouses also fell silent. Only Wei Sheng was smiling more and more. Good lad, well done. Mu Ning from the Kanglan Star region had already made it to the 7th place. However, Jiang Xi was different. His disciple, Xian Tian, was Jiang Xi's sworn brother. In that case they were family. Hence, Wei Sheng paid more attention to Jiang Xi. Now, Jiang Xi's performance had really exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that Jiang Xi would be able to get into the top 500 in the Qingyun Dao trial. In the end, he had already reached the 85th place. Wei Sheng was in a better mood. He had a hunch that Jiang Xi would bring him more and more surprises. Besides, the 5 Poisons old fogey that annoyed him had completely shut up. The disciple of the 5 Poisons old fogey had made it to the top 10 in the beginning. However, as the others put in more effort, he only managed to get 124th place in the end. Hence, if anyone continued to talk about Jiang Xi's negative attitude towards the competition, they would be asking for trouble. Who knew what ranking Jiang Xi would eventually reach? In the outside world, on the Kanglan Star. It was the hope and glory of the Kanglan Star region. That title was given to Jiang Xi by the Kanglan Star region's people. It was too inspirational. He went from being in the bottom 10 million to being in the 85th place. He had never given up on getting there. What ranking could Jiang Xi make in the future? Everyone was looking forward to seeing Jiang Xi make it as high as possible. Of course, Jiang Daodu was also paying attention. She had been waiting outside the training room of Daodu Manor and had never left. After seeing Jiang Xi's latest ranking, she smiled knowingly. Soon, Kuang Lang, who was in 4th place, and Xue Tong, who was in 8th place, were eliminated one after another. Kuang Lang stopped in the 9th step of the trial space of the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. Xue Tong was 1 step lower and fell in the 8th step of the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. Out of a total of 96 million geniuses, Jiang Xi was the only one left who was still persisting in the Qingyun Dao trial. In the 5th step of the trial space of the 6th Qingyun Dao trial, Jiang Xi knew about the situation when he saw the word eliminated in the ranking information. 1st place, Ji Wei, was eliminated in the 1st step of the 9th Qingyun Dao trial. 2nd place, Yan Jiufeng, was eliminated in the 2nd step of the 8th Qingyun Dao trial. 3rd place, Mo Hong, was eliminated in the 1st step of the 8th Qingyun Dao trial. The remaining 4th to 30th places were all eliminated in the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. It seems that the 7th Qingyun Dao trial is another watershed. Jiang Xi came to that conclusion after analyzing it. However, he was still not in a hurry and maintained his previous rhythm as he moved forward steadily. To him, time was power. He improved a little every day. Be it the various major star zones outside or the Tongtian Mountain River diagram, there were 2 immortals, 3,600 Dao integration cultivators, and more than 10 million geniuses who had been eliminated. They were all watching Jiang Xi train. He was the last trial taker. Under everyone's gaze, it was the second half of the 5th year of the Qingyun Dao trial. Jiang Xi finally made it to the top 30 of the trial. 29th place. He rushed to the 2nd step of the trial space of the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. The trial targets of this step were still strange life forms, the flame giants. Jiang Xi finally found it strenuous to deal with them. It was because the power of the Tao of Fire could not be perfectly displayed on the flame giants. After putting in a lot of effort, he only managed to kill 99 flame giants. The speed of improvement in dermic Tao strength can no longer keep up with the increase in the difficulty of the trial. Jiang Xi understood that there was not much time left for him to improve the Tao of Fire. Charge to the limit, don't give up until you reach the limit. After the Qingyun Tao trial ended, there would be other battles and there wouldn't be such a good opportunity to improve then. He continued to advance steadily. Chapter 325. The third, fourth, and seventh steps of the seventh path of the Qingyun Tao. Jiang Xi stubbornly passed and persisted for a full 30 days each time. At this point, the trial of the Qingyun Tao had been going on for exactly 5 years. However, after reaching the seventh step, Jiang Xi knew that it was his limit. Not only was the trial getting more and more difficult, but his strength had also reached a certain level. Forget it, let's stop here. He looked at the changes in the experience points panel. Tao of Fire, 15,025/50, 000,000. Amplitude, 370, 36. It was a huge improvement. The comprehension of the Tao of Heaven and Earth was divided into 10 levels. According to the conversion of dermic Tao experience, the Tao of Fire had just reached the third realm. With the enhancement of the dermic Tao, the amplitude would also increase. Jiang Xi's spiritual power amplitude had increased by 170 times compared to before the trial of the Qingyun Tao. As for his actual combat strength, it was much more than that. Next, the trial will become more and more difficult. Even if I can continue to improve the Tao of Fire experience, it will only increase by a little. It's difficult to produce a qualitative change in strength. Now I'll start going all out charge. Let's see what ranking I can achieve in the end. Jiang Xi's eyes gradually became excited and his blood boiled. The culling shadow sword was also vibrating gently and getting ready to attack. After holding it in for so long, he could finally go all out. He was now ranked 12th in the trial. At the same time, the two immortals and the group of Tao integration powerhouses saw Jiang Xi in the illusory space and knew that he was about to really exert his strength. Among the top 20, only Ji Wei, who was in first place, and Yan Jiufeng, who was in second place, had made it to the 8th Qingyun Tao. The others had stopped at the 7th Qingyun Tao. As for Riverward, how far could he reach in the end? Haha, it's been 5 years and this kid is finally going to go all out. I wonder if he can make it to the 8th Qingyun Tao. Judging from his performance in the recent trials, it's probably going to be difficult. However, it shouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 10. Many Tao integration powerhouses made guesses. All the geniuses who had already been eliminated instantly became lively when they heard the words of the Tao integration powerhouse. They couldn't see the scene in the illusory space, so they didn't know the specific situation of Jiang Xi's trial. What a freak. Does he really want to hear me play? Mu Ning shook his head. His final ranking was 7th. If Jiang Xi's ranking was higher than his, then according to the previous bet, he would lose. Our sect master once said that Jiang Xi's strength is at most in the top 300 of the finals. This is too illogical. Looking at the way he's wasting time, he must have made a breakthrough in the middle of the battle and wanted to advance further. I reckon that after these few years, seeing that he hasn't improved much, he doesn't want to persist anymore. No matter what the result is, this is a strong opponent. Even if Jiang Xi fell at this step, he would still be ranked 12th in the trial. There was no doubt about his strength. While the crowd was discussing the matter, Ji Wei's expression remained indifferent as he sat alone in a corner of the green jade platform. No one dared to approach him. There were also people who wanted to approach him, but they were all frightened by his aura that kept others at arm's length. Ji Wei only glanced at Jiang Xi's ranking slightly and didn't pay much attention to it. The reason being, even if Jiang Xi exploded, he wouldn't be able to catch up with his results. On the other hand, the young girl in a red dress, Yan Jiufeng, who ranked 2nd in the trial, looked at Jiang Xi's ranking curiously. She wanted to know more about Jiang Xi's strength, such as his dermic Tao realm, moves, and so on. Unfortunately, when she was collecting information about the opponent previously, she didn't pay much attention to Jiang Xi. Now, she couldn't see the situation of Jiang Xi's trial and could only see the ranking. It seems that he should be a sinister and cunning person. His ranking was so low previously, so he must have hidden a lot of things. Yes, I have to pay attention. If I encounter him in the arena later, I can be on guard in advance, Yan Jiufeng said seriously, which was rare, in the illusory space, the 8th step of the 7th Qingyun Tao. It was a world that resembled purgatory. In the darkness, there were only wisps of pale flames that were constantly jumping. Trial taker, please kill 100 silver yakshas of the demon race within 30 days. All of a sudden, 100 tall figures walked out of the darkness. Each figure had a pair of short silver wings and a pair of silver horns on their foreheads. The pale flames were jumping on their bodies. They were the silver yakshas of the royal bloodline of the demon race. It was a powerful race that made countless human cultivators tremble in fear. As soon as Jiang Xi entered, his aura was raised to the highest and he was ready to fight. Human die. The 100 silver yakshas roared in unison and attacked Jiang Xi with their white bone tridents. The trial targets of the 7th Qingyun Dao are all equivalent to the geniuses in the top 100 of the finals. These silver yakshas have the royal bloodline of the demon race and are stronger. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xi's sword flashed and countless sword shadows whizzed out. Clang, clang, clang. The silver yakshas waved their tridents and easily blocked the countless sword shadows. In the next moment they arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The white bone trident, accompanied by terrifying pale flames, was swung up and smashed towards riverward. The surging demonic aura was terrifying. If one's willpower was weak, their mind would be affected. However, Jiang Xi was not afraid. He was determined and his body swayed. Under the Gale domain, his speed reached the extreme and he managed to dodge the ferocious attacks. The sword domain alone is still a little weak. With a thought, Jiang Xi used the sword domain as the core and integrated the Li Fire Dao and Gale domain into it. Countless dark red sword shadows appeared again. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, they whistled and raged like a gust of wind. However, this time the countless sword shadows were not scattered by Jiang Xi. Instead, they suddenly condensed and merged into one sword. Countless sword shadows condensed on the killing shadow sword. The 3 Dao techniques combined and the Dao runes that were emitted were extremely strange, as if they were connected to this space. Those silver yakshas seemed to have sensed the danger and let out a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound waves swept over 1,000 kilometers. Another wave of demonic chi surged forth. Boom! Under the powerful force, 130,000-foot-long white bone tridents tore through the darkness. They completely covered the position where Jiang Xi was. If he could not block it, he would be directly turned into meat paste. Haha, it's over. Jiang Xi laughed, revealing a strong sense of confidence. After the 3 Dao techniques combined, the power of the sword technique increased tremendously. At the same time, the wind and fire were born together. Under the influence of the Li Fire, his Gale domain was also strengthened. His speed was even faster than before. All of a sudden, Jiang Xi disappeared into the dark space. Only the pale flames could occasionally illuminate his figure. Swoosh, swoosh. A dark red sword shadow kept flashing in the darkness. Those silver yakshas with demonic aura roared and fell one after another. He passed the 8th step of the 7th Qingyun Dao. He rose to 7th place in the trial. It was worth mentioning that this was the first time Jiang Xi displayed the fusion of Dao techniques in the Qingyun Dao trial. It was the strongest attack. Chapter 326. In the sky above the purple clouds continent. Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chuha's eyes lit up. The two of them had seen the battle between Jiang Xi and Mu Ning during the division battles. They knew that Jiang Xi had a Dao technique fusion technique. The fusion of 3 great Dao techniques was Jiang Xi's strongest ability at the moment. He was finally willing to use it at this point in the finals. This little guy's Dao technique fusion technique is even stronger than the last time. It's rare for young people to fuse 3 Dao techniques, but this little guy is getting better and better. Immortal Iliang said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, the geniuses who participated in the 9 regions genius battle would basically specialize in one Dao technique because they had less years of cultivation. Very few people could be like Jiang Xi, who not only had 3 decent Dao techniques but could also fuse them together. Although the fusion is still a little uneven, it has the uniqueness of the sword Dao and the nature of the wind and fire. The power of his sword is not inferior to the 6th realm of rare Dao techniques. Immortal Chuha also nodded, which was a rare sight. Their attitudes were relaxed and serious, respectively, as they judged Jiang Xi's strength. At the same time, the Dao integration powerhouses were even more surprised. He can think of a Dao technique fusion technique at such a young age, and his strength has increased so much in an instant. This is interesting. With this technique, he has the strength to compete for the top 10. There was one more contender for the top 10. Wei Xing was also very surprised. Jiang Xi's performance had refreshed his opinion of him again. In the beginning he thought that Jiang Xi could enter the top 500 of the finals, then the top 300 and now the top 10. Aha, the more surprises the better. Next, on the 9th step of the 7th Qingyun path, the trial target was 100 powerful Rakshasas from the Ghost clan. However, Jiang Xi used the fusion of 3 great Dao techniques to pass the trial faster than the previous step. The reason was very simple. It was because the Dao of Fire was very effective against the Ghost clan. After that, Jiang Xi did not stop and stepped onto the 8th Qingyun path under everyone's watchful eyes. In the first trial space there were 100 dragon pythons. Each dragon python exuded a rare Dao aura of the Dao of Heaven and Earth, possessing the strength of the top 20 in the finals. With 100 of them added together, it would be even more powerful. Currently there were only 2 people who had passed this stage, Ji Wei and Yan Jiufeng. Although Mo Hong, who was ranked 3rd, had made it to this stage, he did not pass it. After that, Jiang Xi's performance in this trial astonished all of the Dao integration stage powerful beings once again. Just now, many Dao integration powerhouses asserted that Jiang Xi could only reach the 9th step of the 7th Qingyun Dao. But now, in the face of Jiang Xi's actual performance, he could only shake his head. This was because Jiang Xi had combined the 3 Daos into one. He had killed all 100 dragon pythons that possessed the rare Dao of Heaven and Earth. After passing this stage he would be able to make a breakthrough. Jiang Xi's ranking rose to 3rd place. A genius who rose from the bottom all the way to the top 3 hasn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. However, the next stage won't be that easy. The flame giant is a strange life form in the universe and is naturally good at controlling the power of flames. Regardless of whether he passed or not, he's already very strong. If he were in the previous 9 regions genius battles, he would definitely get 1st place in the trial. While the Dao integration powerhouses were surprised, they no longer dared to assert what Jiang Xi's limit was. Then Jiang Xi ascended to the 2nd trial of the 8th Qingyun Dao. Ji Wei was the only one who passed this stage, and Yan Jiufeng only killed 32 flame giants. Each of the 100 flame giants was 100,000 meters tall and had a ferocious aura like a god fiend. The Dao aura that they exuded was also a rare Dao of Heaven and Earth. In the face of such a powerful trial target, Jiang Xi was drowned in the sea of fire in just a moment. Soon he was injured. Not to mention their large size, they're actually so fast too. The explosion of flames gave these flame giants extreme speed. Boom. Jiang Xi rushed out of the sea of fire with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. His entire body was as red as a piece of fine iron that had been burned red. There were many serious injuries on his body. Have I reached my limit? Then it's the last fight. I'll kill as many as I can. Jiang Xi went berserk. He gave up on defense and fought with all his might. He unleashed his speed and sword techniques to the extreme. In the space of fire there seemed to be thousands of Jiang Xi. The dark red sword shadows were like a curtain. They kept flashing around the godfiend flame giants. Kill, kill, kill. 10, 20, 30. The Dao integration powerhouses were completely shocked. Jiang Xi's performance was beyond their expectations. In the end, Jiang Xi killed 45 flame giants. He was torn into pieces by the other flame giants and turned into ashes. However, his ranking in the trial had surpassed Yan Jiufeng, who was originally in 2nd place. Jiang Xi's ranking in the trial was fixed at 2nd place. This ranking was spread throughout the 9 regions of the Dao Alliance through the sky connecting mountain and river diagram. The human world remembered Jiang Xi's name. Almost everyone was shocked by Jiang Xi's ranking. There were also many people who cheered for Jiang Xi. In the past 5 years, those who had been paying attention to the 9 regions genius tournament had all heard of him. Everyone knew that Jiang Xi's journey had been arduous and difficult. Step by step he had never stopped. His ranking had risen little by little every day. In the end, he had risen from the bottom 10 million to the 2nd place. This was too inspiring. Jiang Xi is the glory of the blue planet. He is the glory of the entire blue planet. Wu Kuei, the sect leader of the Zhangyun sect, said excitedly. He had assigned the title of the highest honor on the blue planet to Jiang Xi. I hereby announce that I will choose one of the vital star systems under the jurisdiction of the Zhangyun sect and give it to Jiang Xi. Wu Kuei said at the end. At Daoda Manor. Xian Tian rushed back from the Zhangyun sect and told Jiang Daoda the news. The little girl's eyes lit up when she heard the news. They were rich. A vital star system had tens of thousands of vital stars. It was enough to support the rise and prosperity of a top immortal Dao sect. With this, the Mountain Sea Star trade would have the foundation to soar. The Dao Alliance Heavenly Court was located in the middle of the 9 regions. It occupied a boundless continent that was light years in size. At this moment, in a remote palace in the flowing time palace of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. By last, that third brother of yours isn't simple. He actually obtained the second place in the finals. The geniuses in the finals are all chosen from the trillions of people in the 9 regions. Mo Qian was very emotional as he told Li Baibai the news. Li Baibai smiled. Of course. You have to work harder too. You can't fall behind the 3 of you. Otherwise, as your master, I will lose face. Mo Qian smiled. Li Baibai smiled and continued to cultivate. Chapter 327. Soaring Rainbow Planet. In a luxurious palace. Yuan Zhangshua, the manager of Soaring Rainbow Planet. At this moment he was staring blankly at the sky above Soaring Rainbow Planet, at the Skyspan Mountain River diagram that covered the sky. On it was the ranking of the 9 regions Genius Battle Qingyun Path Trial. The top 10 names of the trial were all shining with golden light. The second place was Jiang Xi. Even though Yuan Zhangshua was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, his body was uncontrollably slumped on the chair in the palace. It's over. It's all over. Because of the conflict between him and Jiang Xi, the news had long spread in Soaring Rainbow Sect. Now, because of Jiang Xi's rise in the 9 regions Genius Battle, his future in Soaring Rainbow Sect was ruined. Soon, an early-stage Essence Soul Elder of Soaring Rainbow Sect arrived at the palace. Yuan Zhangshua, the sect master has assigned you to guard the Flying Hell Planet. Leave this place quickly. Yuan Zhangshua shuddered as if he had been struck by lightning. The Flying Hell Planet was the place where Soaring Rainbow Sect suppressed criminals. Soaring Rainbow Sect controlled hundreds of thousands of planets with life, and all the criminals they wanted were locked up in the Flying Hell Planet. The environment there was extremely harsh, and being sent there was worse than death. However, he could only go. Because now he did not even have the right to die. On a remote planet of life in the Pale Blue Planet, Patriarch Qing Xian hid in the mortal world, and his current appearance was no different from a mortal youth. After he finished looking at the final ranking change on the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the blood in his eyes flickered. The bloody light in his eyes pulsed, and then he quickly left this place and disappeared from this planet. Such a genius is no longer someone I can deal with. If he wants to deal with me, he only needs to say a word and countless forces will help him find my traces. I can't stay in the 9 regions Tao Alliance any longer. Leave immediately. To the extraterritorial battlefield. With the Blood Chi Spirit Fruit, I can use it to help me reach Tao integration through endless slaughter. The youthful Patriarch Qing Xian was extremely decisive. He steered the flying ship and kept shuttling through the starry sky outside the 9 regions Tao Alliance. As for Earth, he still had a glimmer of hope. He was a determined person and it was difficult for him to give up on something. In the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, Purple Cloud's continent, on a huge green jade platform, Wei Sheng's figure flashed and arrived in front of the 5 Poisons Old Freak. The face of the 5 Poisons Old Devil, who was still in shock, changed, and he hurriedly tried to avoid him. However, he discovered that a power that far surpassed the Tao of heaven and earth had bound him, making him unable to move. High Immortal. The 5 Poisons Ghost's face was filled with bitterness. One of the 2 immortals in the starry sky had made a move. Many thanks, exalted immortals. Wei Sheng cupped his fists towards Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He. Then he smiled at the 5 Poisons Ghost and said, 5 Poisons, you give me your evaluation. How did Jiang Xi from our Kanglan Star region perform this time? Excellent. Excellent. The 5 Poisons Devil gave a hollow laugh. Phew, the power that bound him had disappeared. The 5 Poisons Old Devil hurriedly flashed to another place, hiding far away. Wei Sheng didn't chase after him. He was in a particularly good mood and stroked his curly beard proudly. This was even better than winning a fight. Jiang Xi, that little guy, he got second place in the trial. He sighed. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since the Kanglan Star region had been so proud? This time, not only did Jiang Xi get second place in the trial, but there was also Mu Ning who got 7th place in the trial. One had to know that this trial was a competition of 96 million geniuses from 3,600 star regions. 2 geniuses from the Kanglan Star region had rushed into the top 10 of the trial. This was a record that hadn't been seen in millions or even tens of millions of years. In the starry sky, Immortal Chu He frowned and said seriously, "It's not good to make a move like this. It's against the perfected cultivator's order." Immortal Yi Liang chuckled. "It's just fun. It's no big deal." Whoosh. At this time, Jiang Xi's figure appeared on the green jade platform. Countless gazes instantly converged on him. However, Jiang Xi was frowning and pondering. It's a pity that the flame giant is a natural fire spirit. It's not only capable of controlling fire, but also has a strong resistance to fire attribute Dao techniques like Li Fire. Even if I combine 3 Dao techniques, it's difficult for me to fully exert my strength. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. If it weren't for the flame giant in the second stage, he would have been able to make it through more. Then Jiang Xi found that he had returned to the green jade platform. Jiang Xi, you freak! Mu Ning yelled and came to Jiang Xi. Because Jiang Xi's ranking had soared at the last moment, he was pushed to the 8th place. It should be said that the original top 10, except for Ji Wei, had all been pushed back by 1 place. In the distance, the other young geniuses who ranked at the top of the trial were also looking at Jiang Xi with complicated eyes. Everyone had seen Jiang Xi climb up from the bottom and then stand above them. A strong opponent. This was everyone's unanimous opinion. And many people didn't know the specific information about Jiang Xi's strength. Even if they had collected information about Jiang Xi before, that information was already inaccurate. At that time, the outside world judged that Jiang Xi would be able to enter the top 300 of the finals. Now Jiang Xi had the strength to compete for the top 10 of the finals. Ji Wei was the only one who only looked at Jiang Xi for a moment before looking away. His strength had already surpassed all the geniuses. As Jiang Xi's Qingyun Dao trial ended, the next round of the finals of the 9 regions genius battle finally began. 12. 96 million geniuses once again formed a square array according to their respective star regions. 3,600 Dao integration powerhouses stood in the air. 2 immortals were looking down at the crowd in the starry sky. Immortal Yi Liang's voice sounded in the starry sky. The first round of the finals of the 9 regions genius battle is over, and the Qingyun Dao trial ranking has also been finalized. Congratulations to those in the first to the 360th place of the trial. You can directly become disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. At this point he paused and asked in a deep voice, is there anyone who doesn't want to? The geniuses in the top 360 immediately said respectfully, I'm willing. At this point only a fool would say no. Everyone had come to participate in the 9 regions genius battle organized by the Purple Heaven sect with the intention of becoming a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Immortal Yi Liang nodded in satisfaction and then smiled again. Next, the 361st to 13,320 places of the trial will undergo 2 rounds of one-on-one battles to compete for the remaining 3,240 spots. As for the others, I will take back the mark of your entry into the Tongtian Mountain River painting. Your 9 regions genius battle is over. Was over. There was no room for negotiation in the cruel trial. Being eliminated was being eliminated. Almost all of the more than 10 million young geniuses who had been eliminated in this round were indignant and reluctant, but they had no choice but to accept the outcome. Although there would be some luck involved in the first round of the Qingyun Dao trial, at the end of the day, it still depended on one's strength. Chapter 328. Immortal Yi Liang waved his sleeve, and the more than 10 million people who had been eliminated disappeared. There were only 13,320 geniuses left on the empty green jade platform. Now, there are a total of 12,960 people from the 361st to 13,320 in the trial. The winners will enter and the losers will leave. The 6,480 people who won the first round will enter the second round of the arena battles. The remaining 3,240 people can also enter the Purple Heaven sect directly. Immortal Yi Liang's voice sounded again. As his words fell, 480 combat arenas appeared on the huge green jade platform, each of which covered an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. The 12960 people were arranged in the order of the highest ranking and the lowest ranking before being sent to these arenas. Strength was the fairest way to go about things. While the first round of the arena battles was going on, the geniuses who ranked in the top 360 could take a break. Of course, Jiang Xi was the only one who needed to rest. The others had rested for at least a year. However, Jiang Xi didn't take a break in the end. Before the first round of the arena battles began, he and Mu Ning were called aside by Wei Sheng. The Dao integration powerhouse wanted to give the 2 geniuses some pointers in person. In a while, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning would be participating in the third round of the arena battles. The 2 of you did very well. One of you ranked 2nd and the other ranked 8th. This is a record that hasn't been broken in the Pale Blue Star region for millions of years, Wei Sheng said with a satisfied smile. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. However, Wei Xing suddenly changed the topic. He said sternly, "Do you think you can definitely make it to the top 10 in the arena battles?" Jiang Xi and Mu Ning shook their heads. "As long as you don't get cocky, I can tell you clearly. Getting into the top 10 of the trial doesn't mean that you can get into the top 10 of the finals in the arena battles." A cold smile appeared on Wei Xing's rugged face. He continued, "As far as I know, there are many geniuses who can compete for the top 10 in the finals this time, but they didn't rank high in the trial. It's because their Dermic Dao is not suitable for the Qingyun Dao trial. For example, Lin Ling ranked 30th, and Li Xianxian ranked 366th, both cultivate rare Daos of heaven and earth. One is the Dao of puppetry, the other is the Dao of charm. Moreover, both of them have already attained the 6th level. If it's a one-on-one situation, you can't guarantee that you'll win. Therefore, a low ranking in the trial doesn't mean that one's actual combat strength is weak." Wei Xing poured cold water on him mercilessly. The faces of Jiang Xi and Mu Ning both turned grave. If that was the case, the competition in the arena battles would be even more intense. The rare Dao of heaven and earth had reached the 6th level. In terms of Dao power, it had already surpassed a complete ordinary Dao of heaven and earth. Many late-stage essence soul cultivators did not have such a dermic Dao realm. Furthermore, the Dao of puppetry and the Dao of charm were mostly strange and notoriously difficult to deal with. A smile appeared on Wei Xing's face again when he saw the two little fellows' serious expressions. After pouring cold water on him, he naturally had to give him some motivation. He laughed. "Therefore, I hope that the two of you will not slack off and give your all in the upcoming arena battles. Unleash your full strength and strive to enter the top 10 of the finals. The Purple Heaven sect has 9 levels of heaven. As long as you enter the top 10, you can become a disciple of the 3rd level of heaven. At that time you'll have a meteoric rise." Mu Ning was a little confused. She had never heard of the Purple Heaven sect's 9 levels of heaven. "Sir, is there no chance of entering the 4th level of heaven?" Jiang Xi asked with a frown. "The 4th level of heaven? Ah, it's good that you have this idea." Wei Xing laughed. Then he said, "Unfortunately, in the previous 9 regions genius battles, as long as it was hosted by the Purple Heaven sect, only one person can enter the 4th level of heaven. And this time, Jiwei's strength far surpasses all of you. This spot has already been reserved by him." The existence of the Purple Heaven sect's 9 levels of heaven was not a secret. Wei Xing did not doubt that Jiang Xi knew this only one person. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Of course, there was detailed information about the Purple Heaven sect in the inherited memories that his master, Taoist Gu, had given him. In addition to controlling the huge Purple Heaven territory, the Purple Heaven sect also had 9 grotto heavens in the core area of the sect, called the 9 levels of heaven. These 9 grotto heavens were not small grotto heavens opened by essence soul or Dao integration powerhouses. Each of them was incomparably huge, covering a vast continent with an area of light years. The 1st level of heaven to the 4th level of heaven were the cultivation residences of countless disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. The 5th level of heaven to the 9th level of heaven were the cave residences of the sect's experts. In the Purple Heaven sect, everyone below the immortal realm was a disciple. And the 5th level of heaven was the cave residences of the Purple Heaven sect's tribulation transcender powerhouses. In other words, the 4th level of heaven was the highest position that the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect could reach before they became immortals. Those who could enter were all the top geniuses of the universe. Even a disciple of the 4th level of nascent soul stage could be compared to a Dao integration powerhouse. Jiang Xi originally thought that after his strength improved this time, he would try to enter the 4th level of heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. If he could enter, the risk of him returning the Purple Heaven Sword Sutra would be greatly reduced. When Wei Xing saw that Jiang Xi and Mu Ning were silent, he thought that the two young people were both disappointed that they couldn't enter the 4th level of heaven. He sighed softly in his heart and smiled. It's already very good to be able to enter the 3rd level of heaven. You have to know that there are many Dao integration cultivators in the Purple Heaven sect who are cultivating in the 1st level of heaven. If you can enter the 3rd level of heaven, it will be easy for you to reach the Dao integration stage in the future. After Wei Xing said that, he floated away without explaining too much and let the two young people slowly digest it. However, the two of them didn't feel disappointed at all. As soon as he left, Mu Ning was full of curiosity and asked Jiang Xi about the Purple Heaven 9th heaven. Jiang Xi didn't hide it either. Anyway, when Mu Ning entered the Purple Heaven sect, he would also find out about it at the same time. The first round of the arena battles of the 12,960 people began. Such a one-on-one battle was much more exciting than the Qingyun Dao trial. It was all based on strength. The winner advanced while the loser retreated. The group of geniuses used their strongest means and none of them dared to hold back. The battle was very exciting and various dermic Dao attacks were accompanied by powerful spiritual power that continuously erupted in the arena. The reason being, everyone did not hold back and used their strongest means. They were all aiming to kill each other. Soon the first round of the arena battles ended. The 6,480 people who won continued to participate in the second round of the arena battles. The top 360 geniuses of the Qingyun Dao trial were all watching these battles carefully. The reason being, there might be some of their opponents among the victors. It was now an excellent opportunity to understand their opponents. Jiang Xi observed the battles in the arena. On the other hand, he secretly opened the experience points panel to check. There were no changes in his cultivation level, dermic Dao and so on. The main thing was the balance of his experience points. He had also obtained a large amount of experience points through the Qingyun Dao trial. Experience points, 123, 548 million. The balance had exceeded 1 billion again. Chapter 329. In the Qingyun Dao trial this time, apart from the breakthrough and improvement of the Li Fire Dao, the other gain is the experience points reward for passing each level of the trial. The first level of the Qingyun Dao trial rewards 2 million experience points. From now on, the reward for each level will be increased by 100,000. In the end, I passed the first level of the 8th Qingyun Dao trial and was rewarded 3 million experience points. All the trials added up to a total of 962 million experience points. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Now, his experience points had exceeded 1 billion again. It was definitely more than enough to deduce the Gale Dao. However, it was definitely not enough to deduce the next realm of the sword domain. He still needed more experience points. The new source of experience points is almost here. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Although the specific ranking of the finals had not been decided yet, he had now confirmed that he had entered the top 3,600 of the finals. He had a chance to comprehend the ancient Dao source world. That was the source of all Dao, and it was said that one could see the Dao of heaven and earth with the naked eye. In his eyes it was all experience points. The arena battles were not like the battles outside where space was limited. Both parties had limited space and could only fight. There was no other choice. Hence, the 2 rounds of the arena battles of the 12,960 people were carried out very quickly. In the end, there were only 3,240 victors left. In addition, there were the top 360 geniuses of the Qingyun Dao trial. At this point, the top 3,600 of the finals of the 9 regions genius battle had all been determined. Immortal Iliang's massive figure was high in the starry sky. He looked down at the crowd and said leisurely, "The 3,240 victors, congratulations, you have also entered the Purple Heaven sect. As for the 9,720 people who failed, it's a pity that you can only go this far. However, I hope that you don't give up. The 9 regions genius battle is not the only way to enter the Purple Heaven sect. If you work hard and cultivate, you can also become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect through other methods. Of course, even if you don't enter the Purple Heaven sect, it doesn't mean that you can't become a powerhouse in the future. There is no end to cultivation and there are thousands of Dao techniques. There will always be a path that suits you." Immortal Iliang's voice echoed in the sky above the continent. The eyes of the 9,720 geniuses who had failed who were initially disappointed lit up again after hearing those words. Haha, being able to pass this stage doesn't mean that we are inferior to those people before us. We're still young. Our path has just begun. The nascent soul stage is just a stage of cultivation. There's still the essence divinity stage, Dao integration stage, and even the immortal stage. We still have a chance to catch up to them. I want to go back and cultivate in seclusion for 1,000 years. I won't come out until I reach the Dao. Seeing that everyone had regained their confidence, Immortal Yi Liang nodded with a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent them out of the skyspan mountain and river diagram. His attitude towards these 9,720 people was completely different from his attitude towards the 10 million people. This was because the people who were eliminated in this round were not lacking in talent. They just lacked a little bit of strength and luck. There were only 3,600 geniuses left on the green jade stone platform, and many of them had smiles on their faces. Especially the 3,240 people who had just won, they were smiling even more. After all, victory always made people happy. Immortal Yi Liang looked at everyone and said with a smile, Next up is you all. I'm sure there are people who have long heard of the existence of my Purple Cloud sect's ninth heaven. Many of the 3,600 geniuses' eyes lit up with anticipation. The Tao Alliance had 3 core groups and 6 sections. Amongst them, the Violet Heaven sect's reputation was on par with that of the Taoist path, the Buddhist path, and the Sword School. The Purple Heaven sect's 9 levels of heaven was spread among many powerful clans and forces in the 9 regions. Those geniuses who came from extraordinary backgrounds were very clear that even the weakest first-level Sky Realm cultivator would not be able to achieve such a feat as long as they could enter. Their chances of reaching the Tao integration stage in the future would be greatly increased. However, there were still many people who did not understand the existence of the 9th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. Therefore, Immortal Yi Liang smiled and explained. The Purple Heaven sect has 9 heavens. The first 4 heavens are where millions of disciples cultivate. From the first to the 4th layer, the best is of course the 4th layer. As everyone knows, no matter how many resources there are, they are still limited. It is impossible for everyone to enter the best level 4 heavens. So, next you will have to determine the final ranking of the finals through the arena battles. Which heaven you can enter will be allocated according to your ranking. At this point, Immortal Yi Liang was stunned. Even the geniuses below could see his astonished expression. While everyone was puzzled, he smiled and said, I have good news. Iron Mountain True Monarch told me just now. According to the rules of the previous tournaments, there is only one level 4 heaven spot. However, this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament can have 2 extra spots. These words excited many of the geniuses who had the strength to fight for the top 10. They were so excited that their faces flushed red. 3 level 4 heaven spots. Jiang Xi's breathing quickened involuntarily. A chance. Even if Ji Wei took 1 spot, there were still 2 spots to fight for. The Tao integration experts were even more astonished. The rules that had been in place for so many years had actually changed this year. It should be the higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect. They saw that the strength of this tournament's geniuses far exceeded the previous ones, so they added 2 extra spots for level 4 heavens. The 9 Regions Genius Tournament this time is indeed extraordinary. There are already 3 geniuses who cultivate special Tao of heaven and earth. There are also a few youngsters like Yan Jiufeng and Mo Hong. If they were in the previous tournaments, they would also have the strength to fight for first place. In the starry sky, Immortal Yi Liang looked at the excited faces of the geniuses and nodded in satisfaction. It would be a problem if they were not excited. The Purple Heaven sect had 9 heavens, and level 4 heavens represented the highest status for the disciples. He continued. Next, I'll talk about the distribution of the level 1 to level 4 heavens, as well as the specific rewards for the finals. Before the 9 Regions Genius Tournament began, we announced some rewards. As long as you enter the top 3,600 of the finals, you will become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. You will also receive a minimum of 100 million low-grade spirit crystals and a chance to comprehend the ancient Tao origin world. Everyone will have a chance to comprehend the ancient Tao origin world. As for which level 4 you will enter and how many spirit crystals you will receive, that will be determined by your ranking. 361360 will enter the level 1 heavens and receive 100 supreme grade spirit crystals. 11 to 360 will enter the level 2 heavens and receive 1000 supreme grade spirit crystals. 4th to 10th will enter the level 3 heavens and receive 10,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. The top 3 will enter the level 4 heavens and receive 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. Let me emphasize that the rankings here are not for the trial, but for the upcoming arena battles. The geniuses became excited again as soon as Immortal Yi Liang finished speaking. The Purple Heaven sect was too generous. 100 supreme grade spirit crystals were equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit crystals. The top 3 would receive 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals, which was equivalent to 100 billion low-grade spirit crystals. It was comparable to a top-tier Immortal Tao sect. Moreover, these rewards were distributed according to the rankings of the arena battles. Those who had been ranked low in the trial would now have a chance to charge to the top. Chapter 330. They're so rich. Jiang Xi's eyes widened. The Mountain Sea Star trade had been developing for more than 20 years, and the soaring Rainbow Star trade had increased it a little. Until now it had only reached 1 billion. However, it would be very difficult for him to take out 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals at once. That was the difference between liquid assets and fixed assets. Now, as long as he entered the top 10, he would be able to obtain 10 billion low-grade spirit crystals. Of course, Jiang Xi also knew that spirit crystals were the least valuable among the three rewards. As long as he entered the Purple Heaven sect, even if it was the lowest first heaven, he would be able to obtain more resources. The resources he would obtain in the future could not be measured by money at all. It would be far more valuable than the spirit crystal reward. Not to mention there was also a chance to enter the ancient Tao origin world. That was something that could not be obtained even with money. Many of the geniuses were filled with battle intent. Since the rewards would be distributed through battle, it would be a competition of strength. It would be absolutely fair. At that moment, Immortal Liuyang's tone changed and he chuckled. There is no absolute fairness in the laws of the universe. Therefore, not everyone will have the chance to participate in the third round of the arena battles. We will choose 360 people from the winners of the previous 2 rounds of the arena battles. They will fight one-on-one with the top 360 people in the previous trial. Immortal Liuyang's voice was ethereal as it echoed in the starry sky. The 3,240 geniuses who had just won 2 rounds of the arena battles were filled with battle intent. Because of the huge rewards, their battle intent surged. Hearing this, they immediately became nervous. Some could participate and some could not. The list is as follows: Li Xianxian, Luan Ming, Lan Qiongjiu. When Immortal Liuyang finished reading out the 360 names, the geniuses whose names were not read out immediately had a change of expression. They were indignant. Some of the more hot-tempered ones could not suppress the anger in their hearts and even asked loudly, "Exalted Immortal, why are you so sure that we are inferior to those 360 people?" Some of the bolder ones echoed, "Yes, we are not bad in the arena battles either." "I'm indignant. Let us participate in the third round of the arena battles. Let our strength speak for us." They had gone through the Qingyun Dao trial and 2 rounds of the arena battles. They had already come this far, and none of them were willing to give up. Immortal Chuha, who rarely spoke, suddenly snorted coldly. A power that far surpassed the Tao of heaven and earth descended. Bang bang bang, under the powerful pressure of the immortal Tao, everyone knelt on the ground. This included the Tao integration stage experts. "It's fine if you don't like it. Just leave my Purple Heaven sect." Immortal Chuhi's voice was low, but it sounded like thunder. "Who else is not convinced? Speak now." He was dressed in black armor and his face was upright and serious. His words were emotionless. It was quiet. "If you're not convinced, you can just leave." It was a simple sentence, but it was overbearing. The geniuses who had been shouting about their dissatisfaction had all quieted down. Their faces were filled with terror and disbelief. Some people did not understand why the Zixiao sect would treat them so overbearingly. They were all geniuses. Under the indiscriminate pressure, Jiang Xi also knelt on the ground. He felt very helpless. This was truly an unexpected calamity. Were there something wrong with these people's brains? Even after cultivating for several hundred years, he still did not understand this principle? What kind of existence was Purple Heaven sect? Of the 3 schools and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance, the Taoist path, the Buddhist Sangha, and the Sword School didn't care about anything. The true ruler of the 9 realms was the Violet Heaven sect. Didn't you see that the leader of the Heavenly Court was a member of Purple Heaven sect? Jiang Xi knew this very well from the very beginning. The 9 Realms Genius Tournament was, to put it bluntly, used by the immortal Tao sects, who stood at the peak of the universe to select disciples. They were just disciples. Of course they had to add the word genius, but genius was nothing. The 9 realms of the Tao Alliance occupied the most fertile territories in the universe. They nurtured countless life forms and there was no shortage of geniuses. Ordinary geniuses like them would come in batches. As long as they had enough time, they could have as many as they wanted. The only ones who were truly valued by Purple Heaven sect were geniuses like Ji Wei, who only appeared once in a million years. After a round of intimidation, Immortal Chu he retracted his aura and calmed down once more. Now that the good cop was over, it was time to play the bad cop. Immortal Yi Liang's friendly laughter once more echoed through the stars. "I've already told you that there is no such thing as absolute fairness in the laws of the universe. If you want to obtain fairness, you must first have strength. You are all geniuses of the human race. In the future, immortal Tao experts might be born among you. Thus, I hope that you can truly understand that strength is the most important thing. Don't be killed by your own naivety. Of course, there is no need to doubt the 360 people we've just selected. They are definitely fair. That's all I have to say. Now let the third round of arena battles begin. The 360 people we've just selected will fight against the top 360 people in the trial. The Purple Heaven sect will still decide the two sides. A moment later, the enormous green jade platform began to transform. 360 arenas appeared once more, each one tens of thousands of square kilometers in size. Jiang Xi's expression turned solemn, because no one knew who their opponents would be. If they encountered a freak like Ji Wei, it would be over. Whoosh. Immortal Yi Liang waved his sleeve, and the 720 people disappeared, appearing in pairs on the 360 arenas. The 360 battles were about to begin. Since the beginning of the first round of arena battles, the various vital planets of the Tao Alliance. Through the Skyspan River diagram in the sky, one would be able to see the battles. The third round of arena battles could be said to be a showdown between the peak geniuses of the human race. Trillions of people were paying attention to this battle. 720 people. The winner would advance and the loser would retreat. Who would win? Jiang Xi will definitely win. He will definitely enter the top 10. Mu Ning is also the glory of the Blue Star region. He also needs our support. Go Mu Ning. The people of the Blue Star region and even the entire Blue Star region were roaring and cheering for the two of them. The shepherd boy, who had a pure nature, was not that bad in terms of popularity. Brother, go for it. Jiang Daodu looked up at the enormous Skyspan River diagram. On her shoulder, the thumb-sized remnant Dao integration stage ghost Yin Tianxing was also watching the arena battles. The Tao Alliance's 9 Zones Geniuses tournament is famous throughout the universe. The human race occupies the best territory in the universe and has also seized the most providence. These geniuses were born with the providence of heaven and earth. How enviable. Yin Tianxing sighed. Aren't the ghosts also blessed by the heavens? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to become one of the peak races in the universe, Jiang Daodu continued. With the restriction on Yin Tianxing, she had a rough understanding of the situation of the ghosts. Master, you must be joking. If it weren't for the existence of the demons, the human race would have already destroyed the ghosts. Yin Tianxing smiled bitterly. Jiang Daodu shook her head. Even without the demons, the ghosts wouldn't have been destroyed because the human race needs an enemy. The universe is fair. If the human race doesn't have an enemy, the universe will definitely create a new one for the human race. Yin Tianxing was stunned for a moment and fell into deep thought. Jiang Daodu smiled and continued to look at the Skyspan River diagram in the sky. The words just now were what Jiang Xi had said to her when he sealed the monsters on Earth. She had only made some slight changes. At that time she had asked Jiang Xi why he didn't destroy all the monsters on Earth. Jiang Xi's answer was that he wanted to find an enemy for the humans on Earth. A race without an enemy would be destroyed sooner or later. Because nature was fair. If you didn't have an enemy, nature would create a new one for you at that time. If you weren't familiar with the new enemy, you might face a disaster. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. This was one of the survival rules that Jiang Xi had taught Jiang Daodu. If you wanted to become stronger and live forever, you had to have a sense of danger. Chapter 331. The 360 arena battles began at the same time. On the combat arena that was tens of thousands of square kilometers, Jiang Xi and another figure appeared at the same time. Who's my opponent? Jiang Xi looked at the other side. Xing Feng? It was a handsome young man, but at this moment he had a sullen expression on his face. It's actually Jiang Xi. If it was before the Qingyun Dao trial, Xing Feng wouldn't take Jiang Xi seriously at all. However, things were completely different now. During the arena battles, very few people were willing to face Jiang Xi. It was because everyone knew too little about Jiang Xi's strength. The most they knew was the information about Jiang Xi's strength in the first stage of the 9 Regions Genius battle. Besides, during the previous Qingyun Dao trial, only the 2 immortals and those Dao integration powerhouses could check the situation in the illusory space. Hence, they had no idea how strong Jiang Xi was, what realm his dermic Dao was at, and what powerful moves he had. If they didn't know their opponent well, they would be at a disadvantage. As long as there's still a chance, we can't give up. The ranking of the trial doesn't completely represent one's strength. I'm good at speed, so I can kill him with my speed. Xing Feng quickly made a judgment with a sullen expression. Kill? With a flash of lightning, he disappeared on the spot. Xing Feng, ranked 372nd in the trial, cultivates the rare dermic Dao, the Dao of lightning, and is good at speed. Jiang Xi was also confident. Whoosh. The Gale domain and the Dao of fire descended at the same time. The wind and fire merged and circled around him. His speed immediately reached the highest. It was a battle of speed. The two of them disappeared from the ring. Those who were weak couldn't see it at all. In the outside world, the people who were watching the battle through the Tongtian mountain and river painting could only see an empty ring. Only powerhouses above the Essence Soul realm could see it clearly. In the ring, Xing Feng's figure flickered like lightning, and his ability to accelerate instantly was even faster than Jiang Xi's. Good opportunity. With his instant acceleration, he appeared beside Jiang Xi. He slashed out with his saber. Kacha. Two sounds sounded at the same time. Two figures reappeared on the arena. Jiang Xi's left arm was broken, but there was a sword in Xing Feng's heart. In this battle, Jiang Xi won. If he entered the top 360 of the finals, he would get at least 1,000 top-grade spiritual crystals and become a disciple of the second sky of the Purple Heaven sect. When the two of them returned to the Green Jade platform, Xing Feng asked Jiang Xi unwillingly, why? His speed was clearly faster. Although your speed is fast, your attacks are not as fast as mine. Jiang Xi said softly. Xing Feng was stunned. Jiang Xi shook his head. Although he had won, he did not relax at all. After all, he had also lost an arm. To be able to reach this step, none of them are weak. The Tao of Lightning is also a rare Tao technique. If his Tao technique was even more profound, my attack speed wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Because it was a battle of speed, it started quickly and ended quickly as well. In the other arenas, there were still many battles going on. Jiang Xi did not say anything more and turned his eyes to the other arenas. Now was a good opportunity to observe his opponents. Mu Ning Song can not only hurt the body but also destroy the soul. This is not the Tao of life but the Tao of death. Jiwei. This freak didn't even move. He just shattered the void and turned his opponent into nothingness. What's that? Poison. What a terrifying move. The opponent was silently struck by it. Jiang Xi watched many arena battles at the same time and learned more about the strength of the other geniuses. For example, this was the first time he had watched Ji Wei's battle at such a close distance. It was much more intuitive than watching the videos before. Although what everyone was showing now might not be their full strength, he could already see a lot. None of these geniuses who have the strength to compete for the top 10 are easy to deal with. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Only by entering the top 10 could they have a chance to compete for the top 3. Swish, swish, swish. Figures appeared on the Green Jade platform from time to time. 360 arena battles ended one after another. Jiang Xi and Mu Ning from the Pale Blue Star region had successfully passed. In other words, all the top 360 geniuses had won, except for a few who had failed. Those who had failed could only accept it helplessly, although they were unwilling. After the third round of arena battles ended, Immortal Liuyang's leisurely voice sounded again. Next is the fourth round of arena battles. This time, our Purple Heaven sect will choose 20 people from those who won just now to compete for the top 10. Many of the 360 geniuses who had just won changed their expressions. This move again. This is too domineering. In this way, the 340 geniuses who were not chosen would have no chance of entering the top 10. They would be directly assigned to the second heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. But this time no one dared to say anything. Immortal Chuha's earlier display of intimidation had made everyone realize one thing. In the eyes of the Purple Heaven sect, they were not as important as they thought. Immortal Liuyang saw that everyone was silent and nodded in satisfaction. He smiled and said, "We have already decided on these 20 people based on the situation of their previous attacks." Based on the situation of their previous attacks? Many people's expressions changed. Some of them had hidden their moves and did not use them. Thus, many people became nervous again. Jiang Xi frowned. He shouldn't have any problems. However, he did not have absolute confidence in the Purple Heaven sect's decision. After all, the Purple Heaven sect used standards to judge. While everyone was nervous, Immortal Liuyang did not keep them in suspense and directly announced, "The list of 20 people is as follows. Ji Wei, Chang Xn, Yan Jiufeng, Luan Ming, Mu Ning, Qingyu, Kuang Lang, Xiao Hu, Jiang Xi, Qiao Guanqing. The duels will be in the order I just announced. The first will be against the second, the third will be against the fourth." Many people who had their names called secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Those whose names were not called were naturally incomparably dejected, their faces filled with bitterness, but soon, everyone turned their attention back to the duels of the 20 people. After the duels were arranged according to the order, everyone became lively. Chang Xian is too tragic. He actually fought against Ji Wei. There is no difference whether he chose or not. Wan Ming against Yan Jiufeng is not good either. Yan Jiufeng's fire fist is too strong. Everyone discussed animatedly. Those who wanted to watch a good show did not mind if it was more exciting. The handsome young man called Chang Xn had a bitter smile on his face. The joy that had just risen was instantly suppressed. 20 people, 10 duels in the arena. Everyone paid close attention to every duel. This was because whoever won this round of duels would enter the top 10 and become a third heaven disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. The 3,600 Dao integration experts standing in the air were also paying attention to the duel arrangements. Jiang Xi against Qiao Guanqing. Many Dao integration experts laughed. This time, there will be a good show. That Jiang Xi is actually going against the disciple of the Five Poisons Devil. Many Dao integration experts laughed and looked at Wei Sheng and the Five Poisons Devil. The Purple Heaven sect's arrangement was really a coincidence. Chapter 332. Five Poisons. Your disciple is in danger. He actually went up against Jiang Xi, a Dao integration stage expert joked. So what? In terms of fighting on the arena, my Five Poisons Dao is not inferior to anyone. Ranking in the trial did not represent one's true strength. My disciple obtained my Five Poison Essence. This Jiang Xi is unlucky to have a showdown with my disciple. The Five Poisons Old Ghost coldly snorted. You sure talk big. Wei Xing sneered. Just watch. The Five Poisons Old Ghost said with a gloomy face, no longer speaking. Wei Sheng's heart sank as he frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. He and the Five Poisons Old Ghost had been enemies for many years, so he was naturally aware of the power of the Five Poisons Dao. Although the Dao of Five Poisons had 5 in its name, it included more than 5 poisons. The more poisons one fused into this Dao, the stronger one's Dao would be. Similarly, the Dao of 5 poisons was not suitable for the Qingyun Dao trial. Just as the Five Poisons Ghost had said, ranking in the trial did not represent one's true strength. His disciple, Qiao Guanqing, ranked 124th in the final trial. But in a true battle on the arena, the advantages of the Dao of 5 poisons were revealed. In the third round of arena battles just now, Qiao Guanqing easily disposed of his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Purple Heaven sect as one of the final 20 people. I just don't know how many types of poisons this little 5 poisons has fused. If there are more than 3,000 types, it will be troublesome. Wei Sheng's gaze landed on riverward. The fourth round of the arena battles was about to begin. On the green jade stone platform, the 20 selected people were observing each other's opponents. Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto a young man with a strange face. This person's clothes were brightly colored, with all kinds of strange poisonous beasts embroidered on them. Just looking at them would make one's heart turn cold. He's Qiao Guanqing, a genius from the True Shen region's Toluo Star region. He cultivates the rare Dao technique, the Dao of 5 poisons. His master is the Dao integration stage expert, the Five Poisons Devil. Jiang Xi's expression was calm, but his heart was not at ease. Before the start of the finals, Earth had sent him the information of Qiao Guanqing's strength. Moreover, he was ranked at the front. He had also seen Qiao Guanqing make a move in the previous round of battle. This person's poison was soundless and could target both the body and the soul. It was even weirder than Mu Ning's Dao of Life. When fighting against such a genius, the slightest carelessness would lead to defeat. Jiang Xi. Qiao Guanqing was also observing Jiang Xi, and a strong desire to fight rose in his heart. His eyes were like those of a snake, flashing with a shrewd light. His long tongue slid out and licked his face. True geniuses were all prideful and believed that they were not inferior to others. Qiao Guanqing wouldn't admit defeat in advance just because Jiang Xi came in second place in the Qingyun Dao trial. Unless Jiang Xi was like Ji Wei, whose strength far surpassed theirs. On the green jade platform there were only 10 fighting arenas left. Each area was still tens of thousands of square kilometers and was covered by a formation boundary. Immortal Yi Liang waved his sleeve and the 20 people disappeared. The battle for the top 10 began at the same time. Jiang Xi and Qiao Guanqing appeared on one of the arenas. Their auras instantly rose to the peak. Jiang Xi, today I'm going to let you know that the ranking in the trial does not represent one's true strength. Even if I'm in 124th place, I can still kill you, the one in second place. Qiao Guanqing sneered and licked his face with his snake-like tongue. Cut the crap, let's fight. Jiang Xi refused to admit defeat. There was a buzz. The sword shadow trembled slightly, and the space in the combat arena began to vibrate. His body swayed and he dashed out. He left behind several phantoms and it was unknown which one was the real body. On the opposite side, Qiao Guanqing was surprisingly calm. The weapon in his hand was a snake staff. The powerful Tao runes, mixed with thousands of chilling auras, immediately spread out. There's more than 5 poisons. In the sky above the 10 arenas. Oh no! Wei Sheng's expression changed. His spiritual senses discovered that Jiang Xi had already been poisoned as soon as the arena battle began. There were thousands of poisons, but it was not easy to integrate them into one's dermic Tao. At this moment, the 5 poison Tao that Qiao Guanqing cast had already fused 5,000 poisons. Rare dermic Tao, 5 poison Tao level 5 realm. The strength that Qiao Guanqing unleashed was not inferior to Jiang Xi's. Could it be that Jiang Xi has no fate with the top 10? Wei Sheng could not help but worry for Jiang Xi. With this defeat, he could only enter the Purple Heaven sect's second heaven. Below, almost instantly Jiang Xi approached the shocked Qiao Guanqing. Under the Gale domain with Jiang Xi's speed, the other party had no chance to react. After all, this combat arena was only tens of thousands of square kilometers in length and width. Whoosh! With a slash of his sword, Qiao Guanqing suddenly dissipated like a bubble. Oh no! Jiang Xi was shocked. The Qiao Guanqing in front of him was actually an illusion. He's poisoned. Jiang Xi reacted immediately. The Tao of fire descended instantly. In addition to the Gale domain, the wind helped the fire. However, these attacks were not targeted at Qiao Guanqing but at himself. Because fire suppressed poison, Jiang Xi's body was being roasted by the Tao of fire. The pain of being in purgatory filled his mind. His skin and flesh were quickly burned, and many of his bones were clearly visible. This method was very dangerous. If he did not control it well, he would be burned to death. However, the poison that had silently entered his body was also burned to ashes. Crash! The space in front of Jiang Xi shattered like a water curtain. Now's the time. He revealed his eerie white bony arm, holding a long sword, and suddenly stabbed out. What? He actually cured my poison. That's a Tao technique that combines 5,000 types of strange poisons. Qiao Guanqing, who had already attacked Jiang Xi's side, was shocked. Qi. The sword pierced through the space and pierced Qiao Guanqing's body. Jiang Xi won. Swoosh. The two figures reappeared on the green jade platform. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Qiao Guanqing roared unwillingly and smashed the ground with force. If he lost this round, he could only enter the second heaven. However, his strength was qualified to enter the third heaven. The difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. On the other hand, Jiang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call and he almost lost. It's really impossible to guard against poison-related Tao techniques. If the poison was detoxified a little slower, Qiao Guanqing would have burned him to death. Looking at his unscathed body, Riverward chuckled. Fortunately, be it the Qingyun Tao trial or the arena battle, the injuries he suffered were all temporary. Once the battle was over, his body would recover. In the sky above the green jade platform, Wei Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Xi's reaction was quick and ruthless enough. He thought of burning himself with leaf fire to detoxify the poison in his body. He smiled and looked at the 5 poisons old ghost who was not far away. However, this time he did not go over to engage in a verbal exchange. It was not worthwhile. The 5 poisons old ghost's face was extremely sullen. The disciple he valued the most actually lost. What a ruthless little guy. He sighed. Faced with such a result, he was speechless. Not only was Jiang Xi strong, he was also so ruthless to himself. Against such a ruthless person, his disciple deserved to lose. Chapter 333. Very quickly, the 10 arena battles had all ended. The victors were the 10 strongest geniuses of this year's 9 Zones Genius Tournament. This time, not only were there golden rankings, but the Skyspan River diagram had also spread their appearances throughout the 9 Zones Tao Alliance. Jiwei Yanjiufeng Mo Hong Muning Jiang Xi, Li Xianxian Feng Lu Linling Quang Lang and Xiang Nantian. The 10 of them stood in a row. Immortal Iliang stood in the starry sky and chuckled. Very good. Your performance just now has proven your strength. However, the competition is cruel. If you want better treatment and resources, you'll have to continue to work hard. Next up is the 5th round of matches. The victors will advance and the losers will withdraw. This time, the arrangement of the matches. He purposely paused here. Apart from Jiwei, the 10 strongest geniuses of the human race were all nervous. At the same time, they were all silently praying that they could not meet that freak Jiwei. They were already in the top 10, and the 3 spots for the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect were right in front of them. If they met that freak, they would be gone. We'll draw lots to decide. Immortal Ilyang continued. Draw lots, fuck. The geniuses, including Jiang Xi, were all speechless. They still had to be nervous. This arrangement was completely based on luck. Then Immortal Ilyang waved his sleeve. A wooden box that blocked out spiritual sense appeared in front of everyone. There were 5 pairs of balls inside, and each pair was marked with the same number. The 2 who drew the same number would fight each other. The 10 of them stepped forward to draw lots. Ji Wei was the first, and he expressionlessly took out a ball. The number was 5. Thus the other 9 became even more nervous. Second, Yen Jiufeng. The number was 1. Third, Mo Hong. The number was 3. Fourth, Muning. The number was 5. Whoosh. The crowd of Dao integration experts and geniuses instantly became lively. As a Dao integration expert of the Pale Blue Star region, Wei Sheng could only shake his head with a wry smile. Muning's luck was too bad. In this year's 9 Zones Genius Tournament, there were 3 geniuses who cultivated special Daos of heaven and earth: Ji Wei, Muning, and Mo Hong. This could be seen from the fact that the Purple Heaven sect had given 3 spots for the 4th heaven. Everyone had high hopes for these 3 geniuses. Now 2 of them have met. The loser would lose the opportunity to fight for a place in the 4th heaven. No matter how he looked at it, Muning was going to lose. The remaining 6 geniuses who had yet to draw their lots let out sighs of relief. Jiang Xi patted Muning on the shoulder and comforted him. Good luck, little brother. She wasn't gloating over his misfortune. She was sincerely comforting him. But Muning was very calm. He smiled and said, "Didn't you say so? It's not time to admit defeat yet." "Good luck," Jiang Xi encouraged. Then Jiang Xi's group of 6 also finished drawing lots. 10 people and 5 matches were announced. Ji Wei, Muning, Yen Jiufeng, Lin Linger, Mo Hong, Li Xinxin, Jiang Xi, Wild Waves, Xiang Nantian, and Feng Lu. Wild Waves? Jiang Xi didn't underestimate his opponent. He would treat any opponent seriously. Jiang Xi, pay attention to Kuang Lang, Muning reminded. Kuang Lang. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at the young man with snow-white hair. According to the information that Earth had sent him previously, Kuang Lang cultivated an ordinary Dao technique, the mystic water Dao, and he had already reached the 8th realm. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that his performance didn't quite match his name. He was neither wild nor reckless, and he was inconspicuous. Besides, he had rushed up from the 360th place in the Qingyun Dao trial. There were only a few people who could do that. In general, Kuang Lang was the steady type. Be it the Qingyun Dao trial or the 3 rounds of the arena battle. He barely passed the top 10 out of 20. That was the problem. The 8th realm of the ordinary Dao of heaven and earth was only equivalent to the 4th realm of the rare Dao of heaven and earth. The strength of such a Dao technique was definitely the lowest among the top 10. In fact, the 10 people who lost just now were stronger than Kuang Lang in Dao techniques. He entered the top 10 with the mystic water Dao? Jiang Xi immediately became wary. Not simple. In the sky above the arena. This Kuang Lang is not simple. Wei Xing sighed softly. Yes, he entered the top 10 with only an ordinary Dao of heaven and earth of the 8th realm. Such a situation has never happened in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Other Dao integration powerhouses chimed in. I've specially checked his information. Before the 9 Regions Genius Battle, this kid had lived on a remote planet in the 9 Regions Genius Battle. There's very little information about him. A Dao integration powerhouse from the 9 Nether Star region frowned slightly. Kuang Lang was from the 9 Nether Star region. While everyone was thinking about this, the 5th round of the arena battle began. Jiang Xi and the other 10 people appeared in the 5 arenas. Each arena was still tens of thousands of square kilometers in size and was shrouded in an array formation barrier. Since the competition had progressed to this point, no one bothered to bicker before the competition. They were all the top geniuses of the human race and wouldn't be affected by bickering at all. They attacked directly. Kuang Lang's previously silent posture suddenly changed, and he began to laugh wildly. I've endured it for so long, and now I can finally attack with all my might. Jiang Xi, you are qualified to see my strongest means. Frost. Wu. Suddenly ice and frost raged in the arena, sweeping and howling like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. This is a rare Taoist technique, the Frost Dao. And it's already at the 6th realm. This kid hit it too well. This Taoist technique is almost the same as the other top 10 geniuses. And he has an ordinary Taoist technique, the mystic water Dao, at the 8th realm. I just don't know if he has fused his Taoist techniques. The Frost Dao evolved from a water-type Taoist technique. He has cultivated it to such a high level. It's impossible that he hasn't fused it. The Dao integration powerhouses were shocked by Kuang Lang's sudden outburst. Jiang Xi is in danger. Wei Xing let out a long sigh. He had thought that the two geniuses of the Blue Star region could still strive to enter the top 5. However, Mu Ning encountered Ji Wei, and Jiang Xi encountered another person who hid his strength so well. Among the geniuses in this competition, only Jiang Xi had fused Taoist techniques. Now there was another one. There were very few people like Jiang Xi and Kuang Lang, who could reach a high level in several Taoist techniques. This was because most of the cultivators who participated in the 9 regions genius competition were young. They rarely had the opportunity to cultivate multiple Taoist techniques. Even if they did, they would only specialize in one. In the arena, Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. The Frost Dao, this old fox. Through the Taoist rhymes he recognized that Kuang Lang's rare Frost Dao was already at the 6th realm. His Taoist technique was far superior to his. Moreover, Frost itself restrained fire and gale. In addition, this arena with an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers looked very large. In fact, it was only 100 kilometers in length and width. In the eyes of cultivators at their level, it could only be said to be very small. This was a bit of a disadvantage for those who were good at speed. The distance was short and it was difficult to fully utilize the advantage of speed. Therefore, the current situation was very bad for Jiang Xi. Chapter 334. On the contrary, in this narrow space, the power of Dao techniques such as the Dao of Frost could be exerted to a greater extent. Therefore, when the 6th level of the Dao of Frost descended, Jiang Xi's Dao of Fire and Gale domain were suppressed within 100 meters of his body. The power of Dao runes and domain couldn't get out at all. Kill! Kuang Lang shouted. The frost saber slashed out with a majestic aura. Jiang Xi's figure flickered. Under the situation of wind and fire, he constantly changed his position in the roaring frost arena. He was looking for an opportunity to get close to his opponent. His speed wanted to reach the extreme. But then, crack! Frost quickly condensed around Jiang Xi, limiting his range of movement. At this moment, Kuang Lang's saber slashed out and attacked in front of him. Clang! 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 Jiang Xi's sword light flashed continuously, blocking Kuang Lang's frost saber. He can actually block my Dao of Frost. Kuang Lang's expression changed slightly. The opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Can I only use that move? Kuang Lang's eyes focused. Although he was arrogant, his mind was extremely calm and clear. The frost saber suddenly had an additional Dao rune like ripples of water. Dao of Mystic Water. Then the saber slashed out again. Like a frost dragon flying and roaring, it swept through the arena. Jiang Xi's space of movement was completely restricted. This move could only be blocked, not dodged. Sure enough, he also knows the Dao technique fusion technique. Jiang Xi was somewhat helpless. He had already expected this. The rare 6th level of the Dao of Frost. The ordinary 8th level of the Dao of Mystic Water. The power of the fusion was not inferior to his 3 great Dao technique fusion technique. It's not time to admit defeat. Jiang Xi remained calm. His strongest attack was also used again. With the sword domain as the core, the Dao of Fire and Gale domain were all integrated into it. 3 great Dao techniques fusion. A sword suddenly slashed out a dark red sword shadow, like a gust of wind, pierced through the space and passed through the frost. Boom. Deafening booms continuously reverberated within the combat arena. Another person was left standing and another had fallen. Kuang Lang won, but his expression was very ugly. He looked at the silver-white armor on his body. This was a battle armor formed by the fusion of the Dao of Frost and the Dao of Mystic Water. It was his strongest defense. However, at this moment, there was a hole in the chest of the armor, a fatal point. If it wasn't for the Dao of Ice restraining wind and fire, I would have been the one to fall. Kuang Lang's expression was complicated. Whoosh! Jiang Xi returned to the green jade platform and shook his head. What a pity, what a pity. His Dao technique just happened to be countered by the wild waves. The Dao of Fire and the Gale domain couldn't unleash their full power. In terms of the power of their strongest attacks, it was hard to say who was stronger. However, this defeat meant that he had no fate with the 4th layer of heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. My absolute strength is still not enough. If my Li Fire Dao was 1 level higher, I would have been able to defeat him. Or if I make a breakthrough in either the Gale domain or the Sword domain, even if my Dao and Dharma counter each other, I can still win. Jiang Xi shook his head and pushed his disappointment aside. What a pity, what a pity. Wei Xing and many other Dao integration experts were also sighing. What Jiang Xi could understand they could naturally understand as well. Just now Jiang Xi had almost won. He lost because his Dao and Dharma countered each other. As everyone knew, the more Dao techniques fused, the stronger the power of a Dao fusion technique. Although Jiang Xi's single Dao technique realm was not as high as Kuang Lang's, with the fusion of 3 major Dao techniques, he was not inferior to Kuang Lang. In addition, the arena battle was not suitable for speed. If it was in a more open place, Jiang Xi might have a higher chance of winning. That young man Mu Ning is also hiding something. Suddenly, a Dao integration expert exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the arena where Ji Wei and Mu Ning were fighting. At the same time, Jiang Xi and the others, as well as more than 3,000 other geniuses, were also paying attention to this battle. Mu Ning is also hiding his strength. Many people exclaimed. In the arena, the 2 young men who possessed special Dao of heaven and earth were each displaying their own techniques. When the Dao of the void descended, the void had already shattered. Ji Wei's body split into thousands, shuttling through the various fragment spaces. The long sword in his hand strangely appeared around Mu Ning. But Mu Ning did not move, playing his bamboo flute. The faint sound of the flute spoke of the silence and emptiness of the night. 4th song, Full Moon. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. He could also tell through the array formation barrier of the arena. The full moon song that Mu Ning was playing now was stronger and of a higher realm than the last time they fought. This was the 5th level of the special Dao of life, equivalent to the 10th level of the rare Dao of heaven and earth, a complete rare Dao of heaven and earth. It far surpassed the other geniuses except for Ji Wei. Facing Ji Wei's surprise attack, Mu Ning's flute suddenly turned lower. Boom boom boom. Close to 10,000 translucent feet appeared in the arena space, kicking towards the fragmented space. Ji Wei's thousands of figures were instantly reduced to nothingness. The expression of this young man who had always been cold, also changed. Mu Ning's strength had exceeded his expectations. No one can stop me. Ji Wei regained his calm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, waves of ripples appeared in the void. The shattered space was like a mirror, becoming even more shattered. Ji Wei's feet moved and he traveled through the shattered space at an extreme speed. Nearly 20,000 figures appeared in the arena at the same time, each of them exuding a terrifying and strange aura. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. In the starry sky, Immortal Iliang shook his head. This young man is going straight for the Dao. He's very ambitious. He wants to step into the Dao immortal realm in one step. This kind of ambition hasn't appeared in many years. Immortal Chuho was also stunned. More than 100 million years. Immortal Iliang answered for him. The 2 immortals were instantly filled with emotions and they felt a small blow. Below, in the air above the green jade platform. His Dao of nothingness is actually at the 8th level. A Dao integration expert couldn't help but exclaim. It's 2 levels higher than what was shown in the previous trial. What a terrifying young man. A Dao integration expert laughed bitterly. If they were only cultivators who had just entered the Dao integration stage, it would be very difficult for them to easily defeat this young man. The group of Dao integration experts couldn't hide their voices. Therefore, the 3,000 or so geniuses below also heard them. 8 levels of the special Dao of heaven and earth. No wonder he was so far ahead of them. He was a genius that only appeared once in a million years. Everyone felt a deep sense of pressure. Being in the same generation as such a genius. It was an honor but also a tragedy. Jiang Xi let out a long breath, releasing the pressure in his heart. According to the spiritual power amplitude on the experience panel, he calculated. The maximum amplitude of a rare Dao of heaven and earth was twice that of a normal Dao of heaven and earth. And the maximum amplitude of a special Dao of heaven and earth was twice that of a rare Dao of heaven and earth. In other words, Ji Wei's spiritual power amplitude had already reached 1,600 times. I'm only 370 times. Chapter 335. 370 times versus 1,600 times. The difference was too great. Jiang Xi shook his head and continued to watch the battle. It was obvious that after Ji Wei displayed his strongest move, Mu Ning had lost this battle. Swoosh. Ji Wei reappeared on the green jade platform expressionlessly and then occupied a corner by himself. Mu Ning, on the other hand, was heartless. After leaving the arena, he was beaming with joy. Aren't you disappointed at all? Jiang Xi was very puzzled. The strength that Mu Ning displayed just now was definitely the strongest apart from Ji Wei. He had a chance to enter the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. What's there to be disappointed about? I've displayed all my strength but I still lost. There's nothing I can do. As long as I know that I'm still improving, I might catch up one day. Mu Ning's eyes were pure. Speaking of which, how did you lose? He asked Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi had a constipated expression. According to Mu Ning, he belonged to the category of people who had not displayed their strength. He briefly explained the situation of his battle with Kuang Lang. Haha, I think you're the one who should be disappointed the most. Mu Ning laughed. Next, the other 3 arena battles were also carried out at the same time. Once again, it proved that the geniuses who could enter the top 10 of the finals were not simple. Yan Jiufeng, who was ranked 3rd in the trial, had reached the 6th realm of his rare Dao technique, the Dao of Crimson Flames. A pair of fiery fists were incomparably violent, smashing Lin Linger's thousands of puppets into pieces. Even Lin Linger's Dao of Puppets was also a rare Dao technique and was also at the 6th realm. Unfortunately, she was still no match for Yan Jiufeng's fiery fists in the arena. Li Xianxian, who cultivated the rare Dao technique, the Dao of Charm, was dressed in a light muslin and was extremely seductive. Her every frown and smile made one's blood boil. But coincidentally, she met Mo Hong, who cultivated the Dao of Righteousness. The scholarly Mo Hong displayed the Dao of Righteousness, a special Dao technique, to the extreme. Although it was only at the 4th realm, it perfectly countered the rare Dao of Charm of the 6th realm in the battle between the scholar and the fox. The scholar won in the end. The final battle between Blood Boy and Feng Lu was much more ordinary. The two of them cultivated the rare Dao techniques, the Dao of Blood Fury and the Dao of Gale respectively. Both of them were at the 5th level. Unfortunately, in terms of killing, Bloodchild's Blood Fiend Dao was superior. Furthermore, Blood Boy gave off the feeling that he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had rich combat experience. There was madness in his eyes, but he was extremely determined. Jiang Xi seemed to see the figure of old ancestor Qing Xian in the Bloodchild. He did not forget the threat that had been lurking in the dark. Bloodchild was very similar to old ancestor Qing Xian, but the latter was slightly stronger. In addition, through this battle, Jiang Xi had also witnessed the power of the Gale Path in advance and learned a lot. On the arena, Xue Tong's 10,000 blades struck out and killed Feng Lu. At this point, the top 5 had all appeared. Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, Mo Hong, Kuang Lang and Bloodchild. The 5 of them had different expressions. Some were cold, some were lively, some were indifferent, some were arrogant, and some were crazy. Immortal Yi Liang had a kind smile on his face as he spoke again. The 5 battles were very exciting. You are all the most talented geniuses of the human race in this era. However, as I said before, resources are limited. The 5 of you who win will enter the final round of the round-robin competition. Each of you will have 4 battles, and the top 3 will be determined according to the number of victories you have. Among the top 5 geniuses, other than Ji Wei, the other 4 heaved a sigh of relief. They finally did not have to rely on luck anymore. Soon the 5 of them began their battles. Jiang Xi and the others, who had just been defeated, could finally enjoy the show. This Kuang Lang is really strong. I didn't expect him to hide so well. Mu Ning shook his head. Just now, Kuang Lang had used the fusion of the Dao of Frost and the Dao of Mystic Water to defeat Mo Hong and Feng Lu in succession. The narrow arena gave Wild Waves an advantage in disguise, even though Mo Hong's 4th level of the Path of Righteousness was equivalent to a rare 8th level Dao of Heaven and Earth. He was still no match for Kuang Lang. This guy hid too well. Moreover, after he completely revealed his strength, he no longer hid his personality. It was completely in line with his name. He was very wild and unrestrained. This Kuang Lang was not the same Kuang Lang. In a battle between experts, victory was often decided in an instant. Therefore, the results of the round-robin matches for the top 5 were out very quickly. Ji Wei won all 4 battles. Yan Jiufeng won 3 and lost 1, Kuang Lang won 2 and lost 2, Xue Tong won 1 and lost 3, and Mo Hong lost all. Top 3, Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, Kuang Lang. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Kuang Lang, who had unleashed all his strength in the battle with Jiang Xi, actually rushed all the way to 3rd place and entered the 4th level of the Purple Heaven sect. And Mo Hong, who was favored by the Purple Heaven sect before the competition, lost all 4 battles. Kuang Lang's previous low profile and his current arrogance formed a huge contrast. At this moment, whether it was in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram or outside, everyone remembered his name. He had truly become famous in the universe. In addition, because of Kuang Lang's rise. The scene of Yan Jiufeng unleashing all her strength was not as shocking. When she fought with Ji Wei, she displayed the rare 9th level Dao of Crimson Flame. She could be said to be the contestant who was best at hiding her strength. Being able to get second place was well deserved. Of course, what made everyone feel the most regretful was still Mu Ning. Mu Ning's Dao was obviously stronger than Yan Jiufeng's and Kuang Lang's. But he was unlucky, so there was nothing he could do. In comparison, there were very few people who felt sorry for Jiang Xi now. Jiang Xi also realized this point. If they were to draw lots again without considering luck, it would indeed be very difficult for him to get into the top 3 with his strength. There are too many monsters. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. It was not time to admit defeat yet. The road had just begun. At this moment, Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He finally came down from the starry sky. Their figures returned to normal, and they arrived in front of the 3,600 geniuses. But they did not speak. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. In the starry sky, a figure wearing blood-red armor silently appeared. This person had an iron-blooded aura, and he emitted a powerful aura, as if he faintly merged with the entire starry sky. It was True Lord Iron Mountain, who had appeared once before the finals. Greetings, True Lord Iron Mountain. The two immortals, 3,600 Dao integration experts, and 3,600 young geniuses all bowed in unison. True Lord Iron Mountain's resolute face scanned the crowd, and his hoarse voice resounded throughout the starry sky. Very good. After 10 years, the strongest geniuses of the human race have been selected. This year's finals of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament is the most exciting one in tens of thousands of years. According to the rules, the 3613,600, 11 to 360, 4 to 10, and top 3 will enter the top 4 heavens of the Purple Heaven sect. In terms of cultivation resources, the Purple Heaven sect is the best in the 9 regions of the Dao Alliance. I hope that after you enter the Purple Heaven sect, you can use these resources to continue cultivating diligently. 10,000 years later or 100,000 years later, you will be able to see your figures in the forest of human powerhouses. His words made the hearts of the 3,600 geniuses surge with emotion. 10,000 years, 100,000 years. In other words, they had to at least reach the Dao integration stage. No, the Dao integration stage was too low. True Lord Iron Mountain's expectations for them were obviously above the Tribulation Transcender stage. True Lord Iron Mountain continued, next, report your locations. A year later, I will send people to your planets to bring you to the Dao Alliance's heavenly court, and from there, you will go to the ancient Dao origin world. You should also properly bid farewell to your families, as this will be a long cultivation journey. Chapter 336. Planet Songlan Waterfront City, Lil P Manor. Jiang Xi woke up from his meditation in a cultivation room covered by a defensive formation. His spiritual sense left the sky-piercing mountain river diagram. It's finally over. Jiang Xi let out a long sigh. He didn't leave the cultivation room immediately. His emotions were a little complicated. Before opening the sky-piercing mountain river diagram, Immortal Yi Liang had said something when the 3,600 geniuses reported their coordinates. This made everyone understand why True Monarch Iron Mountain had said, "This is a long journey. It's going to be a long journey of cultivation." He wants them to bid farewell to their families. Because it was indeed a long journey. Next, the 3,600 geniuses would head to the ancient Dao origin world to cultivate for 30 years. It was worth mentioning that the ancient Dao origin world had a mystical place. The flow of time was different from that of the original universe. 30 years in the ancient Dao origin world was equivalent to 108 years in the original universe. By the time they left the ancient Dao origin world, more than 100 years would have passed. However, this wasn't the end. Next, they would enter the Purple Heaven sect's 9th heaven to cultivate. Just like Li Bai entering the Dao Alliance's flowing time hall, they couldn't leave easily if they didn't succeed in their cultivation. Once I leave, I don't know when I'll be back again. Jiang Xi shook his head and buried these emotions in his heart. He stood up and walked out of the cultivation room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Daodu standing in front of the door. She was pleasantly surprised and smiled. "Big brother, is it okay to congratulate me this time?" "Top 10, barely." Jiang Xi pretended to be deep in thought. "Ah, you're bragging again. Let's go. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Let's have some fun." Jiang Xi didn't continue arguing with her. He pulled her along and was about to go shopping. However, Jiang Daodu didn't follow. "Big brother, Oldine already told me. Jiang Daodu was very calm. What did he say? Jiang Ci turned around to take a look about the ancient Dao origin world. Old Yin said that time passes very slowly there. 1 year is equivalent to 6 years in the original universe. Jiang Ci fell silent. Will the next time we meet again be 100 years later? Jiang Dudu asked again. Yes. Jiang Ci sighed softly. That's great. Jiang Dudu suddenly became excited. Seeing the confusion on Jiang Ci's face, Jiang Dudu laughed. Allow me to keep you in suspense. You'll know in 100 years. Jiang Ci felt helpless. Why was this reaction different from what he had expected? However, he did not pursue the matter. In any case, the two of them could communicate with one another using their communication beads. Immortal Yi Liang had already told everyone that the ancient Dao origin world was also within the range of the Eye of Heaven. In the end, the two of them didn't go shopping. Jiang Dudu had gone to deal with the matters of the Star Trade Group. She had placed great importance on the Mountain Sea Star Trade. With the rise of Jiang Ci in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, the business of Mountain and Sea Star Trade in the Pale Blue Star region was getting better and better. With more business, there would naturally be more things to do. Therefore, Jiang Ci was left alone to guard Lil Pi Manor. I can't relax in this 1 year. Jiang Ci entered a state of cultivation again. The arena battles in the final stage of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament had made him fully aware of this point. Some geniuses were not that bad even if they did not use cheats. Talent was a cheat to begin with. Of course, if the cultivation time was taken into account, then no one could compare to him. He had cultivated for less than 50 years, but he was already comparable to those geniuses who had cultivated for hundreds of years. It was truly heaven-defying. In addition, apart from these realizations, Jiang Ci also discovered a problem that was worth paying attention to. After my spiritual consciousness enters the sky-piercing mountain and river painting, my body will be in a state of meditation and cultivation. I won't be able to refine spiritual objects to obtain large amounts of spiritual qi. As a result, I won't be able to use the experience points panel to quickly increase my cultivation or Dao experience. If I encounter a similar situation in the future and am in danger, then I'll be in trouble. The experience points panel will be greatly reduced. During the 5 years of the Qingyun Dao trial, he had been thinking about this problem. He had to think of a way to refine spiritual objects at any time and place so that he could increase his cultivation whenever he wanted. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ci came up with an answer. Avatar. In layman's terms, it was an avatar. In Master's Inherited Memories, there are many secret techniques and strange techniques, among which is the method to refine an avatar. I can be sure that the cultivation levels of the main body and the avatar are definitely not the same. It might be possible to use Dao techniques. The only problem is that I don't know if the experience points panel can be used on the avatar. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I have to give it a try. I can take advantage of this 1 year to refine an avatar. Jiang Ci quickly went through these ideas in his mind. After making a decision, he began to prepare to implement it. Refining an avatar was not as simple as splitting the body in half with a crack. It was not as simple as plucking a strand of hair. Those were all great mystical abilities. At least, Jiang Ci did not find any in Taoist Ji's inherited memories. I need the Origin Enlightening Spirit Pearl as a carrier for the avatar. I also need the Spirit Accumulation Fruit to restore my spiritual consciousness. Taoist Ji's avatar method was to first refine a new body with the help of external objects. Then he would separate a part of his spiritual consciousness and inject it into it. After nourishing it, he would finally refine it into an avatar. It's just that these two things are rare. It's very difficult to buy them outside with money. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci smiled. He might have worried in the past, but there was no need for that now. He took out the communication pearl and moved his spiritual consciousness. The communication pearl projected a 3-dimensional phantom. The Eye of Heaven was equivalent to a heavenly network that covered the entire universe. Using the communication pearl, one could connect to this heavenly network. However, ever since he stepped into the starry sky, Jiang Ci used the communication function of the heavenly network and rarely used other functions. Enter the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion. With the control of Jiang Ci's mind, the 3-dimensional phantom in front of him changed into a virtual mall. Only the disciples of the Purple Heaven Sect could enter the treasure pavilion of the Purple Heaven Sect. And he was now a disciple of the 3rd heaven of the Purple Heaven Sect. His privileges were second only to those of the 4th heaven. There was no problem. Search for the Origin Enlightening Spirit Pearl and the Spirit Accumulation Fruit. Jiang Xi didn't browse other items but directly found what he needed. In the three-dimensional Phantom Virtual Mall, almost instantly 2 items appeared. Origin Enlightening Spirit Pearl, 50 points for 1. It's a special magic treasure with no attributes. It's usually used to refine an avatar. Only disciples of the second heaven and above can buy it. Spirit Accumulation Fruit, 10 points for 1. It can heal spiritual consciousness injuries below the unification stage. Only disciples of the first heaven and above can buy it. Note: 1 point equals 100 top-grade spirit crystals. The treasure pavilion of the Purple Heaven sect seemed to know that it was Jiang Xi's first time here, so it specifically reminded him how to exchange points and spirit crystals. Jiang Xi looked at his account balance again. Balance, 10,000. 12 top-grade spirit crystals. After conversion, it was only 100 points. It's really shady. Chapter 337. Account balance, 10,000. 12 Supreme-grade spirit crystals. 10,000 Supreme-grade spirit crystals was one of the rewards for Jiang Xi winning the 9 Regions Genius Battle. After the 9 Regions Genius Battle ended, the Purple Heaven sect transferred the money to his account in the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank. As for the 12 Supreme-grade spirit crystals, he had saved them in the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank. 60 points is equivalent to 6,000 Supreme-grade spirit crystals, which is equivalent to 6 billion inferior-grade spirit crystals. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He still had to buy what he needed. He filled in the address, completed the debit and waited for the express delivery. Not only did he need to refine a clone, but Jiang Xi also knew that he needed to upgrade his equipment. The superior-grade spirit artifact longsword could not keep up with his strength. During the 9 Regions Genius Battle, he had only materialized supreme-grade spirit artifacts in the Tongtian Mountain River painting. Therefore he changed his equipment in the Purple Heaven sect's treasure pavilion. He bought a supreme-grade spirit artifact longsword with 10 points, which was still very similar to the Killing Shadow Sword. He bought a supreme-grade spirit artifact battle suit with 20 points. After spending these 2 items he spent another 3,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. He had just received the 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals from the 9 Regions Genius Battle, but he had already spent 9,000 of them, 9 billion inferior-grade spirit crystals. It was equivalent to 9 mountains and sea star markets. Jiang Dudu had to work hard for nearly 200 years. It's all in terms of strength. It's not a loss at all. Jiang Xi comforted himself. While waiting for the express delivery, he received thousands of requests for visits and invitations. They were all from the top immortal Tao sects and ancient forces in the Kanglan Star Zone and the neighboring star zones. Jiang Xi only picked a few important ones such as the Tsangyun sect master Wu Kuei, the Four Symbols sect master Yi Shan, and the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's Kanglan Star Law Enforcement Commander Earth. Everyone gathered in Dao Du Manor for a day and then left. Jiang Xi's status now was different from 10 years ago. In comparison, he was not inferior to the leaders of the major forces who were in the late-stage Essence Soul realm. Moreover, he had more room to rise. During this gathering, the Tsangyun sect master Wu Kuei also fulfilled the promise he made to the public after the Qingyun Dao trial ended. At that time, Jiang Xi had obtained second place in the trial. Wu Kuei promised to give Jiang Xi one of the life galaxies under the Tsangyun sect's actual control. Jiang Xi didn't decline. He took the astrolabe and started picking. In the end, he chose a galaxy called the Silver Platter Galaxy without batting an eyelid. This was a medium life star system with more than 40,000 life planets. Wu Kuei didn't say anything either. He immediately applied to the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance to transfer control of the Silver Plate star system to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi changed the name of the Silver Plate Galaxy to the Milky Way Galaxy, because it was originally the Milky Way Galaxy. Among them, the asteroid belt that surrounded the solar system was located in the Milky Way. Why did Taoist Gu leave behind the interstellar coordinates of the blue planet in his inherited memories? It was because Earth was located in the blue star region. This did not arouse Wu Kuei's suspicion. After all, the asteroid belt had existed for a long time. It was just a slightly mysterious celestial body in the universe. Only some adventurous space hunters would pay attention to it. A top immortal sect like the Tsangyun sect, which ruled more than 80,000 life star systems, rarely paid attention to such small matters. As a result, Jiang Xi was promoted from the Lord of Earth to the Lord of the Milky Way. The actual jurisdiction of the Milky Way Galaxy was handed over to Jiang Daodu. In the future, this would be the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade. after dealing with these human affairs. In just 3 days a courier came to his door. Of course it wasn't an ordinary courier. It was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He was dressed formally and looked very serious. "Senior brother Jiang Xi, this is your thing." Judging from his words, the other party seemed to be a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. However, Jiang Xi didn't delve into it. After signing for it, the other party quickly left. Next, Jiang Xi returned to Earth alone and began to refine a clone at the same time. He didn't stop deducing Dao techniques. The Sword Domain and the Gale Domain were the key points of the next breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Earth, Kunlun Mountain Range, Jade Pool Secret Realm. Jiang Xi passed through the stone door at the lake at the top of the Tongtian Mountain and came out of the second cave of the Jade Pool Secret Realm. "I don't know where the Tongtian Tower is hidden." Jiang Xi shook his head. In fact, 20 years ago when Earth was facing the crisis of the Qingxian sect, he, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai had entered the second cave of the Jade Pool Secret Realm to find a way to deal with the head of the Qingxian sect. Then they found out that the Tongtian Tower had disappeared. The three of them also looked for it for a while. But in the end they found nothing and couldn't find it. Moreover, Jiang Xi had another discovery. With his strength at the nascent soul stage, he couldn't see through the second cave of the Jade Pool Secret Realm. His range of activity was limited to the green Jade Pool Lake. When he reached the edge of the lake he couldn't get out. There was a formation enchantment that he couldn't detect. Mysterious. Now his actual combat power had already reached the nascent soul stage, but he still couldn't see through it. In this year Jiang Xi came here many times. He wanted to re-enter the Tongtian Tower and ask An Shang what the Tongtian Mountain River diagram had to do with the Tongtian Tower. Not only the name but also the Lingwan Road and the Qingyun Path. They were too similar. Looks like I can only wait until my cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage. According to An Shang, there would only be great benefits for him when he reached the nascent soul stage. In the short term there was no chance. He was about to set off for the ancient Dao source world, and he didn't know when he would be back. Then Jiang Xi returned to Shentian City. In a secret dark room. His 3 servants Hu Yen, Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong were still guarding here. "Lord Jiang Xi." The 3 of them bowed respectfully. "After I leave, I'll leave Earth to the 3 of you. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can send a message to me or my elder brother," Jiang Xi said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, Lord." Jiang Xi nodded. In the past 10 years of the 9 regions genius battle, the number of golden core cultivators on Earth had increased by a lot. However, there were still no nascent soul cultivators. Even if there were nascent soul cultivators, Hu Yan and the other 2 could easily deal with them. After all, Hu Yan's talent was not bad. He could comprehend a Dao domain at the golden core stage. Now, Hu Yan was already at the nascent soul stage and was even stronger. After giving these instructions, Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness scanned the vibrant land of Earth. Then he entered the teleportation array with some sadness. The space changed, and his figure appeared in the main hall of the Moon's Moon Palace. He didn't leave the dilapidated palace immediately. Instead, he entered an inconspicuous side hall, where he had set up an array formation. Inside the formation array was a handsome young man with the same figure and appearance as him. Main body. Clone. The 2 of them spoke at the same time and laughed at the same time. Of course, this was a self-directed conversation. Their thoughts were connected and they only had one consciousness. This feeling is quite strange. One consciousness could control 2 bodies. At the same time, the 2 bodies could do different things. Chapter 338. His main body and avatar stood opposite each other. Experience panel. Jiang Xi muttered in his heart. Cultivation. Main body, nascent soul 106 million/1, 06 million in the later stage. Avatar, golden core 397500 397500 in the later stage. Dao technique. Dao of fire 50 million/50 million in the 10th stage. Gale domain 5 million/5 million in the 10th stage. Sword domain 10 million/10 million in the 10th stage. Amplitude 1000 times. Dao of fire. Deduction 10,000 experience points per attempt. Cultivation technique. Purple firmament sword manual. Peacock visualization experience points 500. 3 months ago his avatar was successfully refined. The result was almost the same as Jiang Xi's previous imagination. His avatar could also use the experience panel. From the data on the panel, it could be seen that the cultivation of his main body and avatar were not connected, but they could share Tao techniques. After all, Tao technique comprehension belonged to the soul. The consciousness of the two bodies was unified. If a golden core cultivator has this Tao technique, he should be able to kill an invincible nascent soul cultivator with a slap, right? This thought popped up in Jiang Xi's mind. After the avatar was successfully refined, he found that the experience panel could be used, so he used spiritual items to quickly increase the avatar's cultivation. As it already had the spiritual sense of a perfected nascent soul cultivator, it did not need to nourish and refine its spiritual sense. It could directly reach the perfected golden core stage. As for the later nascent soul stage, it had to be nourished by the golden core. There's no rush. I'll nurture it slowly. When my avatar reaches the nascent soul stage, it can really be used. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. In any case, it would only take 10 years to complete. When he entered the ancient Tao source world, it would actually only be 2 years. In addition, not only had his avatar's cultivation reached the perfected golden core stage. In this year, Jiang Xi had refined a large number of spiritual items. With the help of spiritual energy, he used the experience panel to raise his Tao of Fire to the 10th stage, a perfected rare Tao of Heaven and Earth. Its amplitude had also reached 1,000 times. If I had this Tao technique strength a year ago, I should have been able to get into the top 3. Unfortunately. Jiang Xi shook his head. At that time, the top 10 geniuses except for Ji Wei far surpassed the others. Only Mu Ning's Tao technique strength was equivalent to a perfected rare Tao of Heaven and Earth. Jiang Xi knew that there were no regrets. He could only continue moving forward and catch up later. Where there are gains, there are losses. The Tao of Fire has reached perfection, but there are problems with the fusion of the 3 Taos. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi felt helpless again. In the past year, he had tried countless times to use the Tao fusion technique, but he had failed every time. He also had a rough guess as to the reason for his failure. There are 3 levels to Tao: true meaning of the Tao, Tao domain, and Tao of Heaven and Earth. When one cultivates the Tao of Heaven and Earth to perfection, this Tao technique will be equivalent to a flawless state. If I want to fuse it with other Taoist techniques, the difficulty will greatly increase. His master, Taoist Gu, did not explain much about the Tao fusion technique in his inherited memories. Because Taoist Gu specialized in array formations, he did not study much in terms of Tao fusion. Therefore, Jiang Xi could only wait to find out the answer in the future. The Tao fusion technique was a wonderful technique to increase one's strength, so he definitely wouldn't give it up. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment and put this thought aside for the time being. However, after reaching perfection in the Tao of Fire, I can consider using Tao refinement to cultivate a primordial spirit. In order to cultivate a primordial spirit, one not only had to reach perfection in the nascent soul realm. One also had to possess a perfected Tao of Heaven and Earth to cultivate a primordial spirit. After completing this process, the primordial spirit would undergo a qualitative change and condense into a primordial spirit. Similarly, this was also a process that consumed time. It could be as short as 100 years or as long as 1,000 years. It depended on the strength of the Tao of Heaven and Earth cultivated. The speed of cultivating a primordial Tao of Heaven and Earth was definitely not as fast as cultivating a rare Tao of Heaven and Earth. And rare Tao of Heaven and Earth was naturally not as good as unique Tao of Heaven and Earth. The body of my main body and my clone are different, but the soul and Tao technique are interlinked. The process of cultivating a primordial spirit can be left to my clone. Jiang Xi smiled. The first use of the doppelganger was revealed. Next, his main body would cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years. But his clone in the outside world would have 108 years. This was equivalent to his cultivation speed increasing by 6 times. It was worth mentioning that this method of using the difference in the flow of time between the main body and the clone to cultivate was not common in the cultivation world. Riverward also understood this principle because it was rare to see a place where the flow of time was different from that of the original universe. Currently, he had only heard of the ancient Tao origin world. And the qualification to enter the ancient Tao origin world was obviously very difficult. 3,600 people were finally selected from the hundreds of millions of people, but they could only enter the ancient Tao origin world to cultivate for 30 years. One could imagine how difficult this was. Pale blue planet, waterfront city. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator arrived at Bean Bean Manor. This person had the appearance of a young man, and the supreme-grade spirit artifact battle armor on his body was embroidered with purple patterns. When he saw Jiang Xi, he bowed respectfully. Kuluo greets senior brother Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for this. Then he asked, You call me senior brother, so you're also a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect? Senior brother, I'm a first heaven disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. According to the rules, disciples of lower heavens have to address disciples of higher heavens as senior brother, and immortals of the fifth heaven and above have to address them as martial uncle, Kuluo said with a smile. Jiang Xi was enlightened. So that's how it is. Seniority in the Purple Heaven sect was not determined by cultivation, but by the 9 heavens. Thinking about it, disciples of the first 4 heavens had more than one type of cultivation. There were nascent soul, and Tao integration. If seniority was determined by cultivation, then it would be a mess. I wonder if senior brother has arranged everything here? If so, we can set off now, Kuluo asked. It's almost done. Give me a moment. Jiang Xi nodded. Then the 2 of them walked out of the cultivation room. Jiang Daodu, Xian Tian, Wen Yoxin, Wen Feng and Shen Wanxi were standing outside. Jiang Daodu did not say anything. Xian Tian laughed heartily and said, Jiang Xi, when you get there, you have to cultivate hard. If I catch up with you next time, it will be embarrassing. Haha, big brother, go ahead. Jiang Xi also laughed. Take care, martial uncle. When clan's siblings said, you two have to cultivate hard too. If I come back and see that your cultivation has fallen, I will punish you. Jiang Xi showed the demeanor of an elder. Then he looked at Shen Wanxi and said, Old Shen, the scale of the Mountain Sea Star trade is getting bigger and bigger. Please help me support your chairman. Shen Wanxi nodded vigorously and said, Jiang Gu, don't worry. Finally, Jiang Xi walked to Jiang Daodu, who had been silent. I'm leaving. Okay. The 2 of them looked at each other. They did not say much, but their emotions were already intertwined. Jiang Xi rubbed the little girl's hair and smiled like before. Then he flew away with Kuluo. Jiang Daodu looked at Jiang Xi's back. Her eyes were filled with determination. Brother, you have to come back alive. Otherwise, I will find you even if I have to kill my way to the King of Hell's palace. The same words rang in her heart every time Jiang Xi left. It was like a promise that would never change. Chapter 339. Yoxin, Wenfeng, Old Shen, it's time for us to get to work. Let's do something big. Jiang Dudu waved her little hand, hiding her dejected mood. Let's do something big. The Wen siblings and Shen Wanxi were all filled with motivation. Xian Tian was relieved to see this. Earlier he was still worried that Jiang Daodu would be upset or something like that after Jiang Xi left. Now that they had something to do, they would temporarily forget their negative emotions. Kid, you have to come back alive. Xian Tian sighed in his heart. Cultivate. Cultivate. We can't let this kid be the only one in the limelight among the 3 strongest on Earth. Jiang Xi and Kuluo flew to the teleportation hall in Waterfront City. Gong Shi, who had been promoted to captain of the guards, was waiting respectfully in front of the hall. Greetings, Lord Jiang Xi. His exaggerated manner of greeting hadn't changed even though he had been promoted. Gong Shi knew very well that all of this was because of Jiang Xi. This was because his good friend Shen Wanxi was now working for Jiang Xi. It was because of this relationship that he had been able to obtain the position of captain of the guards in the fiercely competitive Zhangyun sect. Jiang Xi nodded lightly and entered the teleportation array with Kuluo. Kuluo then began to set the teleportation coordinates, his hands constantly forming seals. These seals were extremely profound and even Jiang Xi couldn't see through them. The teleportation coordinates of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court are the Tao Alliance's top secret, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Otherwise, the Purple Heaven sect wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to send people to pick up 3,600 prodigies. At the end of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, some prodigies had asked this question. Why couldn't they teleport to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court themselves? Immortal Yi Liang's answer was simple and straightforward. They had to wait until they left the ancient Tao origin world before they were qualified to receive the teleportation coordinates of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Jiang Xi could vaguely guess the purpose of this. It was most likely to test the identities and loyalty of the 3,600 prodigies. The heavenly court of the Tao Alliance was the human race's highest authority, after all. The teleportation coordinates couldn't be casually leaked even in the inherited memories that Taoist Gu had given him. There was no such teleportation coordinate. In fact, he didn't even mention the Tao Alliance or the heavenly court, as if there was some sort of taboo topic. While Jiang Xi was thinking about this, Colorado had already set the teleportation coordinates. He cautioned, Senior apprentice brother, the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance is 100 trillion light-years away from here. Even if you use a teleportation formation, it'll still take a very long time. You have to be patient. Jiang Xi nodded gently. It was just teleportation. However, when the teleportation light disappeared, his expression changed. Because there was a strong sense of spatial transformation. Even though he was already at the full circle of the original infant stage, his entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart. Normal interstellar teleportation, even if it was across star zones, would only take 3 to 5 breaths. This time, however, it lasted for half an hour. When these changes subsided and they landed on the ground again, Jiang Xi even felt like vomiting. Blurg, blurg, it wasn't Jiang Xi who was vomiting. Instead, there were many voices coming from the side. The teleportation had already ended, and he appeared on the other side of the teleportation formation. Jiang Xi endured the discomfort and looked up to survey his surroundings. This was a gigantic stone platform. Clouds and mist swirled around it, and he could see several gigantic stone pillars that soared into the sky. At this moment, more than half of the 3,600 prodigies had already arrived. He was quite late. Not far away, many of the weaker prodigies were supporting themselves with pale-faced hands as they retched. This is the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Southern Heavenly Gate teleportation platform. Colorado's voice sounded. Southern Heavenly Gate? Jiang Xi's heart stirred. The first time he had heard of the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court was many years ago, when he became Taoist Ji's disciple on the first moon. At that time, Taoist Gu had asked him who the master of the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court was. At first, Jiang Xi didn't pay much attention to the Heavenly Court. Now that he heard the Southern Heavenly Gate, he couldn't help but think of something. This was because there were too many similarities between this and the legends on Earth. Why did the Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court both have Southern Heavenly Gates? Jiang Xi, you're here too. Just as Jiang Xi was in a daze, Mu Ning's voice sounded from the side. The young shepherd boy had also arrived. With his shout, the other prodigies on the teleportation platform all looked over. Jiang Xi, you're here. Yin Jiufeng, Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Linger, and the other top 10 prodigies all greeted Jiang Xi. Even Ji Wei nodded at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded back at them one by one. Prodigies were mostly proud and aloof. They would only lower their proud and aloof attitude when facing someone with similar talent. After Jiang Xi finished greeting them, Mu Ning continued excitedly. Jiang Xi, I've finally seen the great world I've always dreamed of. This place is too big. I thought it was like the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Kanglan continent and the Purple Clouds continent in the starry sky were all illusions. I didn't expect to see such a vast and magical celestial body in the original universe. A continent that's even bigger than a planet. He had a pure personality and never hid anything in his heart. After seeing Jiang Xi, an acquaintance, he could no longer hold back his words. At this moment, Jiang Xi was speechless. His face was filled with disbelief. This was because after the clouds in front of him dissipated with the wind, he realized. This Southern Heavenly Gate teleportation platform was only a floating island. Although the area was very large, it wouldn't be crowded even if millions of people stood there. However, compared to this vast world, the Southern Heavenly Gate teleportation platform seemed very small. Below was a boundless continent with no end in sight. A huge heavenly gate stood at the entrance of the continent. Above the continent, there were countless floating immortal mountains and immortal islands floating in the air. The immortal island where the Southern Heavenly Gate teleportation platform was located was only one of them. Above the immortal mountains and immortal islands, there were layers of 5-colored auspicious clouds supporting them. Palaces and pavilions floated above these 5-colored auspicious clouds. That was where the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court was located. When he looked up at the sky again, he saw stars circling above the 9 heavens. The huge stars seemed to be right in front of him and within reach. In the horizon, there were 10 suns radiating with scorching light. On the other side, there were 10 great Eons radiating with chilling light. These scenes truly illustrated what it meant to have a square sky and a square earth. Could this be the legendary immortal realm? Jiang Xi's throat moved. Astonishment. Beside him, Kaluo chuckled when he saw Jiang Xi's expression. Anyone who came to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court for the first time would have the same reaction. No one knows if this is the immortal realm, but I once heard from an uncle master in the sect. The continent where the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court is located is more than 100 light-years in length and width. Kaluo sighed. 100 light-years. Jiang Xi was even more astonished. It was larger than 100 solar systems. The universe was indeed mysterious. Such a massive celestial body could not be explained by science. Senior brother, I've completed my mission, so I'll return to the sect first. I wish you success in your cultivation in the ancient Tao origin world. Kuluo smiled. Thank you. Jiang Xi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Then Kuluo activated the teleportation platform and left. Chapter 340. As he looked at the scenes that seemed like a paradise, the shock in Riverward's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time, more and more figures appeared on the Southern Heaven Gates teleportation platform as the geniuses arrived. It was everyone's first time in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, and they were all shocked to see this. Jiang Xi, the junior brother who sent me here, said that the continent below is filled with all sorts of strange and mysterious places. There are all kinds of wondrous places and even mortal countries. I really want to go down and take a look. Mooning looked around excitedly. I think you should give up on that idea as soon as possible. This place doesn't look simple. Jiang Xi shook his head. He looked around and saw that they were the only ones on the Southern Heaven Gates teleportation platform, and no one was guarding it. However, Jiang Xi's intuition told him that such an important place could not be left unguarded. As expected, after a while, all 3,600 geniuses arrived. One of the multicolored auspicious clouds in the sky floated down, and 3 figures appeared on the teleportation platform. 2 of them were Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He. The other person wore silver armor and held a halberd. He was obviously a general. Greetings, exalted Immortal. The geniuses bowed respectfully. Rise. Immortal Yi Liang smiled. Not bad. Looks like you haven't been relaxing in the past year. Many of you have improved. Since everyone is here, let's set off. After that, he looked at the silver-armored general. Thank you, Divine General. The general's eyes flashed as he made a hand seal. The Southern Heaven Gates teleportation platform lit up with a dazzling light. The 2 immortals and 3,600 geniuses disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, everyone discovered that they were already in a magnificent hall. Is this the ancient Tao origin world? Someone asked. He asked the question on everyone's mind. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. It didn't seem like it. After observing for a while, he found that the floor of the hall was carved with countless complicated and terrifying runes. They were very profound. This is the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Tao Origin Palace. The ancient Tao Origin world and the Origin universe belong to 2 different universes. Ordinary interstellar teleportation arrays are unable to reach that place. Only through the cosmic channel here can one enter that place, Immortal Yi Liang explained. The geniuses came to a realization. What you're about to experience is going to be even worse than what you experienced when you teleported to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. Endure it. Immortal Yi Liang chuckled. He formed a hand seal with both hands, and the countless runes on the ground of the Tao Origin Palace lit up. Immediately after, the expressions of the 3,600 geniuses changed drastically. Even Ji Wei, who had always been cold, had a change in expression. This was because everyone could sense a strange distortion of space and time enveloping them. It was very unbearable. This time, not only did his body feel like it was being torn apart, even his soul felt like it was being torn apart. His entire body was being distorted along with time and space. Vaguely, Riverward could see that they were in a multicolored, twisted passageway. Both time and space were undergoing drastic changes. After an unknown period of time, everything calmed down. Many geniuses who had just finished vomiting vomited again. Jiang Xi's face turned pale. It was too unbearable. Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He watched from the side. When everyone had more or less recovered, Immortal Yi Liang, who had always played the good cop, smiled and said, "This is the ancient Tao origin world." In the next instant, cries of surprise rang out. Such dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Spiritual mist condensed from it can be seen everywhere. Look, the 5-colored light in the sky is the Tao of heaven and earth. Amazing, truly amazing. My speed of comprehension has increased by dozens of times. The geniuses looked around with excitement. Jiang Xi also felt suffocated by the scene before him. However, he still maintained his usual vigilance and quickly observed his surroundings. He saw that they were currently on a huge platform that towered in the sky. The runes and formations on the surface of the platform were exactly the same as the ones in the Tao Origin Palace. When he looked down, he saw that there was a huge, majestic city below him. The platform was located at the edge of the city. At first glance, this huge city gave people the feeling that it had existed since the beginning of time, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The Tao of heaven and earth was faintly visible in the sky. It glowed with multicolored light and flowed slowly above the huge city like a river. As expected, it was visible to the naked eye. He looked into the distance. It was a gray and misty world, filled with various visible Taoist rhymes. They were accompanied by gray air currents that drifted with the wind. Moreover, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. In addition to the spiritual mist, he even saw spiritual liquid condensed from spiritual qi on a small mountain nearby. It formed a small waterfall and converged into a spiritual pool below. At this moment, Immortal Yi Liang said, "All right, stop being so surprised. All right, put away your surprise. You'll be cultivating here for 30 years. You'll have plenty of time to appreciate these. Now I have a few requests for you." The 3,600 geniuses immediately calmed down. First, be obedient. Second, work hard on your cultivation. Thirdly, and this is the most important thing, survive. After 30 years, I hope that you will still be the same 3,600 geniuses. Not a single one of you will be missing. Immortal Yi Liang had a rare serious expression on his face. The group of geniuses also withdrew their relaxed attitudes, and their attitudes became solemn. They were here to cultivate, not to enjoy the scenery. After saying that, Immortal Yi Liang turned his gaze to the other side of the platform. A gray-robed old man was standing there silently. Immortal Yi Liang said respectfully, "Lord Emissary, I'll leave these youngsters to you. Don't worry." The gray-robed old man chuckled. Jiang Xi and the others were shocked. Only now did they notice the gray-robed old man. They hadn't sensed his existence at all. The gray-robed old man said, "Little guys, follow me." The 3,600 geniuses bowed to Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He before following the gray-robed old man and flying down to the huge city below. These two immortals were only here to send them off. They didn't have the right to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world. Immortal Yi Liang asked, "How many do you think will die this time?" Immortal Chu He replied, "This batch is much stronger than the previous batches. About 20% will die." 20%? That's more than 700 people. If you want to become an expert, you don't just need talent. What's more important is your temperament and will. Jiang Xi and the other geniuses followed the gray-robed old man and landed in the huge city. They walked along a wide stone path towards the depths of the huge city. So many little guys came? Based on their cultivation and numbers, they should be the winners of the 9 Regions Genius Battle. 9 Regions Genius Battle. Speaking of which, I was just like them. I barely made it into the top 3,600. Sigh, more than 80,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the people from my batch are already dead. Chapter 341. A loud voice came from the sky before fading away. They saw 3 immortals in battle armor flying over them. Their auras were even stronger than Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He. Jiang Xi and the others were speechless upon hearing their conversation. Tao integration cultivators usually had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Their lifespan would only increase after transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. Their lifespan would increase by 10,000 years after transcending a tribulation. Tribulation transcenders would only have a lifespan of 80,000 years after transcending the 7th tribulation. According to that immortal's words, someone who had lived for 80,000 years was at least an 8th tribulation transcender. Very strong. Jiang Xi, it seems that even the top 10 geniuses of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament aren't guaranteed to reach the immortal realm, Mu Ning said with a serious expression. The path of cultivation is accompanied by too many dangers. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Just like his master Taoist Go. This genius who had been valued by the Purple Heaven sect as a Tao integration cultivator had died before becoming an immortal. At this moment, the other geniuses were also thinking about the words of the 3 immortals who had just passed by. They also thought of Immortal Yi Liang's final request, to survive. Everyone's heart sank at the thought of this. When everyone fell silent, the gray-robed old man introduced with a smile. This is 9 Heaven City, the only city in the ancient Tao origin world. The ancient Tao origin world is jointly managed by the 3 schools and 6 sects. Apart from you little fellows, the humans of the 9 regions are the only ones in charge. Other cultivators who have contributed to the ancient Tao origin world will more or less receive some cultivation rights in the ancient Tao origin world. The humans who come here to cultivate will temporarily reside in 9 Heaven City during their cultivation period. The same goes for you for the next 30 years. You'll have to choose a residence. However, you must remember that there are many experts here, and most of them are immersed in cultivation. Don't disturb them or you'll deserve to be killed." All the geniuses immediately fell silent. Looking at the two sides of the street, one could see that the interior of this ancient city was very simple. The buildings on both sides of the street were gray stone houses more than 3 meters tall. Only in the depths of Nine Heavens City could one see some taller buildings. At this moment, many powerful cultivators could be seen sitting cross-legged on the rooftops of the stone houses. They raised their heads and comprehended the way of heaven and earth that was visible to the naked eye. Because these experts were in the midst of cultivation, their bodies naturally emitted waves of powerful pressure. The geniuses were shocked and understood what the gray-robed elder meant. If they disturbed these experts, even if they were killed, they deserved it. That was indeed the case. The qualification to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world was extremely precious. Moreover, time was limited. No one was willing to waste even a second. The geniuses carefully followed behind the gray-robed elder. Soon they arrived in the depths of Nine Heavens City, in front of a crude palace. The palace was 1,000 meters tall and about 1,000 kilometers wide. It was also the largest building in the entire city. 3 ancient characters that were completely different from the common language of the Tao Alliance were carved onto the enormous signboard of the palace. However, the meaning of the ancient characters was clearly conveyed to everyone's minds. 9 Firmaments Palace. Jiang Xi pretended to be as shocked as everyone else, but his heart was in turmoil. Because these 3 ancient characters were too similar to the ones in the Jade Lake Secret Realm on Earth. The Jade Lake Secret Realm's Sky-Piercing Mountain and Sky-Piercing Tower had similar ancient characters on their steels. Jiang Xi had already imprinted these ancient characters in his mind. From the structure of the characters, it could be seen that they were from the same era. Nine Heavens Palace is the abode of Tao Lord Nine Heavens. "Don't speak loudly after you enter," the gray-robed elder warned. "Tao Lord Nine Heavens?" The geniuses were shocked. Nine Heavens City, Nine Heavens Palace, and Tao Lord Nine Heavens. Nine Heavens City was the only city in the ancient Tao origin world. Tao Lord Nine Heavens' status was self-evident. Jiang Xi's gaze was also solemn. Immortals were divided into Tribulation Transcender, Tao Immortal, and Tao Ancestor. Immortals in the Tao Immortal stage were called True Immortals. For example, True Immortal Iron Mountain, whom they had met in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, was a Tao Immortal. And those who had the 2 words Tao Lord were Immortals of the Tao Ancestor stage. Tao Lord Nine Heavens. He must be a powerful cultivator who stood at the peak of the human race. However, why did the gray-robed elder bring them to the abode of such a powerhouse? One of the geniuses couldn't help but ask, "Lord Emissary, why are we here?" "Haha, of course there are benefits. Since someone asked, there's no harm in telling you in advance." The gray-robed elder laughed. His eyes glowed as he said to everyone, "You'll be able to obtain cultivation resources in the ancient Tao origin world. Not only is there heaven and earth spirit chi far denser than the original universe, but there's also heaven and earth Tao visible to the naked eye. More importantly, there are inheritances here that the original universe doesn't have." Inheritances? Everyone was shocked. "Follow me." The gray-robed elder didn't give a direct answer. He led everyone into Nine Heavens Palace and walked along a stone path. Here they saw many cultivators. When these cultivators saw the gray-robed elder, they all bowed respectfully and didn't say anything. When they left, they looked enviously at Jiang Xi and the other geniuses. Soon they arrived at a side hall. There were dozens of simple and unadorned stone pillars in the hall, and they looked very ordinary. "Lord Emissary, is this where the inheritances are?" someone asked. "This is where the inheritances are chosen." The gray-robed elder shook his head with a smile. He then explained, "There's only one reason why the human race can stand at the peak of the universe. It's because we value inheritances. Over the countless years, 44 pinnacle powerhouses have left their inheritances altars in Nine Heavens City to pass down their Tao arts." "Pinnacle powerhouses," someone exclaimed. Then they remembered that they couldn't speak loudly here and hurriedly covered their mouths. Everyone was excited. What was a pinnacle powerhouse? Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, Mu Ning, and some other geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds naturally understood what this meant. The so-called pinnacle powerhouses of the human race were at least Tao Lords. Jiang Xi's breathing quickened. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the more obvious the importance of Tao arts became. Tao arts cultivation was like walking a path. The Tao of heaven and earth was only a minor Tao. If one followed the minor Tao, they would have a chance to step onto the great Tao. For example, a Tao immortal perfected lord was a cultivator who had walked the complete Tao. A Tao lord was a pinnacle powerhouse on the Tao. The Tao art inheritance left behind by such an expert was the guiding light for one to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. Although I have the experience panel, I still need to deduce and spend countless experience points to advance my Tao arts. If I have the guidance of these inheritances, the success rate of my deduction might be greatly increased. Jiang Xi quickly thought of this and became excited. Chapter 342. Just as everyone was feeling excited about the Tao arts of the peak experts, the old man continued to speak. 9 Heavens City has a total of 44 inheritance altars. Humans who come to the ancient Tao origin world for the first time can choose to cultivate. Regardless of whether you belong to the 3 gates or 6 sects, you can choose one of the altars to comprehend and cultivate. Each opportunity is limited to 10 days. Only 10 days? Yan Jiofeng was an impatient person. He immediately interrupted the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man didn't mind. He chuckled and said, 10 days is enough for little fellows like you. Just a glance at the Tao arts of the peak experts can benefit you greatly. It's like eating food. If you eat too much at once, it'll be useless if you can't digest it. The geniuses were enlightened. These stone pillars correspond to the 44 inheritance altars, and each of them contains a Tao art. You have an hour to use your spiritual sense to comprehend the Tao arts, and then choose an altar suitable for you. Now let's begin. The gray-robed old man smiled again. 1 hour. Everyone didn't dare to waste any time and hurriedly observed the stone pillars. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one, and he could comprehend them with his spiritual sense. This is the moon ice altar. It was as if he had fallen into an illusion. He saw a cold moonlight sprinkle down between heaven and earth. Then he quickly came to his senses. It looks like the Balefulline energy, but it's at an extremely high level. Is it the Balefulline Tao? Or is it the Balefulline Tao? Jiang Xi didn't have time to think about this. He dispersed his thoughts and continued to look at the next pillar. Chaos Origin Altar, 9 Heavens Altar, Void Universe Altar, Azure Lotus Altar, Great Might Altar. He saw a gentle breeze blowing through these altars, and the spring wind and rain gave birth to all living things. He also saw a soaring sword intent tear through the sky and enter his mind. There was a wisp of flame that burned tenaciously. There was also a Buddhist light that illuminated the world. Soon an hour had passed. Time's up. The old man's voice sounded. Everyone woke up from their observation and comprehension. All of them wished to continue, and their eyes were filled with desire. They had only comprehended a single Tao art from the stone pillars, and they had already gained something. How much would he gain from comprehending and cultivating at the inheritance altar? Line up properly. One by one, tell me your choice. The gray-robed elders smiled. I choose the everlasting altar. I choose the altar of the 9 firmaments. True mystic altar. The geniuses announced their choices one by one. Most of the 44 inheritance altars belonged to peak experts from the 3 gates and 6 sects. Some of them were directly named after the 9 sects. Of course, some weren't. For example, the inheritance altar from Sword's Gate, named the Green Lotus Altar. Jiang Xi followed behind, deep in thought. He was making his final decision. Primordial Chaos, Heavenly Sun, Xian Hua, Green Lotus for inheritance altars. The Primeval Chaos altar is a wind-type Tao art, the Heavenly Sun and Xian Hua are fire-type Tao arts, and the Green Lotus altar is a sword-type Tao art. It just so happens to correspond to the 3 great Taos that I cultivate, Gale, Parting Fire, and Sword Tao. Which one to choose? At present, his attainment in the Li Fire Tao was the highest. If he chose the Heavenly Sun Tao or the Torch Altar, his progress would definitely be the fastest. After a moment, it was Jiang Xi's turn to announce his choice. Standing in front of the gray-robed elder, he said, I choose the Green Lotus Altar. After some thought, Jiang Xi had a definite answer. His Sword Tao was still at the Tao domain level. However, it was clear that the core of his Tao art had always been the Sword Tao. Even the Tao fusion technique that he was able to use previously had the Sword Tao as its core. After making his choice, Jiang Xi waited by the side. Mu Ning came over and asked, Jiang Xi, I chose the Creation Altar. What did you choose? Green Lotus. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Oh, that's the inheritance altar of Sword's Gate. It's very powerful. It's a pity that there are very few peak experts who cultivate the life Tao. There's only one creation altar to choose from. Mu Ning was still a straightforward person, he continued. However, I listened carefully just now. Most people chose the purple firmament altar, followed by the Daoming altar. I don't know why. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. The purple firmament altar was naturally left behind by the peak experts of the purple firmament sect. The Daoming altar was left behind by the peak experts of the Dao sect. Logically speaking, the Dao sect should be the number one sect. Why did most people choose the purple firmament altar? Was it because they were all disciples of the purple firmament sect? However, this choice did not limit one's sect status. I know this. I once heard from the elders in my family that our purple firmament sect's patriarch was once the number one expert of the Dao Alliance. Just as the two of them were puzzled, a woman's voice came from the side. They turned around and saw a girl in a red dress. She was the second place of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, Yan Jiufeng. Back then? Was it? Jiang Xi and Mu Ning had new doubts. I'm not sure about the details. Yan Jiufeng shook her head. Jiang Xi wanted to ask more questions, but the selection of the 3,600 geniuses had finished. The gray-robed elder smiled and said, I just said that each of you has one chance to comprehend the altar. Time is precious. Now, let's go to the inheritance altar and truly comprehend and cultivate. The geniuses' eyes immediately lit up. Soon they arrived at a large hall in the 9 Clouds Palace. There was a row of tall stone doors in the hall. There were a total of 44 doors. On each stone door there were ancient words that did not belong to this era. They indicated the location of the altar within the stone door. At the same time, a white-robed elder with a kind face was sitting cross-legged at the side of the hall. Lord Priest, I brought this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament's youngsters to the inheritance altar to cultivate. May I ask who is free? The gray-robed elder bowed respectfully. I knew that the youngsters were coming, so I'm free today. The white-robed priest smiled. The gray-robed elder smiled and looked at the geniuses. Thank the Lord Priest first, then go in and comprehend. Remember, you only have 10 days. Thank you, Lord Priest. The geniuses bowed in unison. Rise, rise. The white-robed priest nodded with a smile. He had a very good attitude towards the young geniuses of the human race. Then, the 3,600 geniuses entered the stone doors according to their respective inheritance altars. Mu Ning was very happy. He waved his hand at Jiang Xi and entered the creation altar first. Because he was the only one who cultivated the Tao of life, he was very relaxed. In comparison, there were too many geniuses who chose the purple firmament altar and the Tao name altar. One had 600 people, while the other had 500 people. There were not many people in the azure lotus altar, only 9. Most of the geniuses cultivated the Tao of heaven and earth of the 5 elements, followed by the Tao of time and Tao of space. Although there were many geniuses who used the sword, there were not many who had truly comprehended the Tao of sword. After all, the Tao of sword was a special Tao. Without talent, it was impossible to cultivate it. The best Tao was the one that suited oneself. These geniuses were not stupid. They would not blindly pursue the strongest Tao. Chapter 343. The 9 people who chose the Green Lotus altar, led by Jiang Xi, entered the stone door with the words Green Lotus engraved on it. What came into view was a huge inheritance altar. A sharp sword Taoist rhyme filled the space. Everyone did not waste any time and quickly sat cross-legged on the altar. Jiang Xi took a deep breath in anticipation, closed his eyes, and connected his spiritual sense to the altar. Suddenly, his mind fell into the illusion of the Tao technique. A clear pond appeared in front of him. On the surface of the water, there was a green lotus swaying in the wind. As time passed, 1 green lotus became 4, then 100, 1,000 and 10,000. After 10,000, the number of green lotuses began to decrease again. 1,000, 100, 4 and 1. The cycle repeated, a total of 9 stages. It was very simple. However, Jiang Xi's mind was completely immersed in this simple process. Finally, a divine light flashed in his eyes, and 4 words appeared in his mind, Green Lotus as a sword. However, even though he knew these 4 words, he still could not figure it out. It was like knowing that 1 + 1 = 2 but not knowing why it equals 2. It was the same principle. Forget it, let's try the deduction effect first. Jiang Xi did not forget his previous idea. The Tao technique inheritance left behind by a peak powerhouse was a guiding light for enlightenment and cultivation. The deduction function of the experience points panel was also equivalent to a kind of enlightenment and cultivation. Now that he had the sword Tao inheritance in the Green Lotus altar as a reference, the deduction efficiency should be higher. Immediately, Jiang Xi thought in his heart under the reflection of the green lotus in the pond, use the sword domain to deduce once. After the deduction was completed, he carefully felt the changes in the Dao technique in his mind, and his eyes lit up. It's effective. Although the change was very subtle, he still noticed it with his sharp spiritual sense. The sword domain had a trace of shrinking and condensing. If there was a change, it meant there was an effect. In comparison, when he was deducing the sword domain in the original universe, there might not be a change even after thousands of deductions. Let's try the Purple Cloud Sword Manual and the sword domain together. Riverward once again recited the deduction in his heart. After this deduction he could not help but be excited. The effect is even more obvious. If the efficiency of the deduction was 10 times faster than before, then it was 100 times faster now. The effects of the Violet Firmament Sword scripture had long been verified. When he first comprehended the true meaning of the sword, it was largely due to the deduction of the Purple Firmament Sword scripture. Although the Purple Firmament Sword scripture was a cultivation technique, the content of the technique was similar to the general outline of the sword Dao. It was of great help to his sword cultivation. At this rate, I'll probably succeed in 1 or 2 years. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi felt helpless. There wasn't enough time. These new geniuses only had one chance to comprehend the inheritance altar for free, and the time limit was 10 days. Jiang Xi didn't think too much about this problem. Time was precious. He would think about these things after this opportunity was over. Deduce. 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 As he carefully sensed the changes in the green lotus in the pool, he silently deduced in his heart. During this process he couldn't feel the passage of time. All of the geniuses were completely immersed in the Dao arts of the inheritance altar. Time's up. The white-robed priest's voice sounded in everyone's mind. Instantly, everyone was startled awake from their deep comprehension. Is it over? The geniuses walked out of the stone door, feeling unsatisfied. Many of them looked at each other and felt the same. There was too little time. Only 10 days. Yan Jiufeng was an impatient person. As soon as she came out, she asked the gray-robed elder, Lord Emissary, what are the conditions for coming to the inheritance altar again? The other geniuses also looked over, wanting to know the answer. In a while, find a stone house to stay in, then use the communication pearl to enter the sky-piercing mountain river diagram. Recite the sky-piercing mountain again, and you'll know how to obtain the opportunity to comprehend it, the gray-robed elder said with a smile. The 9 regions genius competition was over. They could still enter the sky-piercing mountain river diagram? The geniuses were shocked. After the 9 regions genius competition, the Violet Firmament sect didn't take back their imprints. As for the participants who failed, their imprints were taken back. At this time, only Riverward was endlessly shocked in his heart. But he maintained calm on the surface, and no abnormality could be discerned. Sky-piercing mountain. Before the 9 regions genius competition, he had heard of the sky-piercing mountain river diagram for the first time. Because of the eye of heaven, he didn't feel much. But now, hearing the 3 words sky-piercing mountain, Jiang Xi's heart could no longer remain calm. The Jade Lake Mystic Realm had a sky-piercing mountain. The exact same name. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that there was no relationship between the two. Then what was the relationship? Unfortunately, Jiang Xi had no one to ask the answer to this question. He wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud. Then everyone followed the gray-robed elder and left 9 Clouds Palace. The gray-robed elder's mission to lead the way also came to an end. After the geniuses bowed and thanked him, they dispersed and went to find a place to stay. Jiang Xi didn't go too far. He searched nearby. After all, 9 Cloud City was very big. There were stone houses everywhere and they were all of the same size. There was nothing to choose. The doors of these stone houses had to be refined with spiritual sense. He could tell at a glance if there were people or not. Jiang Xi quickly found an unoccupied stone house. After refining the stone door with his spiritual sense, he walked in. The living environment was still very simple and crude. The stone bed, stone table and stone stool were all gone. It's a bit like cultivation. I came here to cultivate, not to enjoy. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He took out his communication bead with a serious expression. Jade Lake Sky-Piercing Mountain? Dao Alliance's Sky-Piercing Mountain. I'll know when I see it with my own eyes. Then he scanned the communication bead with his spiritual sense and entered the Sky-Piercing Mountain River diagram. It's the same place as the 9 regions genius competition. Jiang Xi looked around. It was still the same meteorite in the starry sky. Without hesitation, he said in his heart, "Sky-piercing mountain." Instantly the river of stars spun. In the next moment he found himself on a vast continent surrounded by starry skies. Jiang Xi could no longer maintain his composure. He was in disbelief. Looking ahead, he saw a mountain range that wasn't connected together not too far away. Those majestic mountains occupied a vast area. Their peaks seemed to pierce the heavens. In front of each mountain, there was a stone tablet with the following words engraved on it: Purple Firmament Sky-Piercing Mountain. Dao Name Sky-Piercing Mountain. Vast Frost Sky-Piercing Mountain. There were a total of 44 mountains. And these mountains looked exactly the same as Jade Lake Sky-Piercing Mountain. What was the connection? Chapter 344. Jiang Xi, there's no need to be so surprised, right? It's just a slightly taller mountain. Mu Ning's voice came from the side. Jiang Xi realized that many geniuses had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Many of them were looking at him in confusion. They had already seen the shocking Dao Alliance Heavenly Court and ancient Dao Origin World. How could they be surprised by these mountains? I'm just surprised by the names of these mountains. Why are they the same as the inheritance altars? Do I have to climb these mountains to obtain the opportunity to learn from the inheritance altars? Jiang Xi chuckled. I'm also puzzled. The Lord Envoy didn't explain clearly just now, Mu Ning said. Yeah. Do we have to buy them? Or what? He didn't give us a definite answer, Yan Jiufeng added. The other geniuses such as Kuang Lang, Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Linger and the others also began to discuss. Only Ji Wei stood to the side, resting with his eyes closed. No one dared to barge in without permission. This was because a black-robed elder with a dignified face was sitting in front of the Skyspan Mountains. Seeing that everyone's attention had been diverted, Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the black-robed elder and found that he wasn't moving either. Only then did he calmly observe the towering mountains not far away. With his current cultivation he could easily determine the area, height, slope, and so on. And these data were exactly the same as the Skyspan Mountain on Earth. If there's a difference, it's that the Skyspan Mountain is real. And these Skyspan Mountains are in the Skyspan Mountain and River painting, so they're an illusion. But, is it really an illusion? Jiang Xi asked himself in his heart and sighed inwardly. No matter what, these secrets weren't something he could investigate with his current strength. Not long after, the 3,600 geniuses had all arrived. The black-robed elder sitting in front of the Skyspan Mountains suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. Silence. At the same time, a wave of pressure spread out. The geniuses were shocked. The gray-robed elder, the white-robed elder, and now the black-robed elder, none of them were simple. I'm in charge of guarding the Heavenspan Mountain. You can call me Lord Mountain Guardian, the black-robed elder said solemnly. Greetings, Lord Mountain Guardian. The geniuses bowed respectfully. The black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian was expressionless as he continued. This is the first time all of you have come to MT Tongtong. Let me give you a simple introduction. There are a total of 44 sky-piercing mountains, which coincide with the inheritance altar. If you wish to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar, the only way to do so is to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. Many people's eyes lit up with excitement. It turned out that it was just challenging the mountain. Once he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar. However, there were also a small number of people who frowned. They felt that things were not that simple. Jiang Xi's expression was also calm. Because he had seen the Jade Pool Heavenly Mountain, he would not underestimate this place. Whichever inheritance altar you choose, go challenge the corresponding sky-piercing mountain. There are guardians on the mountain. Every time you pass a level, you will get a chance to comprehend the inheritance altar. The black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian continued in a deep voice. Guardian. The excited geniuses quickly calmed down. The opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar was incomparably precious. It was definitely not easy to obtain. However, there were still many people who were very confident. Don't think that it's simple. For countless years, very few people like you have been able to pass the first level on their first attempt. The Lord Mountain Guardian poured a bucket of cold water on the eager geniuses. They couldn't pass the first level? Almost everyone's expression changed. The Lord Mountain Guardian continued to introduce. The Skyspan Mountain has the most levels. It has a total of 32 levels. The second is the Skyspan Mountain, which has 31 levels. Then there are the Blue Lotus Mountain, True Mystic Mountain, Vast Cold Mountain, and so on. They all have 29 levels. These levels are related to the realm of the Tao. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. Under normal circumstances, the highest level a tribulation transcender can reach is the 10th level. If you can pass the 21st level, you will be a peak Tao Lord. When the Lord Mountain Guardian introduced this point, the 3,600 geniuses were shocked. They were all in disbelief. It turned out that a tribulation transcender could only pass the 10th level at most. If one could pass the 21st level, they would become a Tao Lord. In addition, the 44 Tao inheritances left behind by the peak powerhouses represent 44 different schools of thought. As long as a cultivator of each school can pass the 14th level of the Skyspan Mountain, they will be granted the same rights. Not only will they be able to live in Nine Heavens City permanently, but they can also come to the ancient Tao origin world to cultivate at any time. They will also be able to open their own schools in Nine Heavens City and accept disciples. And as long as you pass the 3rd level, you will be able to listen to the teachings of these powerhouses. If you are lucky, you might be able to become a disciple of one of these powerhouses. The Lord Mountain Guardian smiled and poured a bucket of cold water on them. Naturally, he had to give them more confidence. Sure enough, when the geniuses heard this, their eyes lit up with anticipation. Permanent residency in Nine Heavens City? Although they hadn't been in the ancient Tao origin world for long, they could already feel the unique cultivation environment here. If he could continue to cultivate here, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, everyone knew that the difficulty would be very, very high. Under normal circumstances, tribulation transcender powerhouses could only pass the 10th level. The 14th level was definitely beyond the tribulation transcender level. It had to be a Tao Immortal or Perfected Lord level powerhouse. And if they passed the 3rd level, they would be able to listen to the teachings of such powerhouses. Sounded easier. If they could become a disciple of a Perfected Lord level powerhouse, then their future cultivation path would be much easier. Not only would it be much easier, but they would also have a powerful backer. Only one person can pass each Skyspan Mountain at a time. Right now, Nine Heavens, Void Universe, True Mystic, Limitless, Blue Lotus, all of these Skyspan Mountains have people trying to pass them. Those who choose these Skyspan Mountains will have to wait for a while. As for the rest, line up and go up the mountain. The Lord Mountain Guardian's face became expressionless again. I'll go first. A voice called out. The red-dressed girl, Yen Jiofeng, leaped up and flew toward the Skyspan Mountain. Instantly, many people followed her and flew toward the Skyspan Mountains that no one was trying to pass. The geniuses who were waiting in line all had the mentality of waiting for others to scout the path. They wanted to see how others passed. Soon, in less than 2 minutes, the geniuses who had flown out with Yen Jiofeng returned with bitter expressions. All of them had failed. Then, another group of people went to pass the Skyspan Mountain. However, most people's gazes were focused on the Skyspan Mountain that Yen Jiofeng was trying to pass. This was because Yen Jiofeng was ranked 2nd in this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament. The rare Tao of Scarlet Flames that she had comprehended had already reached the 9th level. If she couldn't pass, then the others would be in trouble. Except for Ji Wei. Chapter 345. Jiang Ci, do you think Yen Jiofeng can pass? Mu Ning couldn't help but ask. Probably, maybe. I don't know. Jiang Ci smiled. What a load of nonsense. Mu Ning snorted. 5 minutes later, Yen Jiofeng flew back from the sky-piercing mountain. The lively girl in the red dress had a tense expression on her face. You didn't pass? Mu Ning asked. Ci, it's too difficult. Yen Jiofeng smiled helplessly. Too difficult. Those words made the hearts of the geniuses sink. If even Yen Jiofeng said it was difficult, then they had even less of a chance. At this moment, the Lord Guardian shouted, The Void Universe sky-piercing mountain is empty. Those who have chosen the Void Universe altar, go ahead. Whoosh. A figure flew out and attracted everyone's attention. Was Ji Wei. If even Ji Wei can't pass, then it's too difficult. Jiang Ci frowned. Those who weren't challenging the mountain were waiting for Ji Wei's result. At the same time, the geniuses who had gone to challenge the other sky-piercing mountains were also flying back. Basically, the time they spent was around 2 minutes and they failed. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, Ji Wei still hadn't come down. Ji Wei has passed the first stage. The Lord Guardian suddenly smiled. Everyone was shocked. Ji Wei was indeed strong. However, Ji Wei's success gave everyone hope. It wasn't impossible to pass the first stage. After another 10 minutes, the Lord Guardian smiled and said, as expected of a genius rarely seen in a million years. He has passed the second stage. Everyone wasn't shocked. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. For even the second place Yan Jiufeng couldn't pass the first stage. Ji Wei had actually passed the second stage. The gap was too big. Everyone felt the pressure. Even geniuses were divided into different levels. Ordinary, peak, peerless. They were only peak geniuses, but Ji Wei was a peerless genius. Even the lively Yan Jiufeng fell silent. Kuang Lang, the third-place genius of the 9 regions genius battle, had an ugly expression on his face. He had tried to challenge the sky-piercing mountain, but he had only lasted for 3 minutes before being defeated. Among the geniuses who had cleared the sky-piercing mountain, this time could be ranked third. But for the arrogant Kuang Lang, he wouldn't allow himself to have such a big gap with others. What? We're all in the top 3 of the 9 regions genius tournament, and we're all Purple Heaven Sect's 4th Heaven disciples, but he passed the first 2 tests. Kuang Lang clenched his teeth. The other geniuses in the top 10 such as Mo Hong, Bloodchild, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling, Feng Lu, and the others, wore complicated expressions. Jiang Xi and Mu Ning looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Another 3 minutes passed, and Ji Wei flew back from the void universe sky connecting mountain expressionlessly. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his brows were slightly furrowed. He stopped at the 3rd stage. After that, Ji Wei didn't linger any longer. His spiritual awareness left the painting and he went back to cultivate. Only then did the others who had cleared the Heavenspan mountain come to their senses. What was the point of wasting time here? With such a huge gap between them, what was the point of watching the show? He might as well cultivate. Instantly, the number of people decreased significantly. No one is challenging the myriad Heavenspan mountain and Green Lotus Heavenspan mountain now, the mountain keeper's voice sounded. Jiang Xi was talking to Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng. He was about to go over when he heard the voice. However, he discovered that another genius who cultivated the sword Dao had rushed out before him. Fine, I can observe the situation of the other 8 people. A total of 9 people chose the Green Lotus altar. Jiang Xi didn't insist on who went first. Jiang Xi, Yan Jiufeng, I'm going too. Mu Ning said with a determined gaze. Good luck. Good luck. Jiang Xi and Yan Jiufeng said. Then Mu Ning flew towards the myriad Heavenspan mountain. After 5 minutes, Mu Ning still hadn't come out. On the contrary, the 8 sword Dao geniuses who went to challenge the Green Lotus Heavenspan mountain failed in succession within 5 minutes. At this speed, they came back down almost as soon as they went up. Looking at the time, Mu Ning should be passing the first round. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and was about to fly towards the Green Lotus Heavenspan mountain. Just then he heard the mountain keeper say with a smile, "This year's geniuses are not bad. Mu Ning has also passed the first round." Jiang Xi directly used the Gale domain and accelerated towards the Green Lotus Heavenspan mountain. Everyone had a competitive heart. Even the most Buddhist-like people were no exception. No genius would admit defeat easily. The other geniuses' expressions changed drastically. They were even more shocked than when they heard that Ji Wei had passed the first 2 rounds. Because Ji Wei's talent and strength far exceeded theirs, and Mu Ning wasn't in the top 3 of the 9 regions genius battle. At this moment, Kuang Lang's eyes flickered. It wasn't jealousy but competitiveness. He was in the top 3 of the 9 regions genius battle. What? Jiang Xi also went to challenge the first round. I only lasted 3 minutes in the first round. He should also be in the same time. Kuang Lang took a deep breath. He wanted to see the results of Jiang Xi's challenge. This was because he had fought with Jiang Xi in the 9 regions genius battles arena battles. At that time, the 2 of them were about the same strength. It was only because he had the advantage of the terrain that he defeated Jiang Xi in the end. Not far away, Yan Jiufeng was closer to Mu Ning and Jiang Xi because of her relationship with them. After the challenge, she didn't leave the sky-piercing mountain and river painting because she wanted to see the results of the 2. Mu Ning looks innocent but he's hiding a lot of things. Jiang Xi's strength is about the same as Kuang Lang's. He probably won't be able to pass the first round, she thought to herself. The other top 10 geniuses didn't leave either. Everyone had a competitive spirit and was unwilling to admit defeat. My Ignis Dao is already perfected. Among so many geniuses, my Dao technique strength is definitely in the top 3. I don't believe I can't pass. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the majestic Green Lotus Skirich mountain. There was a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. It was very similar to the stone tablet at the Jade Lake Skirich mountain. It was also engraved with ancient words that didn't belong to this era. The content was instantly transmitted to Jiang Xi's mind. Green Lotus Skirich mountain. Attached point reward rules. The first round rewards 100 points. The second round rewards 200 points. The third round rewards 400 points. The fourth round, so on and so forth. The points reward would be doubled for every additional round passed. 4 young geniuses who have just entered the ancient Tao origin world to cultivate, they will receive 10 times the points reward for 30 years. In order, 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 4,000 points. The information on the stone tablet made Riverward pleasantly surprised. Points. 1 point was equivalent to 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals. After spending once in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion, he realized the importance of points. He could buy many things in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion that couldn't be bought in the outside world. For example, the Origin Awakening Spirit Pearl that he needed to refine his clone was very difficult to buy in the outside world. Chapter 346. Passing the sky-piercing mountain in the newbie stage would give 10 times the points reward. Passing the first stage would give 1,000 points, which was equivalent to 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. This was already the same as the spirit crystal reward for the top 3 in the 9 regions genius battle. From the point reward, one could see how difficult the sky-piercing mountain was. Among so many young geniuses, only Ji Wei and Mu Ning had passed the second and first stages respectively. The difficulty was obvious. Pass the mountain. Jiang Xi's eyes were firm. Whether it was difficult or not, he would pass it first. It might seem like a long process, but it actually took less than a breath's time to go through the information on the stone tablet. Looking up, one could see that there was a stone staircase on the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain that led to the top of the mountain. There was a platform at every interval of the stone staircase. Jiang Xi walked up the stairs. The first platform was the first stage. In the depths of Nine Heavens City, other than the 1,000-meter-tall Nine Heavens Palace, there were many other palaces. Additionally, there were also quite a number of palaces, 100 meters tall, surrounding 9 Firmaments Palace. Those were the grotto mansions of some human experts. At this moment, a woman in green flew into one of the palaces on her sword. "Brother Zhongli, don't sleep anymore. Come down and see me." The woman in green frowned and shouted from below a pavilion. "Sai ping, I'll call you sister, okay? I've only slept for 300 years, 300 years. You woke me up." A helpless voice sounded from within the pavilion. A young man with long messy hair and a slovenly appearance walked down from the pavilion. His clothes were unbuttoned and he held a wine gourd in his hand. "What's the matter?" His eyes were wandering. "No matter what, you were once the famous wine sword immortal in the other realms. Now you only know how to sleep all day." Immortal Ping had a look of disappointment on her face. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm going upstairs." Wine Sword Immortal was clearly impatient. "The new 9 regions genius battles youths are all here. 9 of them have chosen our Green Lotus sect. Come with me." Immortal Ping stated her intentions. "Boring. I'm not going." Wine Sword Immortal raised his gourd and took a sip, as if he was hiding something. Immortal Ping sighed in her heart. She knew that her words had poked at Wine Sword Immortal's sore spot. Because the Wine Sword Immortal Zhong Li and his Dao companion Lian Rong had met each other during the 9 regions genius battle. And now the Wine Sword Immortal was still here, but his Dao companion was gone. This great change caused the Wine Sword Immortal, who had dominated the 9 regions and slaughtered the immortal Dao experts of the 10,000 races in the extraterritorial battlefield, to fall into depression until today. Immortal Ping was very clear that it had already been 50,000 years. If the Wine Sword Immortal did not resolve the demonic barrier in his heart, he would not be able to break through. A 9th Tribulation Transcender had a lifespan of 100,000 years at most. If Wine Sword Immortal does not break through, his lifespan will be depleted. "Sister Rong, I really have no other choice," Immortal Ping muttered to herself. For the past 50,000 years, in order to help the Wine Sword Immortal break the demonic barrier in his heart, she had thought of all sorts of ways but had never succeeded. Every time the 9 regions genius tournament's young people came to 9 Heavens City, she would try to get Wine Sword Immortal to go out and take a look. With this in mind, Immortal Ping advised again, "Leave quickly." The Sword Dao's Green Lotus lineage is now relying on you to hold up the facade. You are already able to take charge of an area on your own. Wine Sword Immortal raised his gourd and drank again. "In the world of mortals with a sword, only wine can resolve my desires." At the same time he hummed an off-key song and was about to go upstairs. "Ah, no more wine." He suddenly stopped in his tracks and shook his wine gourd, frowning. Why is there no wine now? He pinched his fingers and divined but found nothing. But the feeling of sudden inspiration was extremely obvious. This was a situation that had never happened in the past 50,000 years. Oh well, let's go. Wine Sword Immortal regained his unrestrained self and laughed. I can go with you to take a look, but after that, you have to get me 100,000-year-old Moonfrost wine. 100,000-year-old Moonfrost wine. You better go back to sleep. Immortal Ping stared with her eyes wide open. Ha! Wine Sword Immortal laughed loudly. Then, with a thought, their spiritual awareness entered the sky-piercing mountain river painting. In the sky above the vast continent where the sky-piercing mountain was, the two figures were hidden in the starry sky. They were looking at the green lotus sky-piercing mountain. How are the young people this year? Wine Sword Immortal asked. There is a genius called Ji Wei who is said to be hard to come by in a million years. Just now, he challenged the Void Universe sky-piercing mountain and passed 2 rounds consecutively. Immortal Ping replied. That is an extraordinary person who knows he might become a great Tao immortal in the future. Wine Sword Immortal was surprised. He asked again, what about those who chose the Green Lotus altar? There are 9 people. I have already sent a message to the Mountain Guardian. The first 8 people have already failed. Now the one who is challenging the mountain is called Jiang Xi. It is said that he has a slight chance of passing the first round. Oh? Let me take a look. Wine Sword Immortal raised his wine gourd and was about to drink when he remembered that there was no wine left. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and look at the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain, Jiang Xi walked along the stone steps and quickly reached the first platform. This place was empty and did not seem to be dangerous. But then the space changed and he fell into an illusion. In the illusory space there was an endless mountain range. At this time Jiang Xi was standing in the air. In front of him, there was a figure standing with a sword on his back. It was a middle-aged man wearing battle armor, exuding the powerful aura of immortal realm. Guardian. Immortal. It would be strange if he could pass. Jiang Xi's expression changed abruptly. As for the gatekeeper, he frowned. Another original infant stage brat? Then his aura suddenly decreased. His cultivation quickly fell to perfected nascent soul stage, the same as Jiang Xi. Challenger, my cultivation will remain the same as yours, but my Dao technique is different. My Dao technique will remain at the first level of sword intent. The Guardian said in a deep voice. Jiang Xi's expression eased a little, but when he heard the following words, his expression changed again. First level of sword intent. Saber Dao, Sword Dao, Spear Dao, and Axe Dao. These 4 special Dao techniques were somewhat different from the common 5 elements, time and space Dao techniques. Under normal circumstances, after cultivating Dao techniques to the Dao of heaven and earth, the next level would be the Great Dao realm. And the next level after saber, sword, spear and axe was Dao intent. Therefore, above Sword Dao was sword intent. According to the spiritual power amplitude, the maximum amplitude of Sword Dao level 10 was 2,000 times. Then sword intent level 10 was 20,000 times. To be more specific, the spiritual power amplitude of sword intent level 1 was 3,800 times. What's there to play? Jiang Xi's eyes widened. His Dao of Fire level 10 had a spiritual power amplitude of 1,000 times. But it was only 1,000 times. With such a big difference there was no way to fight at all. The gatekeeper didn't even need to use a sword. A single fist was enough to kill him. Don't worry, according to the rules, the difficulty of each level is the same. My current Dao technique strength is equivalent to the first level of an ordinary Great Dao, the Guardian said again. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. But Chapter 347. In terms of the Tao of heaven and earth, the cultivation of Tao techniques was divided into 3 levels: special, rare, and ordinary. When a Taoist technique entered the Great Tao level, it was only divided into special and ordinary. This was because there were thousands of Taoist techniques, but there were only 36 Great Taos. The cultivation before the Great Tao was naturally special and rare Taoist techniques, which had a higher chance of stepping onto the Great Tao than ordinary Taoist techniques. The limit of an ordinary Great Tao is 10,000 times, and the first realm is 1,900 times. I'm 1,000 times and the difference is less than 2 times. How can I fight? Jiang Xi took a deep breath. It was too difficult. No wonder he had failed all his previous attempts. However, you should know that Sword Dao focuses on killing. Even if it only has the power of an ordinary first-level Great Dao technique, it's still much stronger than ordinary Great Dao techniques. In terms of attack power, it is also much stronger than other ordinary Great Daos. Are you ready? The gatekeeper's deep voice sounded again. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed. Let's begin. Admit defeat? That was impossible. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out. At the same time, the aura of a sword domain suddenly condensed on Jiang Xi's sword. Are all the sword Dao cultivators of the human race so weak now? The gatekeeper whispered. Swoosh. A soaring sword intent emanated from the long sword behind him and soared into the sky. Although he maintained his cultivation base at the perfected nascent soul realm, his current Taoist technique strength was at the tribulation immortal realm. The gatekeeper would not show mercy and instantly attacked. The sword was unstoppable, directly piercing through space and stabbing towards Jiang Xi. Boom. However, a layer of fire and wind condensed on Jiang Xi's sword. The Tao of fire and the Gale domain. This was not a fusion technique but 3 Taoist techniques at the same time. He also cultivated other Taoist techniques? The gatekeeper's expression turned cold. Boom. Boom. The 2 swords instantly clashed. The 3 Taoist techniques collided with the pure sword intent. A powerful aura erupted and swept through the mountain range. Mountain peaks crumbled one after another. Bang. At the end of the first exchange, Jiang Xi was directly sent flying and smashed into a 10,000-meter tall mountain. Suddenly, half of the mountain exploded and the mountain collapsed. Your Dao technique strength isn't bad. If you go to other heavenspan mountains you can clear the first round. But here you're still far from enough. The gatekeeper said in a deep voice. Don't look down on me. Jiang Xi rushed out from the rubble below and slashed at the gatekeeper. Clang. The 2 of them exchanged blows again. Riverward had always been at a disadvantage. His current spiritual energy amplitude was only 1,000 times. However, by using 3 Taoist techniques at the same time, he was able to hold on. Unfortunately, I'm unable to utilize the Tao fusion technique, otherwise I'd surely kill him. Jiang Xi retreated repeatedly. They could only passively defend. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The gatekeeper was also somewhat surprised. His current strength was already equivalent to that of a first tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi had actually waited for so long. Moreover, he realized that Jiang Xi's use of Dao techniques was very exquisite. Sword domain, Gale domain, Li Fire Dao. Although it was not a fusion of Daos and Dharma, each had their own division of labor and coordination. Let's end this. The gatekeeper slashed again and forced Jiang Xi to retreat thousands of kilometers. This time he took advantage of the fact that Jiang Xi was exhausted and used his sword intent to sweep the area. The gap is still too big. Jiang Xi felt helpless. He had failed to pass the round. In the starry sky, Wine Sword Immortal Zhong Li and Immortal Ping saw everything. Immortal Ping sighed and said, "What a pity. His talent in fire-type Taoist techniques is much stronger than his talent in the Tao of the sword. It seems that there is no hope for the youngsters who chose the Green Lotus lineage this time." "No, Ping, you're mistaken." Wine Sword Immortal showed a rare serious expression. "Mistaken?" Immortal Ping was puzzled. "This youngster is very pure." No, it should be said that his Tao of the sword is very pure. Although it's still at the sword domain level, it's not mixed with anything else. Wine Sword Immortal's gaze was deep, pure. Immortal Ping was even more puzzled. She was also a 7th tribulation transcender who practiced the Tao of the sword. However, she had never heard of someone who practiced the Tao of the sword being pure. However, she knew that although Wine Sword Immortal was still a tribulation transcender, his Taoist techniques had already reached the realm of sword intent. His understanding of the sword was higher than hers, so there was definitely a reason for his words. Wine Sword Immortal explained, "Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and cultivators are no exception. When comprehending the Tao, one's Taoist techniques will be mixed with all kinds of emotions. Happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, hostility, evil, madness, ethereal, carefree, peaceful, and so on. As for this youngster Jiang Xi, his Taoist techniques don't have any emotions and are extremely pure. If he can maintain such a pure Taoist technique, the bottleneck of his Taoist techniques in the future will be much smaller." Wine Sword Immortal sighed softly. His current bottleneck was brought about by his emotions. Although he knew it, he couldn't break it. In that case, Jiang Xi is very suitable for the Tao of the sword? Immortal Ping's eyes lit up. Couldn't be more suitable. Wine Sword Immortal laughed, completely unrestrained. Then he said with a solemn expression, "Ping, I'm preparing to teach the Tao of the Sword in 9 Firmament City. Help me spread the word. That's great. Immortal Ping immediately smiled, very happy. Then she suddenly thought of something and said with a frown, Big brother Zhongli, are you so sure that this youngster Jiang Ci will be able to reach the Tao of the Sword? Can this youngster pass the 3rd trial of the Green Lotus Sky-Piercing Mountain in 30 years? Saber, sword, spear, and axe are the most difficult Taoist techniques to cultivate. Wine Sword Immortal chose to teach the Tao of the Sword at this time because he was targeting Jiang Ci. The youngsters of the 9 regions genius competition could only pass the 3rd trial of the Sky-Piercing Mountain. Only then would they be qualified to listen to the lectures of the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses in 9 Firmament City, and then the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses would accept them as disciples. Of course, there was an exception, and that was powerhouses above the true monarch level, who didn't need to follow this rule. Let's go back and talk about it. Wine Sword Immortal smiled gently, a trace of spirit hidden in his eyes. He still had a piece of information that he didn't reveal, and that was that Jiang Ci's sword Tao was too similar to his Tao partner Rong Er's sword Tao. They were both very pure. It was just that Jiang Ci's sword Tao was a bit purer. But no matter what, as long as it was similar, there was hope in his heart. The 2 figures disappeared into the starry sky of the sky-piercing mountain river painting. Below, on the vast land where the sky-piercing mountain was located, the black-robed old man guarding the mountain looked up at the starry sky where the 2 were and sighed softly. The other geniuses were already discussing at this time. Jiang Ci has already been in the trial for 5 minutes. Is he going to pass the first trial? It's hard to say. Among the top 10, only Ji Wei and Mu Ning passed the first trial. Even the 2nd place Yan Jiufeng and the 3rd place Kuang Lang failed. Look, he came out. The mountain guard didn't say that he passed the first trial. He failed. Many geniuses let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Ci passed it again, the blow would be too great. Kuang Lang clenched and unclenched his fists. Others didn't care, but he did. Because Jiang Ci had lasted for 5 minutes on the sky-piercing mountain, far exceeding his 3 minutes. Comparing the 2, it meant that Jiang Ci's Tao strength had far surpassed his. 1, 2, 3, they're all monsters. Yan Jiufeng muttered. Then he said to Mu Ning, I'm leaving first. Mu Ning tilted his head and knocked on his straw hat with his bamboo flute. Only a year had passed, and Jiang Ci's improvement was beyond his expectations. In the end, all 3,600 geniuses had finished challenging the mountain. Only Ji Wei passed the 2nd trial, and Mu Ning passed the 1st trial. The others all failed. The ones who lasted the longest were Yan Jiufeng and Jiang Ci. The competition began from this moment onwards. The other top 10 geniuses became even more hardworking. This was also a scene that the human race experts were happy to see. Only through competition could there be improvement. However, a piece of news spread among the geniuses the next day, causing a sensation. Chapter 348. 9 Heaven City, inside Jiang Ci's stone house. Mu Ning was taken in as a disciple by a perfected cultivator? Jiang Ci held his communication bead in shock. This guy couldn't keep a secret. He had just sent a message to show off to him. He had been taken in as a disciple by a perfected cultivator in 9 Heaven City and was about to pay him a visit. Fuck. A perfected cultivator. Jiang Ci still couldn't express his shock. A perfected cultivator was a Tao immortal expert who had completed a great Tao. When a Tao immortal was invisible, a perfected cultivator could do whatever he wanted. If Mu Ning was taken in as a disciple by such an expert, he would have a chance to step onto the great Tao in the future. Jiang Ci was shocked and fell into deep thought. Ji Wei didn't have a perfected cultivator to take in a disciple, but Mu Ning got a master first? Why is that? And a perfected cultivator has an endless lifespan. If it's not necessary, they rarely take in disciples. Looks like everyone has secrets. Ji Wei has secrets, so does Mu Ning. Even Yan Jiufeng, Kuang Lang, Bloodchild, and the others have secrets. Thinking of this, he smiled. Others had secrets, so did he. Envy aside, I have the experience panel. I'll catch up sooner or later. Jiang Ci wasn't the only one who was shocked and confused. All the geniuses were the same. Even Ji Wei was agitated by this. He went straight to the inheritance altar and used one of the 2 chances he had just received. No one wanted to fall behind others. This was especially true for the prideful geniuses. At the same time, in the primal universe, Purple Heaven Sect's 6th heaven, a majestic palace sat on the peak of a towering mountain surrounded by stars. Iron Mountain perfected cultivator in blood-red armor sat on top of the palace. As for Immortal Ilyang and Immortal Chuha, they were standing respectfully below. Greetings, perfected cultivator. How did the youngsters of this batch do? Iron Mountain perfected cultivator's hoarse voice sounded. Immortal Ilyang said respectfully, only Ji Wei and Mu Ning passed the second stage of the Void Universe Sky Mountain and the first stage of the All Things Sky Mountain. Not bad. What about the others? Jiang Xi and Yen Jiofeng were able to pass the first stage within 3 years. True Lord Iron Mountain pondered for a moment before nodding. You may leave first. Immortal Ilyang and Immortal Chuha hurriedly took their leave. In the empty hall, perfected Lord Iron Mountain pondered for a long time as he looked ahead with a deep gaze. From his position he could see the flow of the galaxy. Kuan Yu spends most of his time in seclusion in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. Why would he notice a young fellow who hasn't even reached the Tao merge? True Lord Iron Mountain frowned. After becoming a Tao immortal, one could live as long as the heavens if one did not encounter any calamities or tribulations. As for True Lord Kuan Yu, he was a Tao immortal expert who had lived for countless years. She knew more secrets than he did. So what if I'm recruiting disciples? This year's geniuses are all under my Iron Mountain. 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's residence. Wine Sword Immortal and Immortal Ping were watching a battle. It displayed the scene of Mu Ning challenging the first stage of the Myriad Heavenspan Mountain. Big Brother Zhongli, can you see anything? Why would True Lord Kuan Yu accept him as a disciple? Immortal Ping turned her head and asked. Wine Sword Immortal sleepily said, I can't see anything either. However, this young fellow's eyes are as pure as Jiang Xi's sword. The eyes are the windows to the soul. It's rare to see someone who can still maintain a pure heart after cultivating for hundreds of years. The two were somewhat puzzled. Tao immortals like True Lord Kuan Yu, who had endless lifespans, would not easily accept disciples. This was because if they did not cause trouble, they would not die and would not need to pass on their mantle. Instead, tribulation transcenders like them who were nearing the end of their lifespans would often accept disciples. It seems that this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament is the strongest in the past million years. Not only is there Ji Wei but there's also Mu Ning, Immortal Ping said. What? Are you looking down on that young fellow who cultivates the Tao of the Sword? Wine Sword Immortal drank another mouthful of wine. Immortal Ping smiled and said, how can I look down on someone that Big Brother Zhongli thinks highly of? I just feel that he's still a little lacking compared to Ji Wei and Mu Ning. A little lacking? That's because there's no one guiding him. Geniuses like Ji Wei and Mu Ning not only have high attainments in the Tao, but they are also very skilled in using it. It's obvious that there's someone guiding them behind the scenes. In comparison, although Jiang Xi's attainment in the Tao is also high, his actual use is a bit shallow. The gap between theory and practice is not small. Wine Sword Immortal shook his head lightly. What does Big Brother Zhongli mean? I have to give him some pointers. It's not easy for the Green Lotus lineage to have such a good seedling. Those Sword Tao perfected lords might not like him, but I do. Immortal Ping smiled and shook her head. He had not even accepted a disciple, but he already regarded her as his master. But then again, I originally wanted to teach him a technique and create a sensation this time, but someone else beat me to it. Although Wine Sword Immortal said this, his expression was very indifferent, as if he did not care at all. Immortal Ping smiled and said, don't worry, you are the dignified Wine Sword Immortal. In terms of fame, you are not inferior to True Lord Kuan Yu. The news that Mu Ning had been accepted as a disciple by a perfected lord quickly spread. A group of young geniuses stirred up a frenzy of cultivation competition. Jiang Xi was naturally also focused on cultivation. Although he was not at the inheritance altar, he still had to continue his deduction. He activated his sword domain and gale domain at the same time. However, he clearly felt that the efficiency of his sword Tao deduction had decreased by 100 times. It would be great if I could sit on the Green Lotus altar and cultivate every day. Jiang Xi looked forward to it. If others cultivated at the altar for a long time, they might suffer from indigestion. He did not need to worry about that. He only needed the Tao technique inheritance at the inheritance altar as a reference to continue his deduction. Unfortunately, dreams were too far away from reality. The difficulty of challenging the sky-piercing mountain was too high. At that moment, Jiang Xi discovered that someone had sent him a message. Is it Daodu? He smiled. He had spent 10 days here, but more than a month had passed in the original universe. It's not him? Who is Wine Sword Immortal? Jiang Ci scanned it with his spiritual perception and discovered that it was an unfamiliar transmission mark. Furthermore, it was a message. Ever since the 9 Regions Genius Tournament ended, all kinds of invitations had flooded in. For peace and quiet, he had changed his transmission mark. Now, only a few friends and family as well as Purple Heaven Sect's immortal Yi Liang knew his transmission mark. As for this Wine Sword Immortal, he had never heard of him. However, this name did not sound simple. He was definitely a tribulation transcender. Jiang Ci checked the message with doubts. I'm Wine Sword Immortal. When you challenged the sky-piercing mountain yesterday, I watched from above. Your sword Dao is not bad and you should continue to maintain it. However, you're not very good at the practical application of Dao techniques. I suggest you systematically learn the basic knowledge of sword Dao application. Our Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion has the tune of 10,000 swords. It's a cultivation technique that explains the basic application of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. You can buy it and learn it. Also, go look for the stone house in the North 9th District of Nine Heavens City. The Dao runes there will be helpful to you. Chapter 349. It was a simple message, but it pointed out the problem and gave a solution. It was like an elder giving advice to a junior. After reading it, Jiang Ci was shocked and fell into deep thought, recalling his battles in recent years. Even though I have experienced a lot of battles in the 9 Regions Genius Battle, in terms of practical application of Dao techniques, I am still inferior. Compared to other geniuses who have cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, I am indeed much worse. This was a problem that was difficult to avoid. He could use the experience points to increase his Dao technique realm. However, combat experience was accumulated through countless battles. The problem was that he had only cultivated for less than 50 years. To be specific, it was less than 30 years. Judging from his tone, Wine Sword Immortal is an immortal of the Purple Heaven Sect. Since he is named Sword Immortal, his sword Dao strength must not be bad. I have to pay attention to the problem pointed out by such an expert. With a thought, Jiang Ci entered the Purple Heaven Sect board in the Eye of Heaven network through his communication bead. He was now a level 3 disciple of the Purple Heaven Sect, so he naturally had the authority to access this place. A 3-dimensional phantom appeared in the stone house. Search for Wine Sword Immortal. Suddenly, the phantom changed and a large number of images, pictures, and text information appeared. Jiang Ci quickly read with his spiritual sense. After a moment, only surprise was left on his face. There is actually such a person. According to the information he could find, this was a 9 Tribulation Sword Immortal who had once shocked the 9 regions. 50,000 years ago, he joined forces with another Tribulation Transcender to kill and seriously injure a Dao Immortal of the demon race. Tribulation Transcenders and Dao Immortals were on 2 completely different levels. One had an end to their lifespan, the other had an endless lifespan. It was almost impossible to fight above one's level. Battle achievements were one thing. On the other hand, Wine Sword Immortal was a heroic and righteous person, famous for being unrestrained. Back then, he was the most popular immortal in the entire 9 regions of the Dao Alliance. However, for some unknown reason, after that battle 50,000 years ago, the Wine Sword Immortal disappeared without a trace. He paid attention to the battle when I challenged the sky-piercing mountain. Is he living in seclusion in Nine Heavens City? Jiang Ci's heart moved. It is an honor for such an expert to personally guide me. Jiang Ci smiled and said again, enter the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion. The 3D illusion changed and a virtual shopping mall appeared. Search for the melody of 10,000 swords. Information about a cultivation method appeared in front of Jiang Ci. Tune of 10,000 swords, 88 points, basic application of the Green Lotus Sword Doctrine, restricted to disciples of the first sky and above. Were the basic manuals so expensive? Jiang Ci was dumbfounded. He had thought that it would only cost 1 or 200 top-grade spiritual crystals. 88 points? Wouldn't that be 8,800 top-grade spiritual crystals and 8 billion low-grade spiritual crystals? Then he checked his account balance. 998 top-grade spiritual crystals. Lack of money? Jiang Ci shook his head helplessly. He had used up almost all of the 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals he had received from the 9 Zones Genius Battle to create his doppelganger. Wine Sword Immortal also mentioned Dao rune carvings. I wonder what they are? His luck was not bad. With his current authority, he had successfully found the Dao rune inscriptions in the Eye of Heaven network. After reading it, Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. Good stuff. Many experts who cultivated in Nine Heavens City like to comprehend the Dao of Heaven and Earth on the rooftops. Some experts would casually carve their understanding of Tao onto the roof when they were cultivating Tao techniques so that those who came after them could refer to them. And some later generations would add their own insights to the rooftops, which led to more and more Tao rune carvings on the rooftops. In Jiang Xi's view, wasn't this equivalent to a weaker version of the inheritance altar? Because the experts who cultivated in Nine Heaven City were not only those who had yet to become immortals, but also many immortal path experts. The Tao rune carvings they left behind were definitely not simple. The only drawback was that these Tao rune carvings were rather messy, unlike the Tao technique inheritance on the inheritance altar, which was very complete and systematic. It doesn't matter to me whether it's messy or not, as long as it can be used as a reference for deduction. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Thinking of this, he got up and went out, ready to go to the stone house that Wine Sword Immortal had mentioned to look for the Tao rune carvings there. After coming out, Jiang Xi found that Yan Jiufeng and Mo Hong, Bloodchild, Kuang Lang and the other geniuses were already searching the empty rooftops of the stone houses. Are they all looking for the Tao rune carvings? Jiang Xi sighed. These extraordinary geniuses were more well-informed than him, who came from an ordinary background. Fortunately, Wine Sword Immortal had reminded him, otherwise he would have fallen behind the others. Even if he found out from the other geniuses later, he would be much later than the others. Time was precious. Then Jiang Xi went straight to the stone house at North 9th Stone House in Section C. His figure was also noticed by Yan Jiufeng and the others. Jiang Xi, he also knows about the existence of the Tao rune carvings. Many people's eyes flashed. Back then, my strength was almost the same as his, but now he has surpassed me. I have to put in more effort than him to prove that my third place is deserved. Kuang Lang's pride and competitiveness were his motivation to move forward, and the speed at which he searched for the Tao rune carvings was also much faster. Talent is the foundation. Whether or not you can become an expert depends on your temperament and willpower. Being strong for a while doesn't mean you will be strong forever. I will definitely catch up. And Mo Hong, who looked like a scholar, had a determined look in his eyes. The others, like Bloodchild, Feng Lu, Li Xianxian and Lin Ling'er, had similar thoughts. However, no one said anything. No one was willing to waste precious time and speed up the search for the Tao rune carvings. These geniuses all understood that even if they entered the Purple Heaven sect, they would face great competition. Because resources were limited, in a fair competition, the better they performed, the more resources they would receive. Improve. On the other side, Jiang Xi had a clear goal and didn't search aimlessly. He quickly came to the stone house at North 9th Stone House in Section C. On the roof, he saw the so-called Tao rune carvings and was immediately attracted to them. Those messy carvings seemed to have existed for countless years and still faintly emitted a shocking sword intent. It feels very similar to the sword Tao inheritance at the Green Lotus altar. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up as he carefully observed the Tao rune carvings. The Tao illusion at the Green Lotus altar used the growth and changes of the Green Lotus to demonstrate 9 processes. 1 for 100, 1000, 10,000, 1100, 100 for 1. Some of these Tao runes seem to be describing the inheritance of 1 green lotus, while others seem to be describing 4 or 100 lotuses. At the end, Jiang Xi even saw a line of words carved in the common language of the Tao Alliance, which also emitted sharp sword intent. I've already comprehended the first 3 of the 9 growth changes of the Green Lotus. I also have a general idea of the next 1,000 and 10,000. From today onwards, I can compose the tune of 10,000 swords. Within 1,000 years, I will complete the tune of 10,000 swords. I will be able to pass 9 tribulations and the first cycle of life and death. I will become a great Tao immortal and be free in the world. Fast. By Lu Yen of the Sword Sect. Chapter 350. Jiang Xi was stunned by the bold handwriting. 9 tribulations in a row to become a great Tao immortal? Judging from the remnant sword intent, these runes have existed for a long time. This person should have succeeded, right? No, if he succeeded, then the price of the tune of 10,000 swords in the Purple Heaven sect's treasure vault would be more than 88 points. A great Tao immortal was a perfected cultivator. If one wanted to buy a perfected cultivator's cultivation technique manual, the price would be about 10,000 times higher. I wonder where this person came from? With that thought, Jiang Xi entered the omniscient eye network with his communication bead again. He searched for Lu Yan's information and added the keyword Sword Gate and Green Lotus. Otherwise, countless pieces of information would have been found. After all, there were trillions of humans in the universe and there were countless people named Lu Yan. After adding the keywords, the search was successful almost instantly. Riverward used his spiritual sense to quickly read the contents. As a result, he sank into silence and then sighed with emotion. Another heaven-defying person who fell before becoming an immortal. In terms of talent, this person is many times stronger than Ji Wei. His talent is truly overwhelming and peerless in his generation. According to the public information, Lu Yan was a sword Dao genius from 8 million years ago and came from the Sword Gate, one of the 3 gates. After being allowed to enter the ancient Dao source world to cultivate, he passed 4 trials on his first attempt at the Green Lotus Skirich Mountain. This achievement shocked the 9 realms of the Dao Alliance and caused a sensation among the races of the universe. In the next 30 years, Lu Yan passed the trials again and finally passed the 10th trial when he left the ancient Dao source world. At that time, many of the upper echelons of the human race thought highly of Lu Yan and thought that he was the most promising genius cultivator to become a Dao Lord. However, this genius was like a comet. After returning to the Sword Gate, he died in a trial. One must be careful on the path of cultivation. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Regardless of the time spent cultivating, Lu Yan was even crazier than him, a genius with an experience panel. However, such a heaven-defying person died before becoming an immortal. Moreover, the human race had existed for tens of thousands of years. There must be many geniuses like Lu Yan. Jiang Xi committed caution to memory and then looked at the Sword Dao runes on the roof again. Now, let's see if Lu Yan's Sword Dao inscriptions have any effect on my Sword Dao deduction. The Wine Sword Immortal reminded him to come here to observe because these Sword Dao runes were Lu Yan's drafts before he created the melody of 10,000 swords. If these Sword Dao runes were helpful to his deduction, then the effect of the melody of 10,000 swords would be even more obvious. After that, Jiang Xi carefully observed the messy carvings in front of him and muttered in his heart. Use the purple firmament sword scripture and sword domain to deduce once. A moment later, the deduction was completed. Then he carefully sensed the changes in the sword domain. Haha, it's working. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. Even though the changes were extremely subtle, so much so that even with his spiritual sense, he wouldn't have been able to discover them if he hadn't carefully examined them. But if there was a change, it meant that there was an effect. Next, Jiang Xi tried to deduce dozens of times. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The efficiency of Sword Dao deduction had increased by 2 times. Although it was much slower than the speed of the inheritance altar, it was still faster than usual. Now I'll deduce the Sword Dao with all my strength. Jiang Xi thought to himself. As for the Gale Dao, he would have to wait. Because now there was a crucial problem. Where could he get experience points? No matter how powerful the engine was, it couldn't run without oil. According to his previous plan, he would absorb and refine the Tao of heaven and earth in the ancient Tao source world. Then he would madly deduce the Tao of heaven and earth. Now, it seemed that his original plan was too simple. Although the Tao of heaven and earth is visible to the naked eye, I can't just fly up and absorb and refine it, right? Jiang Xi shook his head. That was too impractical. Didn't you see that many powerful cultivators were looking up from the rooftops? He reckoned that as soon as he flew up, he would be slapped until not even a speck of dust remained. Let my clone hunt monsters on Earth and gain experience points? That's a good idea. Jiang Xi was deep in thought. But unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to expose the existence of his clone. Only a hidden trump card could be a trump card. He looked at his remaining experience points. Experience points, 490/500,000. When the 9 Regions Genius Tournament ended, I had more than 1.2 billion experience points. After a year of deduction, I have less than 500 million experience points left. Jiang Xi couldn't guarantee that he could deduce the Sword Dao or the Gale Dao with these experience points. As for deducing both, he didn't even think about it. His face wasn't that pale. I have to think of a way to get more experience points. Experience points were like the savings in the Dao Alliance Crystal Bank. Naturally, the more the better. Jiang Xi thought about this problem as he silently deduced in his heart. His remaining experience points kept decreasing. During this process, he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In one of the palaces around 9 Cloud Palace, the Wine Sword Immortal was preparing for the imparting of techniques. As a 9 Tribulation Sword Immortal who had once shocked the 9 regions, his first imparting of techniques naturally couldn't be so casual. He also had to go through some procedures and announce it widely. After all, the cultivators of the Green Lotus Sword Dao included disciples of the 3 gates and 6 sects, as well as other talented human cultivators. There were many forces behind them. Today, Immortal Ping came again to tell him some things to pay attention to. After Immortal Ping left, the Wine Sword Immortal's spiritual sense swept across Nine Cloud City and frowned slightly. It's been half a month and that little guy still hasn't bought the tune of 10,000 swords? Just looking at Lu Yan's sword Dao carvings on the roof, the cultivation effect isn't obvious. He got into the top 10 of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament and has a reward of 10,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals. It should be more than enough to buy the tune of 10,000 swords, right? Then, the Wine Sword Immortal used his authority in the Purple Cloud Sect's Treasure Pavilion to do a simple check. This little guy, the 9 Regions Genius Tournament just ended and he already bought the Spirit Awakening Pearl and Soul Accumulation Fruit? He hasn't reached the nascent soul stage yet and he dares to split his spiritual sense and refine an avatar. How bold. This way, his sword Dao will be delayed for a few more years. Fine, it's good to let him suffer a loss. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head. Then he frowned and smiled bitterly. This nuisance of opening a mountain to teach is really not a simple task. I regret it, I regret it. He drank a mouthful of wine and staggered back to the attic to sleep. As for Jiang Xi, he was very patient. He couldn't be too hasty to prevent spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Jiang Xi calmed down and quietly deduced the sword Dao carvings on the stone house for half a month. On this day the peace was broken. Mu Ning excitedly came to find him. Jiang Xi, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. The shepherd boy's face was full of excitement. Didn't you go to find a master? Why are you looking for me? Jiang Xi didn't have any temper towards Mu Ning. This pure-hearted shepherd boy naturally gave people a good impression. Chapter 351. After the apprenticeship, I have something good to share with you. Mu Ning looked very excited. What is it? Jiang Xi smiled. When I went to the apprenticeship, Master told me that there are 2 other good things in Nine Heavens City apart from the inheritance altar. Tell me about them. Jiang Xi's interest was piqued now. If a Dao Immortal Perfected Emperor said it was good, then it must be good. The first is the Dao pattern carvings. Many cultivators in Nine Heavens City like to carve on the roofs. Mu Ning pretended to be mysterious. Don't talk about the Dao pattern carvings. I'm studying them now. Jiang Xi interrupted him with a smile. No wonder you're not at home, Mu Ning muttered. Only then did he notice the sword Dao carvings in front of Jiang Xi. Then he said, you definitely haven't heard of the second one. It's the spirits of Dao outside Nine Heavens City. Spirits of Dao? Jiang Xi's expression changed. He really hadn't heard of them. Mu Ning nodded with a smile. My master said that the biggest difference between the ancient Dao origin world and the original universe is that the Dao origin world. The ancient Dao origin world is like the beginning of heaven and earth. The various Daos are extremely unstable and can't be seen with the naked eye. We can easily comprehend the Daos here when we cultivate. I know all that. Jiang Xi smiled. Don't worry. You definitely don't know the rest. These unstable Daos combine with the dense heaven and earth spirit chi to form a special life form called the spirits of Dao. A life form formed by Daos. Jiang Xi's expression changed. After these spirits of Dao die, they'll turn into a small amount of Daos with no attributes. Cultivators can directly refine and absorb them to improve their understanding of Daos. However, Master warned me that many of the newcomers in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament die in the ancient Dao origin world because they hunt spirits of Dao. If you're not strong enough, I don't recommend you go out of the city to hunt them. So I'm planning to go out of the city after a while to check out the situation. Mu Ning's eyes were still shining as he spoke. Jiang Xi had a plan in his heart. Spirits of Dao was a life form formed by Daos. Hunting them would definitely give experience points. Now that he was lacking experience, he could give it a try. However, even Mu Ning's master had reminded him that if he wasn't strong enough, he shouldn't leave the city. Before hunting, one must first assess the level of danger. Moreover, Jiang Xi had another guess. The spirit of Dao aura was a special life form formed by the Dao art. After it died, it would become a Dao art with no attributes. Then, after absorbing and refining it, would it also turn into experience points? With that in mind, he chatted with Mu Ning for a while longer. Mu Ning also knew that time was precious. In the end, he left in high spirits, saying that he was going to look for Dao runes. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xi went to remove the spiritual awareness imprint from the stone house he had lived in before. Then he changed his residence to this stone house with the marks of Lu Yan's sword path. After doing all this, he rushed out of the city with anticipation. Moving quickly in this gray world, they soon arrived at the gate of Nine Heavens City. He saw a few other familiar figures. They were the other geniuses from the Nine Regions Genius Tournament. When they saw Jiang Xi, they all greeted him. Jiang Xi, you've also heard of the spirit of Dao Aura? Yeah, I'm going to take a look. Jiang Xi chuckled. This stone tablet has an introduction to the outside of the city. You can take a look first before you go out, someone reminded him. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Jiang Xi hurriedly thanked him and then moved lightly to a stone tablet under the city gate. And those people didn't say much. After reading it, they directly went out of the city and went hunting together. Jiang Xi looked at the stone tablet for a moment and had a general understanding of the situation outside the city. Nine Heavens City was divided into 3 areas. The first area was 2,000 kilometers around Nine Heavens City. The spirits of Dao Aura here were all at the nascent soul stage. The second area was 2,000 to 20,000 kilometers around Nine Heavens City. The spirits of Dao Aura were all at the nascent soul stage. The third area was the vast outermost area. The spirits of Dao Aura living here were at the Dao integration stage. Note, the death rate of hunting spirits of Dao Aura is extremely high. Don't take too much risk. Do what you can. The division of the areas is so detailed. It should be a cultivation ground specially prepared for the geniuses of the human race. There aren't any spirits of Dao Aura above the Dao integration stage. That's right. Nine Heavens City is right next to it. Even if there are spirits of Dao Aura in the Tribulation Immortal stage, they will be killed by the human race. Jiang Xi chuckled. From this, it could be seen that the entire ancient Dao origin world was a cultivation ground for the human race. Although the first area is full of nascent soul stage spirits of Dao Aura, I can't relax. Not only did Mu Ning's master remind me, but the stone tablet also emphasized that the death rate outside the city is very high. This means that even if the area outside the city is divided by the human race, it's still very dangerous. After all, those who could cultivate in the ancient Dao origin world wouldn't be weak. After seeing Lu Yan's experience, Jiang Xi's vigilance rose to the highest level. At this time, many geniuses came from the city. He also reminded them to take a look at the stone tablet. Then he didn't stay any longer and stepped into the area outside Nine Heavens City in a flash. The terrain outside the city wasn't complicated. There were also mountains and rivers. However, these mountains were very low and hilly. Moreover, the gray fog outside the city was thicker and visibility was very low. It gave people the feeling that there was some great danger hidden inside. What shocked Jiang Xi even more was that the gray fog had the effect of suppressing spiritual sense. The range of his spiritual sense was greatly reduced. To be safe, he didn't go too far from Nine Heavens City. There's movement. After walking for a while, Jiang Xi heard a rustling sound in the fog not far away. Wu, a creature with 2.5 heads, broke through the thick fog and arrived in front of Riverward. It let out a strange low growl. Late-stage nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi judged the strength of this spirit of Dao Aura through the strength of its aura. Kill? Jiang Xi stabbed with his sword and his figure flashed. Roar. It was surprisingly easy to kill. Jiang Xi relied on his Taoist technique strength that was far beyond the nascent soul stage. With just one sword, he instantly killed this spirit of Dao Aura in the late nascent soul stage. You killed a spirit of Dao Aura in the late nascent soul stage. Experience points plus 3,800. The experience panel's prompt sounded in his mind, but Jiang Xi didn't pay attention to it. Because the spirit of Dao Aura that he killed turned into a colorful ball of light the size of a fingernail in less than a breath's time. Is this an attributeless Taoist technique? Jiang Xi waved his hand and his body absorbed the colorful ball of light. Almost in the blink of an eye, these balls of light were completely refined by him. You comprehended an attributeless Taoist technique. Experience points plus 1,000,000. The experience panel's prompt sounded again. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in surprise, but before he had time to feel anything, there was a big movement in the gray world in the distance. Chapter 352. Go. There are too many. Roar. Panicked shouts and strange roars came from the world of gray fog. Rumble. The shouts quickly disappeared, but the ground shook more and more violently as if thousands of beasts were running. Jiang Xi's face changed. He recognized that the shouts were from the geniuses who had reminded him to look at the stone tablet at the city gate. It had been less than 10 minutes and they were all dead? Those people were not weak. They were all the top 360 geniuses of the 9 Zones Geniuses competition. Otherwise, they would not have the guts to greet him. Run. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. He turned and ran. In the next moment, the gray fog started to churn violently. Strange nascent soul-stage Taoist rhyme spirits started to rush towards them from all directions. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Whoosh! Not only did Jiang Xi use the Gale Realm, but he also used the Tao of Fire. The wind helped the fire, and his speed was at its highest. He left behind a series of afterimages. In an instant he was back at the city gate. The spirits of Taoist rhyme that were chasing after them seemed to be afraid of Nine Heavens City. They stopped 10 kilometers away. They only growled fiercely, emitting a bloodthirsty light. Jiang Xi turned around and looked at the hundreds of thousands of spirits of Tao. He was horrified. Almost caught up to him. If he had been caught by hundreds of thousands of nascent soul-stage cultivators, he would have been turned into dust. Jiang Xi finally understood why immortal Yi Liang had said, "Survive." At that time, no one had discovered any fatal danger in Nine Heavens City. They had thought that they would be fine as long as they did not disturb the powerhouses. It turned out that the danger did not come from the powerhouses who were immersed in cultivation. It came from the spirits of Tao outside the city. Below the city gate, the other geniuses who were about to leave the city to hunt spirits of Tao saw this scene. Their faces turned pale and they were terrified. "Jiang Xi, are these all spirits of Tao?" Someone could not help but ask. "Yes." Jiang Xi nodded, looking serious. Go back and cultivate." Before they even stepped out of the city gate, they gave up on the hunting trip that they had been looking forward to. Although the risks and benefits were equal. But before they saw the benefits, they saw the risks. Jiang Xi didn't leave immediately because he saw the profits. He was carefully observing the hundreds of thousands of ferocious spirits. A moment later, all the spirits of the Taoist rhymes returned to the gray world and hid in the gray mist. The risk is high, but the reward is also high. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Killing a nascent soul-stage spirit of Taoist rhyme didn't count the experience points gained. Refining those non-elemental Taoist arts actually gave him 1 million experience points. Right now he was lacking experience points. I'm sure that spirits of the precepts don't dare to come within 10 kilometers of Nine Heavens City. The one I just killed seems to be a lone spirit of the precepts. I just don't know if this situation of being alone is a coincidence, or does it happen often? Under the premise of ensuring a safe distance, go and investigate again. Jiang Xi made his decision. If there really wasn't a chance, then he would give up. His life was the most important. His figure flashed and he came to a place 20 kilometers away from Nine Heavens City. This distance could ensure that he returned to the safe area in the shortest time possible. Then he hid and waited quietly, remaining patient. About 2 hours later, there was a slight movement in the gray mist world in front of him. Although the detection range of his spiritual sense had shrunk, he soon detected a black spirit of the precepts with 8 legs. Roar! That spirit of the precepts had also discovered Jiang Xi and directly pounced on him fiercely. The speed of a nascent soul-stage cultivator arrived in an instant. But in Jiang Xi's eyes, it was not enough at all. Sword light flashed. With 2 slashes he easily killed it again. You killed a mid-stage nascent soul-stage spirit of Taoist rhyme, experience points plus 3,400. Then Jiang Xi directly absorbed the non-elemental Taoist art formed by the spirit of Taoist rhyme. You comprehended a non-elemental Taoist art, experience points plus 1 million. He turned around and left. Roar! Roar! Rumble! Accompanied by strange roars one after another, the ground shook violently. A large number of spirit of Taoist rhyme beasts attacked again. But this time Jiang Xi was prepared in advance. With extreme speed, he steadily returned to the safe area within 10 kilometers of Nine Heavens City. Those hundreds of thousands of spirits of Taoist rhyme stopped 10 kilometers away, constantly roaring. There's hope. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. This proved that the spirits of Taoist rhyme were really afraid of Nine Heavens City and did not dare to approach. And he found that the spirits of Taoist rhyme had very low intelligence. They only had a simple impulse to kill. Hunting them was much easier than normal nascent soul-stage cultivators. The real danger mainly came from the huge number of spirits of Taoist rhyme. So, when all the spirits of Taoist rhyme had dispersed, Jiang Xi once again waited 20 kilometers away. Wait for the fish that escaped the net. Then he would hunt and escape. As time passed, more and more geniuses heard about the existence of the spirits of Taoist rhyme. Although many people had seen the terrifying number of spirits of Taoist rhyme, there would never be a lack of people in the world who dared to take risks. Especially when some geniuses refined non-elemental Taoist techniques and found that their Taoist technique comprehension had improved, their drive to hunt was even stronger. The high risk had brought about huge profits. Soon, the geniuses set off a wave of craze to hunt the spirits of Taoist rhyme. There were even people who dared to go deep into the fog world. So, in just half a month, nearly 10% of the 3,600 people died. More than 300 people died outside Nine Heavens City. The stage of hunting the spirits of Taoist rhyme eliminated many people with poor temperament, will, battle experience and carelessness. Fate was death. And Jiang Xi only reminded Mu Ning during this process. Then he steadily maintained his own rhythm and picked up the fish that escaped the net every day. Of course, he knew what was important. The purpose of gaining experience was to improve his strength, so the plan he set for himself was to come out and hunt for 10 days a month. The rest of the time, he would be on the roof of the stone house, deducing his sword Dao according to the runes left by Lu Yen. A month later, another piece of news that shook the entire Nine Heavens City quickly spread. The Wine Sword Immortal, who had been silent for 50,000 years, was going to teach. Many Essence Soul, Dao integration, and even Tribulation Immortal powerhouses who were cultivating in Nine Heavens City suddenly became excited. Those who were qualified to listen to the class all went to the Wine Sword Immortal's residence. Who was the Wine Sword Immortal? Among the geniuses, except for a few people with extraordinary backgrounds, the others had never heard of the Wine Sword Immortal. But soon, everyone found the information of the Wine Sword Immortal on the Eye of Heaven network. After learning about the Wine Sword Immortal's past, those geniuses who use swords as weapons all showed a look of fascination. Sword Immortals were like this. They wished they could become the Wine Sword Immortal's disciple right now. Unfortunately, they were not qualified to listen to the Wine Sword Immortal's class. In this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament, only Ji Wei had passed the second stage of the Sky-Piercing Mountain. And if they wanted to listen to a Tribulation Immortal powerhouse, they had to at least pass the third stage of the Sky-Piercing Mountain. Chapter 353. Jiang Xi already knew about the Wine Sword Immortal and had received his advice. Therefore he was only surprised by this. Such a powerhouse had actually not opened his sect to accept disciples all this time? However, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He only had 30 years in the ancient Tao Source world, so he had to seize the time to cultivate. Time flew by and a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the roof of the stone house as usual, immersed in cultivation. He stared at the sword Tao inscriptions, and occasionally looked up at the Tao techniques visible to the naked eye. He kept repeating the deduction in his heart. You have comprehended the sword Tao, experience points plus 20 million. When the pleasant notification sounded in his mind, Jiang Xi's body shook, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Success was too sudden. He quickly opened the experience points panel to check. Cultivation, True Body, Nascent Soul, Later Stage 1.06 million 1.06 million, Clone, Golden Core, Later Stage 397500397500, Tao Technique, Sword Tao, less than 110 million, Fire Tao, 10th level 50 million, Gale Domain, 10th level 5 million, Amplitude, 1000 times Tao of Fire, Secret Technique, Cultivation Technique, Purple Firmament Sword Scripture, Peacock Visualization Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points, 608,950,000. After seeing the changes in the experience points panel, Jiang Xi's expression became even more surprised. His sword domain had been successfully upgraded to the sword Tao. He had spent 1/3 of this year hunting those lone spirits of Tao outside Nine Firmament City. The experience points he had gained had exceeded 1.5 billion. And these experience points had been used up by him in this year. In total, in order to deduce the sword Tao, he had used up more than 2.5 billion experience points. Now he had finally received his reward. Of course, this was not without some help. If it were not for the enlightenment at the Green Lotus altar and the sword Tao inscriptions left by Lu Yen, the sword Tao deduction would have consumed at least 5 billion experience points. In addition to his surprise, Jiang Xi also noticed the sword Tao's upgrade experience points. 100 million EXP to level up, just as I expected. Because the sword Tao is a special Tao technique, Its amplitude limit is twice that of the rare heaven and earth Dao, so the upgrade experience points are also twice as much. Next, I just need to raise my strength. Because there were many big shots in Nine Heavens City, in order to guard against those who had nothing better to do, they liked to use their spiritual awareness to investigate others. Jiang Ci decided to let his clone on Earth's first moon increase the level of his Sword Dao experience. Before leaving Earth, he had prepared a large number of 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits for his clone. 2 words, enough. Now, whether it was experience points or spiritual energy, they were nothing to him. However, because the avatar was still in the golden core stage, the efficiency of refining the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit was not that high. It was estimated that it would take a month to refine 100 million points of spiritual energy. The time in the origin universe is 3.6 times that of the ancient Tao origin world. 1 month in the origin universe is only 8 or 9 days here. While Jiang Ci was calmly cultivating and improving himself, the river diagram of the Skyspan Mountain, on the vast continent where the Skyspan Mountain was located. The black-robed old man, Lord Shoshan, had been guarding these sky-piercing mountains for countless years. It wasn't just the human geniuses from the ancient Tao origin world who could enter this place. Other immortal Tao sects or cultivators with contributions could enter the corresponding sky-piercing mountains as long as they chose an inheritance altar. However, since everyone had nothing better to do, they wouldn't waste their time here unless they were confident that they could pass the trial. On this day, a figure suddenly appeared on the platform in front of the sky-piercing mountains. It was Ji Wei, the champion of the new 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Greetings, Lord Shoshan. The black-robed Lord Shoshan's attitude towards this human genius was much better. A trace of a smile appeared on his dignified face. It's only been a year and you're already confident of passing the next trial? I had a breakthrough, so I had to come and try. Ji Wei's expression was calm. Go, the void universe sky-piercing mountain is empty. The Lord Shoshan nodded lightly. Ji Wei bowed to him and flew over. The Lord Shoshan's gaze was deep, but there was some anticipation. It's only been a year and you've already broken through? The void universe sky-piercing mountain has 2 special Tao arts, time and space. The difficulty of cultivating them at the same time is not lower than the Tao of saber, sword, spear, and axe. Because Ji Wei had already passed the first 2 trials, he could directly enter the 3rd trial. As time passed, Ji Wei lasted longer and longer on the void universe sky-piercing mountain. The Lord Shoshan's expression gradually turned to surprise. Half an hour later he laughed. You passed? Not bad, not bad. Although you can't compare to rare geniuses like Lu Yan and Carlet, you're second only to them. Yes, according to the Iron Mountain's request, we have to give those little fellows some stimulation. Competition is the best way to increase their strength. With a thought, he spread the news to the others. Soon, the news of Ji Wei passing the 3rd trial of the sky-piercing mountain spread among the geniuses. Everyone entered the sky-piercing mountain river painting immediately. In just a short while, more than 3,000 people gathered on the platform in front of the 44 sky-piercing mountains. It was bustling. Why is he so outstanding as a human genius? Even Ji Wei passed the 3rd trial. No matter how big the difference is, we have to pass the first trial, right? Lord Shoshan, I want to challenge the sky-piercing mountain. The group was filled with fighting spirit. The black-robed Lord Shoshan was expressionless as he shouted, "Line up, one by one." The geniuses immediately quieted down, but they still maintained their fighting spirit and lined up to challenge the mountain. The difficulty of each sky-piercing mountain was the same. Even if they didn't challenge the same mountain, they could still compare the difference in strength. Compared to a year ago, many of them had improved. However, their improvement wasn't enough to pass the first trial. They only lasted a little longer under the hands of the Lord Shoshan. Failure, failure, failure. In the end, they recognized the cruel reality. However, there were still people who succeeded. A girl in a red dress flew up the sky-piercing mountain. 10 minutes later, the Lord Shoshan smiled and said, Yan Jiofeng passed the first trial. Whoosh. Everyone was shocked. Then, everyone felt that it was natural because Yan Jiofeng was second in the 9 Regions Genius battle. She had almost passed the previous trial. As for Kuang Lang, who was third in the 9 Regions Genius battle, he gritted his teeth and had a cold expression. It was difficult for him to show the arrogance he had in the past. What? They're both level 4 disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. I'm so far behind them. He had already tried to break through once and had also failed. This year's 9 Regions Genius battle was special. There were 3 level 4 disciples of the Purple Heaven sect, and the top 3 could all enter the level 4. Although he had gotten third, there were already people privately saying that Kuang Lang was a lucky guy, because the strength that Mu Ning and Riverward displayed now was stronger than his. Of course, this didn't mean that he was weak. Compared to other geniuses, he could be ranked 5th in the sky-piercing mountain. This is not the result I wanted. Kuang Lang can't be worse than others. Just as Kuang Lang was about to leave and cultivate, another figure appeared on the platform in front of the sky-piercing mountain. Jiang Ci is here. Chapter 354. Jiang Ci really didn't mean to be the last to arrive. He also received the news that Ji Wei had passed the 3rd stage. However, at that time, his sword Dao was at the final stage of perfection. In order to ensure that the final improvement could be carried out safely and smoothly, he put most of his attention on his clone. That was why he was a little late. Fortunately, the result was good. Sword Dao, 10th tier, 10.000/10.0000000. Amplitude, 2000 times. Sword Dao. His Sword Dao had successfully reached the 10th tier of perfection. His spiritual power amplitude had also increased to 2000 times. Jiang Ci, you're the only one left. Yan Jiufeng also passed the 1st stage just now. Hurry up and show us what you've got. Mu Ning shouted. He also went to try just now, but unfortunately he didn't pass the 2nd stage. Yan Jiufeng also passed the 1st stage? Jiang Ci was eager to try. If he didn't count the stages, there were now 3 people who had passed the stages. Ji Wei, Mu Ning, and Yan Jiufeng. Then let's see how strong I am now after reaching perfection in my sword Dao. Jiang Ci looked at the green lotus Skirich mountain. At this moment, the other geniuses were also looking at him. There weren't many people left in the queue to challenge the mountain. The only one who was truly strong was Jiang Ci. Could Jiang Ci succeed? Many people asked in their hearts. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ci walked in front of the mountain guard and bowed respectfully. Lord Mountain Guard, I want to challenge the mountain. Go ahead. There's no one on the green lotus Skirich mountain. The mountain guard nodded lightly. Jiang Ci flew away. The mountain guard's eyes were a little surprised. This little guy has a sharp sword Dao perfection intent on him. It seems like he has reached perfection in his sword Dao. It's only been a year, and he has cultivated from the sword domain to the sword Dao. And he has even reached perfection? He hadn't seen such a situation in millions of years. A little bit of anticipation rose in his heart again under normal circumstances. When a cultivator's Dao of heaven and earth reached perfection, the Taoist rhymes on his body would be restrained. It would be difficult for others to see his Dao technique realm. Others might not be able to see Jiang Ci's Dao technique realm, but the mountain guardian could. Otherwise, he would not have guarded these heaven-span mountains for the human race for countless years. Over here, Jiang Ci quickly arrived at the green lotus heaven-span mountain and ascended the stairs. After stepping onto the first empty platform, he entered the illusion. It was still that endless mountain range. The gatekeeper wore armor and carried a long sword on his back as he stood in the air. You again? Those 8 little fellows didn't make any progress at all. I advise you to. That's not right. Have you perfected your sword Dao? The gatekeeper originally had a calm expression, but he was suddenly shocked. It had only been a year. I made a small breakthrough. Jiang Ci smiled. He didn't intend to hide his breakthrough. At his current height, he was no longer in a situation where he had to be cautious. The upper echelons of the human race looked at talent. The better he performed, the more heaven-defying he was, the better resources he would receive. Haha, an interesting little fellow has finally appeared. The gatekeeper gave a rare laugh. Then he said seriously, same rules as before. Our cultivation levels are the same. My Dao techniques will remain at the ordinary 1st tier of the Great Dao realm. However, I'm using sword intent. Its offensive power isn't something an ordinary Great Dao can compare to. Come on. Jiang Ci's fighting spirit was also high, and he was not afraid at all. The slaughtering shadow sword was covered in a layer of sword shadows. Like dense clouds, it suddenly expanded to 10,000 zhang long. The way of the sword. Take the initiative to attack. The mighty sword shadow attacked the guardian who was clad in battle armor. The gatekeeper laughed out loud as well. He unsheathed the sword on his back, and a towering sword will swept out. Boom, boom. The sword light surged and swept through the illusory space. The mountains below crumbled one after another and rubble filled the air. Whoosh. The 2 figures were locked in battle in the air. Clang, clang. The weapons clashed continuously, causing the space to tremble violently. It was definitely a head-on battle. Both of their cultivation levels were maintained at the perfected nascent soul realm. In terms of Dao techniques, although the gatekeeper was at the first tier of sword intent, according to the rules he could only unleash the power of an ordinary first tier of the great Dao realm. In terms of spiritual power amplitude, it would be 1,900 times. As for Jiang Ci, he could unleash his strongest strength to his heart's content. The 10th tier of the Sword Dao realm had a maximum amplitude of 2,000 times. It seemed like there wasn't much difference, but in a battle between experts, 0.1 times was often enough to determine the outcome. Moreover, there was a difference of 100 times. Haha, great. Jiang Ci's figure flashed and twisted in the air as he attacked with all his might. In addition, he also had the Dao of Fire. This time, it was the gatekeeper's turn to defend. Swoosh. During the battle, Jiang Ci found an opportunity to kill the gatekeeper with a swing of his sword. You killed a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, fake. Experience points plus 380. Success. Although he had expected it, Jiang Ci was still overjoyed. But the space changed drastically. Everything was restored to its original state. The gatekeeper who was just killed reappeared in front of Jiang Ci. Not bad. Although you still can't compare to those 1-in-a-million-year sword geniuses, as long as you maintain this speed of improvement, you will catch up. I believe that you will catch up to them sooner or later. The gatekeeper said with a chuckle. Many thanks. Jiang Ci cupped his hands in thanks, then disappeared. Space changed, and his figure reappeared on the first platform of the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain. Then he stepped on the stone steps again and rushed toward the second stage. After entering the second stage's illusion, what surprised Jiang Ci was that the gatekeeper was actually still the one from the first stage. He looked exactly the same. Don't be surprised. Will be me in the future. The gatekeeper chuckled. Then the battle began again. At the same time below the mountains, a group of geniuses was waiting, basically all waiting for Jiang Ci's results. The mountain keeper suddenly smiled and said, Jiang Ci also cleared the first stage. Immediately there was another round of shock all around. Another one. Not counting the stages, there are already 4 people in the top 10 who have succeeded. This freak likes to hide his strength in the 9 regions genius battle, then erupt. I wonder if it will be the same this time? I think it's possible, everyone discussed animatedly. What made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that when Jiang Ci's figure flew back from the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain, the mountain keeper did not speak again. This meant that Jiang Ci failed in the second stage. However, the 6 geniuses in the top 10 who had not succeeded yet had extremely complicated feelings. People like Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling Bloodchild, and Feng Lu either had bitter expressions or high fighting spirit, unwilling to admit defeat. And the remaining Kuang Lang became a special case. Because he was 3rd place, a Purple Heaven sect 4th firmament disciple. Furthermore, his strength was almost the same as Jiang Ci back then. Now Jiang Ci had already far surpassed him. Jiang Ci not bad. Mu Ning laughed loudly. Congratulations. Yan Jiufeng and the other geniuses also had people congratulating Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci nodded in return one by one. After the commotion, everyone did not waste precious time and left the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. Chapter 355. The news of Jiang Ci and Yan Jiufeng passing the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain did not cause much of a stir in Nine Heavens City. After all, there were many immortal Dao experts. 2 nascent soul cultivators were not worthy of much attention. Nine Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's huge palace. A 3D image was suspended in the main hall. It showed the battle scene of Jiang Ci passing the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Wine Sword Immortal and Immortal Ping watched carefully. As expected of Big Brother Zhongli. His eyes are still sharp. In just a year, this young man has not only completed the domain transformation, he has also reached the perfection realm. His sword Dao cultivation speed is much faster than Big Brother's back then. Immortal Ping was shocked. Wine Sword Immortal laughed and did not show the doubts hidden in his heart. He could not say that he had made an error in judgment, right? According to his estimation, Jiang Ci should need 3 to 5 years to step onto the sword Dao. Then he would pass the first stage in 10 years and the third stage in 30 years. He did not expect Jiang Ci to reach such heights in just a year. A pure sword Dao could go from the sword domain to the sword Dao and reach the perfection realm in a year? How many years had it been? Interesting. Wine Sword Immortal opened his shirt and drank wine. He shook his head and hummed lightly. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the stone house. He thought back to his battle in the second stage of the Green Lotus Sky-Piercing Mountain. In the second stage of the Sky-Piercing Mountain, the Guardian's Dao technique is equivalent to an ordinary second-level Great Dao. His spiritual energy amplitude is 2,800 times, while mine is 2,000 times. Not only is there a difference in spiritual energy amplitude, but in terms of battle techniques, I am also much weaker. He could clearly feel that the Guardian's strength in the second stage had increased by a level, and his battle techniques were richer. Many of his moves were impossible to guard against. Jiang Xi understood that the Guardian's battle techniques in the first stage were not bad. After all, they were the same person. It was only because he had the upper hand in the first stage to a large extent, it could be said that he won with strength, making it difficult for the Guardian to use his full strength. After this round of investigation, Jiang Xi knew that the practical application of Dao techniques was still his shortcoming. Senior Wine Sword Immortal, the tune of 10,000 swords that you advised me to buy is the basic application manual of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. I didn't have enough money and points last time, but I have enough this time. After clearing the first stage due to the tenfold reward from the novice stage, you'll receive 1,000 points straight away. Meanwhile, the tune of 10,000 swords only requires 88 points. With that in mind, Jiang Xi connected to the Omniscient Eye network through his communication bead and entered the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault. Search for tune of 10,000 swords. Then he placed an order to buy it. Since it was a cultivation technique manual, it was a text message. The Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion directly sent the entire melody of 10,000 swords to Jiang Xi through the Eye of Heaven network. Relying on his powerful spiritual sense, Riverward quickly finished reading the contents of the entire ancient book and memorized it by heart. Wonderful, wonderful. Sword Dao can be used like this? This move can be used like this? It seems that the way I used the Sword Dao in the past was too crude. Jiang Xi's mind was completely immersed in the melody of 10,000 swords. It was like when he was in school. He learned a lot of theoretical knowledge and became a theoretical emperor, but in the end, his actual practice was worlds apart. He was somewhat similar in terms of Sword Dao now. His Dao technique realm was high, but in a real battle he could not fully unleash the strength of this realm. The melody of 10,000 swords was the analysis and comprehension of the first three transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao by the sword sect genius Lu Yen 8 million years ago. At the same time, it included various basic applications of Sword Dao. Lu Yen is indeed a 1 in a million Sword Dao genius. Every transformation of the Green Lotus is extremely mysterious. Even a Dao immortal would find it difficult to fully comprehend it. Yet he only used 3 sets of sword techniques to completely display the first 3 transformations of the Green Lotus. This is really good stuff. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. What surprised him even more was that after he memorized the melody of 10,000 swords by heart, the words melody of 10,000 swords appeared in the cultivation technique column on the experience panel. Cultivation technique, Purple Heaven Sword Sutra, Peacock Visualization, Melody of 10,000 Swords. It meant that this was a cultivation technique manual that even the experience panel recognized and was extremely valuable. Immediately after, he tried to deduce the Sword Dao once more. Let's deduce it once with the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra, Sword Dao and Melody of 10,000 Swords. A moment later, the deduction was completed. There were no obvious changes. However, Jiang Xi could vaguely sense that he gained some insights in his mind and a deeper understanding of the application of Sword Dao. It was effective. As expected, by deducing relevant applicable Dao techniques, he could improve his ability to use Dao techniques in a practical way. Jiang Xi was elated. If he continued deducing as such, his practical application of Sword Dao would gradually improve. The next cultivation direction would be to comprehend and deduce the melody of 10,000 swords to improve the application of Sword Dao. At the same time, I'll continue trying to fuse the Dao of Sword and Dao of Leaf Fire. Ever since his Dao of Leaf Fire was perfected, he had been trying to fuse Dao techniques once more but to no avail. Right now he had to settle for the next best thing, fusing 2 Dao techniques instead of 3. He believed that the fusion of 2 Dao techniques of heaven and earth would be much stronger than the original 3 low-level Dao techniques. After that, Jiang Xi really stopped paying attention to the outside world. Apart from leaving the city for 10 days every month to hunt spirits of Dao, the rest of his time was devoted to cultivation. As the saying went, cultivation was timeless. Focusing on cultivation was one aspect. Another aspect was the long lifespan. it was easy to overlook the passage of time. Of the 3,600 geniuses who entered the ancient Tao source world to cultivate, more than 300 died in the first year. In the second year, more than 200 died because of hunting spirits of Tao. The rate of death was decreasing. In this year, Kuang Leng finally passed the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. However, he no longer had the right to be arrogant. He had fallen behind by so much, so he had to work harder in the third year. Bloodchild, Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Linger, and Feng Lu all passed the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. At the same time, due to the difference in time between the ancient Tao source world and the original universe, Jiang Xi's clone in the original universe finally completed the nurturing of the golden core and cultivated to the nascent soul realm after 10 years. His trump cards gradually became stronger. In the fourth year, the top 360 geniuses of the 9 regions genius tournament also began to pass the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. As for the geniuses at the bottom of the rankings, apart from those who had already died, they were also working hard. The competition continued and no one dared to relax. In the next few years, the others more or less tried to pass the sky-piercing mountain. Some succeeded and some failed. Only Jiang Xi didn't make a move. He maintained his own cultivation pace and wasn't affected by others. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in the ancient Tao source world, and 36 years had passed in the original universe. During this time, Jiang Daodu experienced another deep slumber, and her cultivation rose to the nascent soul realm. This made Jiang Xi sigh. The difficulty of cultivation. Chapter 356. In fact, Jiang Xi sometimes wondered if this girl was the reincarnation of an immortal Tao big shot. He had worked so hard to reach this stage, but Jiang Dudu only needed to sleep for a while to level up. That was how it was written in novels and books. Something like a ruthless emperor. However, Jiang Xi was happy to see this. In the future, he wouldn't have to spend time and energy to help Jiang Dudu improve her strength. In addition, Xian Tian and Li Baibai, who had reached the golden core stage a long time ago, had also broken through to the nascent soul stage in these 36 years. One of them was cultivating in the Zhangyun sect, while the other was cultivating in the Tao Alliance's Temple of Time. Compared to when they were on Earth, their speed of improvement was a little faster. After all, with the guidance of their master, they would take fewer detours. Everyone was improving and Jiang Xi naturally wouldn't fall behind. In the past 10 years, he had been deducing Tao techniques and comprehending the melody of 10,000 swords. Now, his control and use of Sword Tao had become more and more skillful. At the same time, he was also trying to fuse Sword Tao and Li Fire Tao. He never gave up. On this day, Jiang Xi returned from hunting Tao rune spirits outside Nine Heavens City. He continued to try to fuse Sword Tao and Li Fire Tao. The Tao runes of the two Tao techniques circled around him, clearly separated. And he was using all kinds of methods to try to fuse the two Tao techniques. At the same time, he was silently deducing in his heart. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, Jiang Xi was stunned. The two completely unrelated Taoist rhymes suddenly showed signs of merging at this moment. Experience points panel has been updated. Please check it. When the pleasant notification sounded in his mind, Jiang Xi's eyes were immediately filled with surprise. The experience points panel was updated. Was there a new function? Or something else? He quickly opened it. Cultivation, True Body, Nascent Soul, Advanced Stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million. Clone, Nascent Soul, Advanced Stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million. Tao Technique. Sword Tao, 10th level, 10 million/10 million. Li Fire Tao, 10th level, 50 million/50 million. Gale Domain, 10th level, 5 million/5 million. Amplitude, 2000 times. Sword Tao, Secret Technique. Tao Fusion Technique. Tao of Sword, Tao of Fire, 12 million. Amplitude 1, Martial Arts. Purple Cloud Sword Scripture, Peacock Visualization. Melody of 10,000 Swords Deduction. 10,000 EXP per UCXP. 1-832 430 000. When Jiang Xi saw the changes in the EXP panel, he was even more surprised. An additional secret technique pane appeared. The first secret technique was the Tao Fusion Technique. Back then, the Tao fusion that he had blindly pondered had actually evolved into a secret technique after the Taoist rhymes of the two Taos of heaven and earth had fused slightly. And it's a secret technique that can be leveled up with EXP. The fusion of the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Fire requires 200 million experience points to level up. It's still within an acceptable range. The effect of the Tao fusion technique is displayed too. Amplitude x1 multiplied by 1? In other words, after leveling up the Tao fusion technique, my spiritual energy amplitude will increase again. It's very possible. After all, before the Tao technique reached the level of the Tao of heaven and earth, a crude Tao technique fusion technique could cause the might of the Tao technique to increase explosively. Jiang Xi's mind spun rapidly as he quickly connected the dots. Surprised, this was a huge surprise. The Tao fusion technique was a wondrous technique that could increase one's strength. Ever since the Tao of fire was perfected and flawless, it could not be used anymore. Now that it appeared on the EXP panel, there would be unlimited possibilities in the future. Next, level up. Jiang Xi did not let the surprise get to his head. He continued to be cautious. He let his clone in the original universe refine large amounts of spiritual fruits to increase the Tao fusion technique's level and experience points. 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Wine Sword Immortal would hold a class once a month. Although each time he taught Tao techniques, it was always full of people. However, after teaching for so long, he had only taken in one disciple. Alright, this month's class ends here. See you next month. Wine Sword Immortal did not care about his image. He lay on his side on the throne in the main hall and waved his hand, signaling the cultivators who came to listen to the class to leave. Everyone bowed respectfully and left. When the main hall was empty, he said to a Tao integration stage youth standing beside him, "Yiming, prepare to receive the guests." Although he had been cultivating with Wine Sword Immortal for a year, Qin Yiming still could not figure out his master's style of doing things. However, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately set up the main hall. Sure enough, after a short while, a person flew in from outside the hall on a 5-colored auspicious cloud. "Zhongli, you're finally willing to come out." A hearty laugh sounded at the same time. Wine Sword Immortal greeted him with a smile. It was a man in a green robe with disheveled hair. It was Immortal Iliang, who had been supervising the 9 regions genius battle. Soon Immortal Ping also arrived. The three of them were old friends. Soon they sat down in the hall and talked about the past tens of thousands of years ago, accompanied by good wine and delicious food. This time he drank for half a month. After a mess of cups and plates, Immortal Iliang smiled drunkenly. "Only your wine can make me feel drunk." Of course. Although my wine is not a 100,000-year-old Guanghan wine, it is still a rare good wine in the world. Wine Sword Immortal chuckled. "I remember that you still have 3,000 years of lifespan left, right?" Immortal Iliang suddenly thought of something and frowned. Immortal Ping gave him a look. Why did he have to mention that of all people? Unexpectedly, Wine Sword Immortal laughed in a carefree manner. "So what if I still have 3,000 years? I've already lived for almost 100,000 years. Life and death are no longer important to me. You should let it go. After all, it's been 50,000 years." Immortal Iliang sighed. "Let it go? How can I let it go if that Yao doesn't die? I saw him kill Ronger with my own eyes. I hate that I can't drink his blood, eat his flesh, and burn his bones to ashes." Wine Sword Immortal's face became ferocious and terrifying. It was completely different from his usual carefree and heroic appearance. Immortal Ping's face was filled with worry. She glared at Immortal Iliang. Sigh. Immortal Iliang felt helpless. He also wanted to help his old friend get rid of his inner demon. But now, it seemed that Wine Sword Immortal's inner demon would be hard to get rid of. That was because that Yao Dao Immortal had already become a Yao Dao Lord. Let's drink, let's drink." Wine Sword Immortal waved his hand and returned to his carefree and unrestrained self. He hid many things in his heart. When Immortal Ping saw this, she hurriedly changed the topic. She smiled and asked Immortal Iliang, "Haven't you always been working under True Monarch Iron Mountain? Why did you come to 9 Heavens City? Don't tell me you're here to see me. If you wanted to see me, you would have come a long time ago," Wine Sword Immortal added. Immortal Iliang shook his head and chuckled. "It's all because of those youths in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament. According to the rules, if the youths in this tournament are successful in their cultivation, they will all be under True Monarch Iron Mountain. They've already been cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world for 10 years. True Monarch Iron Mountain specially asked me to come and see how they're doing." Chapter 357. The three immortals changed the topic to the youths in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Immortal Ping asked, "What's the situation like?" Immortal Yi Liang smiled. This tournament is different from the past. There are many good seedlings. Among them, Ji Wei is the most valued by True Monarch Iron Mountain. He passed the 4th trial a year ago. Speaking of Ji Wei, Immortal Yi Liang's smile widened. Then he continued, Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng, Kuang Lang and Mo Hong, and Bloodchild also passed the 2nd trial. The rate of improvement of these youths is the fastest in the past million years. Perhaps 1 or 2 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses will emerge. There were differences between Tribulation Transcenders. 1 Tribulation Transcender and 9 Tribulation Transcender were definitely different. Wine Sword Immortal nodded. Indeed. Immortal Yi Liang shook his head. It's just that I don't understand Jiang Xi's performance. If he could pass the 1st trial in his 1st year, he should have passed the 2nd trial a long time ago. However, he hasn't done anything in the past 10 years. Everyone else is working hard to obtain the inheritance altar. I don't know what he's thinking. He's not in a hurry at all. Immortal Ping smiled. You can ask Big Brother Zhongli about this. He knows Jiang Xi quite well. Oh. Immortal Yi Liang looked at Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal took a sip of wine and said, to be honest, I can't see through him anymore. 10 years ago, I gave him some pointers and told him to buy the tune of 10,000 swords to improve his sword technique. I didn't expect him to become like this after buying it. Immortal Yi Liang's expression changed. Did he take a wrong path and focus on sword technique? Wine Sword Immortal hesitated. That shouldn't be, right? Immortal Yi Liang said, that's what I'm worried about. It seems that I'll have to remind him when we leave. The next 30 years in the ancient Tao origin world is the best time to build a foundation, Immortal Yi Liang said. He scanned 9 Heavens City with his spiritual sense and saw Jiang Xi sitting cross-legged on a roof. After Jiang Xi's clone reached the nascent soul stage, the efficiency of refining 10,000-year-old spirit fruits had increased greatly. In just 20 days he had refined 200 million points of spiritual energy. He looked at the changes in his EXP panel Tao Fusion Technique, Tao of Sword, Tao of Fire, 20,000,000/200, 000,000, Amplitude 2, Amplitude 2. As expected, after the Tao fusion of the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of the Li Fire reaches perfection, the Tao of the Li Fire Tao will become extremely powerful. My spiritual energy amplitude can be directly multiplied by 2 times on top of the original foundation. I wonder how many times the Tao fusion technique of 3 Taos of heaven and earth will be amplified. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. When I use the Tao fusion technique, my current amplitude can increase to 4,000 times. It's a good opportunity to challenge the Heavenspan Mountain and test my strength. Immediately, Jiang Xi used his spiritual sense to enter the sky-reaching mountain and river painting through the communication bead. They appeared on the vast continent where the 44 sky-reaching mountains were located. He came before the Lord Mountain Guardian and bowed, "Greetings, Lord Mountain Guardian." The Lord Mountain Guardian opened his eyes. "Oh, it's Jiang Xi. I remember that you haven't been here for 10 years. The youths in your batch have all improved a lot. You have to work hard. I've been polishing my Tao before, so I don't want to be distracted." Jiang Xi smiled. "Yes, not bad. The Green Lotus sky-reaching mountain happens to be empty. Hurry up and challenge it." The Lord Mountain Guardian nodded. Jiang Xi bowed again before flying toward the Green Lotus sky-reaching mountain. He's been cultivating in seclusion for 10 years. I wonder what kind of breakthrough he made this time. Could it be that he comprehended sword intent? The Lord Mountain Guardian could not help but think of this. Then he shook his head. 4,000 years, only Lu Yen has been able to comprehend sword intent in just 10 years in the ancient Tao origin world. On the other side, Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the foot of the Green Lotus sky-reaching mountain and looked at the stone tablet again. Then he quickly climbed up the stone steps to the platform of the 2nd stage. The space changed and his spiritual body fell into an illusion. It was still the same endless mountain range, and the armored guardian stood in the air with a sword on his back. "It's you? We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Are you confident that you can pass my 2nd stage this time?" The guardian said in a low voice. "Why don't you give it a try?" Jiang Xi said with a faint smile. He directly unsheathed his sword and a cold sword light flashed. "You've reached perfection in the Tao of the sword? You can't beat me like this." The guardian shook his head, and a long sword appeared in his hand as sword intent rose. "Is that so?" Jiang Xi chuckled again. A dark red sword shadow suddenly appeared on the slaughtering shadow sword, faintly hiding under the dense sword shadow of the Tao of the sword. What? Tao fusion technique? Impossible. Even tribulation transcenders would find it difficult to completely grasp the Tao of the heaven and earth level Tao fusion technique. The Guardian's expression changed. Come and fight. Jiang Xi shouted. The sword light whistled, and the long sword followed his figure, becoming tens of thousands of feet long. The sword shadow formed by the fusion of the Tao of the sword and the Tao of the fire was mighty, and its power spread throughout the entire space. As soon as the Guardian saw this momentum, his expression became incomparably solemn. The soaring sword intent turned into all kinds of moves and fiercely collided with Jiang Xi's sword. The majestic impact swept through the entire space, destroying heaven and earth. 4,000 times spiritual energy amplitude versus 2,800 times spiritual energy amplitude. There was an absolute gap in strength. Swish. Riverward used less than 10 sword strikes to find the gatekeeper's flaw. With a thrust of his sword, he pierced through the other party's forehead. The second stage passed. Buzz. The space changed dramatically, and the space that had collapsed during the battle between the two returned to normal. The Guardian also revived. The Guardian said in a grave tone, "This time you won with strength again. With your fighting skills, you will definitely lose in the next stage. Watch carefully." Jiang Xi smiled and disappeared. Then he walked along the stone steps toward the platform of the third stage. At the same time, in Wine Sword Immortal's palace, the three immortals were still drinking and reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Immortal Yi Liang frowned as he received a message. Jiang Xi just passed the second stage of the Skyspan Mountain? That kid is finally willing to move? Let's go and take a look. Wine Sword Immortal was also interested. Immortal Ping smiled. She naturally followed Wine Sword Immortal's opinion. Then, with a thought, the three entered the Skyspan Mountain River painting with their spiritual senses. Their figures were hidden in the starry sky of the continent where the Skyspan Mountain was located, and they looked at the Green Lotus Skyspan Mountain. The third stage. Jiang Xi's figure fell into the third stage's illusory realm. As the Guardian had just been killed by Jiang Xi in the second stage, he only snorted. You won't be able to pass this stage with just the Tao fusion technique. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn and he did not speak. The Guardian's Tao power in the third stage was equivalent to an ordinary third-level Great Tao. In terms of spiritual energy amplitude, it was 3,700 times. After he used the Tao fusion technique, his spiritual energy amplitude was 4,000 times. From this point of view, he had the advantage. However, even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. He would not underestimate any opponent. Therefore, he took the initiative to meet the Guardian with his sword. Chapter 358. In the eyes of many tribulation transcender powerhouses, Jiang Xi was a very good successor, and at the same time he could help them a bit. As a young cultivator, being able to pass the third trial of the Heavenspan Mountain after cultivating for 10 years in the ancient Tao Source world was already very talented. If there were no accidents in the future, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to reach the Tribulation Transcender realm. However, these Tribulation Transcender powerhouses also understood that they were just there to accompany him. Because among the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the Purple Heaven sect in Nine Firmament City, the strength and fame of Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong far surpassed them. With these two immortals, Jiang Xi's chances of becoming their disciple were very small, compared to Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong. In the past 50,000 years, Wine Sword Immortal had been in a depressed state and didn't teach anyone. Sword Immortal Nangong became the most famous Tribulation Transcender powerhouse in Nine Firmament City. Some people even guessed that if Wine Sword Immortal hadn't suddenly announced 10 years ago, Jiang Xi would most likely have chosen Sword Immortal Nangong as his disciple. But now there was a change. Even though Wine Sword Immortal had been silent for 50,000 years, his popularity hadn't decreased, and he was still the #1 immortal. This time Jiang Xi will definitely become my disciple. Sword Immortal Nangong was very confident, and his words were like a challenge to Wine Sword Immortal. In a palace near Nine Firmament's palace, Wine Sword Immortal was leisurely drinking wine and singing in the attic, but his singing was out of tune. Immortal Ping was still the only audience. After Wine Sword Immortal finished singing, she smiled and said, "Big brother Zhongli, Sword Immortal Nangong has spoken. Aren't you worried at all? This kind of thing can't be rushed. That Nangong guy has been fighting with me for 10,000 years. I didn't expect him to still be like this. Let him be in the limelight first, Wine Sword Immortal said with a smile. The next day, Wine Sword Immortal's lesson started again. Sword Immortal Nangong seemed to have purposely changed the time of the Dharma lesson to this day. According to the rules of becoming a disciple, after the young cultivators of the ancient Tao source world passed the third trial of the Heavenspan Mountain, if they wanted to become the disciple of a powerhouse, they had to be under that powerhouse's tutelage. Jiang Xi didn't know what Jiang Dudu had done, nor did he know that he was being targeted by so many tribulation transcender powerhouses. Early in the morning, he tied up his long hair that had not been cut for 10 years, tidied up his clothes, carried a long sword on his back and went out. Walking on the flagstone streets of Nine Firmament City, he headed toward the palaces of tribulation transcender powerhouses near Nine Firmaments Palace. He passed by the residences of tribulation transcender powerhouses one after another. Finally, he stopped in front of the Wine Sword Immortal's palace and walked in with steady steps. Sigh. The group of tribulation transcender powerhouses who still had a glimmer of hope sighed. But he lost wholeheartedly who asked him to be the Wine Sword Immortal. 50,000 years ago, the Wine Sword Immortal had dominated the 9 stellar domains and was known as the #1 immortal in terms of popularity. If it wasn't for an accident that led to the birth of a heart demon, he would have long become a great Tao immortal. After all, the sword Tao of the Liquor Sword Immortal was already on par with that of a Tao immortal 50,000 years ago. Only Sword Immortal Nangong remained silent for a long while before shaking his head with a smile. Being able to cultivate to such a high level, he naturally wouldn't get angry over such things. He just didn't want to lose to the Wine Sword Immortal. Because it was an open class, Jiang Xi didn't have any restrictions and directly walked in. At this time, the Wine Sword Immortal was sitting at the front of the hall and hadn't started his lecture yet. When he saw Jiang Xi walk in, his expression didn't change at all. But the other cultivators who came to listen to the lecture were in an uproar. Recently, Jiang Xi's name had been known by many cultivators in Nine Firmament City below the immortal Tao realm. Many people had heard that this young man who had just arrived in the ancient Tao origin world had passed the third trial of the sky-piercing mountain a few days ago and was quite talented. Obviously, this was the first time Jiang Xi had come to listen to a lecture, so his purpose here was self-evident. They were all guessing whether the Wine Sword Immortal would accept Jiang Xi as his disciple. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi calmly found a place to sit down cross-legged and waited for the Wine Sword Immortal to start his lecture. After about 15 minutes, the Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine and started his lecture. Today, let's talk about what is a sword? This sentence instantly stunned all the cultivators in the hall. Cultivators who could enter the ancient Tao origin world naturally had good talent and comprehension, and they all came here to listen to the lecture with swords as their weapon of choice. What was a sword? This question couldn't be more simple. Was there even a need to explain it? The Wine Sword Immortal didn't care about everyone's doubts and continued, I'm sure some people will say that a sword is a type of weapon, a type of ritual tool, or something else. Actually, that's not wrong, but the essence of a sword isn't mentioned. A sword isn't just an object, it's a life with sentience and emotions. If you use a sword to kill people, your sword will be tainted with baleful aura and brutality. If you use a sword to do good, your sword will be tainted with righteousness and peace. Once the sword is tainted with these emotions, it will be like a person and possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Many troubles in the world are caused by emotions. If we treat a sword as a life form, in the end we return to the essence. The sword is the heart. If you can reach this level, your sword Tao won't be too bad. Alright, this lecture ends here. All of you can leave now. See you next time. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that 3 days had already passed. They were completely immersed in the Wine Sword Immortal's words. Jiang Xi was also immersed in the lecture. As expected of the Wine Sword Immortal. What was the theory of the sword? It was as if he had been enlightened, and his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. When everyone was about to leave, Jiang Xi took a deep breath and walked to the front of the hall. Since he had already made his decision, he wouldn't hesitate. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt on the ground and said, Disciple Jiang Xi is willing to take Immortal as my master. Jiang Xi's action caused another commotion. Everyone looked at the Wine Sword Immortal and wondered if this Immortal would take Jiang Xi as his disciple. Good, very good. The Wine Sword Immortal nodded lightly. All the cultivators were instantly filled with envy. The news of Jiang Xi successfully becoming the Wine Sword Immortal's disciple quickly spread. The geniuses had just been stimulated once, and this time they were stimulated again. That was the Wine Sword Immortal, a ninth tribulation transcender who wasn't any weaker than a Tao Immortal. This Jiang Ci is really abnormal. Mu Ning muttered and continued to ponder over his next song. Granny once said that if the Wine Sword Immortal could reverse life and death, he would be a top-notch Tao Immortal. If Jiang Ci can become his disciple, his competitiveness will greatly increase in the future. Yin Jiufeng took a deep breath. Why did he improve so quickly? Kuang Leng found it hard to accept this news and was silent for a long time. The other geniuses were even crazier and worked hard to cultivate. However, it wasn't that easy to become the disciple of a tribulation transcender. They had to pass the third trial of the sky-piercing mountain. And it was even more difficult to become the disciple of a powerhouse like the Wine Sword Immortal. It really depended on their mood. Chapter 359. Misty Mountain Immortal, past the 14th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Thousand Flames Immortal, past the 16th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Immortal Ping, past the 15th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Sword Immortal Nangong, past the 19th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Jiang Ci carefully browsed through the list. Although I have the experience points panel and don't have to worry about cultivating, choosing a master obviously has its benefits. Who should I choose? Jiang Ci's gaze fell on the Wine Sword Immortal's information. Wine Sword Immortal, past the 20th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. This level of strength had already surpassed most Tao Immortals. Of course, strength was only secondary. Towards the Wine Sword Immortal, he was filled with gratitude. When he first came to the ancient Tao Source world, if the Wine Sword Immortal hadn't told him to buy the melody of 10,000 swords, he would have been able to improve his cultivation. He was afraid that he would need to spend a long time exploring and fighting in order to improve his combat skills. This was also the benefit of having a master. With a knowledgeable person guiding him, he would be able to avoid many detours. Moreover, after I finish cultivating in the ancient Tao Source world, I'll have to go to the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters. At that time, I'll have to find an opportunity to return the Purple Heaven sword scripture to the sect. This is a dangerous mission. I'll take a tribulation transcender as my master first. It'll be safer in the future. Thinking up to here, Jiang Ci suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Taking a master was just an insurance. Because there was another question that he had to ask. Back then, he had been tricked by his master, Taoist Gu, into swearing an oath to return the Purple Heaven sword scripture to the Purple Heaven sect within 100 years. The key was this the 100 years he had experienced, or was it the 100 years of the original universe's normal flow of time? If it was the latter, then he was done for. This question had always been hidden in Jiang Ci's heart. Occasionally he would feel apprehensive. Before the end of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, he hadn't thought that there would be a time difference between the original universe and the ancient Tao Source world now. He could only wait for the original universe's 100 years to arrive. He had made the oath in the year 95 of the new moon, and it was now the 154th year of the new moon. According to the time difference between the ancient Tao Source world and the original universe, there was still 41 years of the original universes. In other words, the ancient Tao Source world's time. In the ancient Tao Source world was a Tao Source world's time. If I break the oath of the Tao, then my Taoist techniques will no longer be able to use inch force. This cheap master was really a big scammer. Damn it, Jiang Ci sometimes wondered why the Purple Heaven sect had so many big shots of the immortal Tao. Why would such an important inheritance like the Purple Cloud Sword Sutra be broken by Taoist Gu, a Tao integration cultivator? Was there any secret behind this? If there really is some secret, then I have to find a master to rely on. At the same time, in the Milky Way galaxy, planet Dongyuan. As the core life planet of the Milky Way galaxy, planet Dongyuan was even more prosperous. Because Jiang Ci was the lord of the Milky Way galaxy, the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade had been moved here more than 30 years ago. At this moment, in the Shanghai Interstellar Trade Headquarters in Anlin City on planet Dongyuan, Jiang Dudu, who had a slightly cold temperament, and a late-stage nascent soul female cultivator. Under the witness of the all-piercing eye, each of them left their own spiritual sense imprints on a document. Then, the late-stage nascent soul female cultivator smiled and said, "Junior Sister Jiang, you are also a member of the Purple Heaven sect from now on." "Senior Sister Yen, you must be joking. I'm not even an outer sect disciple now." Jiang Dudu smiled faintly. "Haha, with senior brother Jiang Ci here, as long as junior sister Jiang manages the Mountain Sea Star Trade well, It will be easy for you to become a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect in the future. Yan Fei was quite friendly. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister Yan. Jiang Dudu smiled. The two of them chatted for a while more before Yan Fei left the Mountain Sea Star trade. After signing the agreement, Jiang Dudu felt like a stone had been lifted from her heart and she felt much more at ease. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Purple Heaven sect, Yan Fei's attitude towards her, a nascent soul cultivator, was very friendly. The reason was very simple. It was because Jiang Xi had passed the third stage of the Skyspan Mountain in the ancient Tao origin world. The talent he had displayed had surpassed the other two fourth heaven young geniuses of the Purple Heaven sect. This news had already spread among the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. Compared to Jiang Xi, Yan Fei was only a first heaven disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Her status was several levels lower. Chairman, will the Mountain Sea Star trade be a subsidiary of the Purple Heaven sect in the future? Next to him, the general manager of the Mountain Sea Star trade, Shen Wanxi, was still a little dizzy. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng were also very excited. With the Purple Heaven sect behind them, the Mountain Sea Star trade would develop even faster in the future. That's right, but they will only take the dividends and can't interfere with the operation of the group, Jiang Dudu said with a smile. Jiang Dudu looked at the three of them. Yoxin, Wen Feng, old Shen, now is not the time to relax. The Mountain Sea Star trade has now reached the scale of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. We have to reach 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in 50 years. Are you confident? Yes. The Wen siblings and Shen Wanxi were full of motivation. After the three of them left, Jiang Dudu looked at the flowing stars in the night sky and gently clenched her fists. The ninth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect is coming soon. She was looking forward to the scene when Jiang Xi finished cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world and went to the headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect. The Nine Zones Genius Tournament was not the only way to become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. In addition to the outstanding disciples that the star regions usually sent to the Purple Heaven sect, there were also special talents that could enter the Purple Heaven sect. After all, not everyone was good at cultivation. And a huge immortal Tao sect could not only rely on powerful cultivators to maintain normal operations. He also needed various management type, business type, and other talented cultivators. Not only the top immortal Tao sects of the star regions, but even the 3 gates and 6 sects would conduct business activities. After all, cultivation was ultimately about money. This time, Jiang Dudu had done some work. She had made the Mountain Sea Star trade a subsidiary of the Purple Heaven sect and successfully entered the Purple Heaven sect. Of course, she was only an outer disciple now. If she wanted to enter the core and become a disciple of the 9th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, she would need to continue working hard. If a disciple who specializes in business manages a star trade group with a scale of 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, they can become a disciple of the 1st heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals sounded like a small amount. If it was converted into low-grade spirit crystals, it would be a lot. 100 billion low-grade spirit crystals. If not for special circumstances, the first place of the 9 Zones Genius Tournament would only receive this amount of spirit crystals as a reward. They were the top geniuses selected from the billions of humans. For the Mountain Sea Star Trade Group, which had only been established 60 years ago, it would be very difficult to achieve this goal. In 9 Heaven City, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the various sects who were qualified to teach the Purple Heaven sect were secretly competing with each other. 10 years ago, when Ji Wei had just passed the 3rd level, a similar situation had occurred. In the end, Ji Wei still became a disciple of a Tao immortal perfected lord. This made the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses sigh that they had missed a good disciple. And now Jiang Xi had appeared. Chapter 360. In the eyes of many Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, Jiang Xi was a very good successor, and at the same time he could help them a bit. As a young cultivator, being able to pass the 3rd trial of the Heavenspan Mountain after cultivating for 10 years in the ancient Tao Source world was already very talented. If there were no accidents in the future, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to reach the Tribulation Transcender realm. However, these Tribulation Transcender powerhouses also understood that they were just there to accompany him. Because among the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the Purple Heaven sect in 9 Firmament City, the strength and fame of Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong far surpassed them. With these two immortals, Jiang Xi's chances of becoming their disciple were very small. compared to Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong. In the past 50,000 years, Wine Sword Immortal had been in a depressed state and didn't teach anyone. Sword Immortal Nangong became the most famous Tribulation Transcender powerhouse in Nine Firmament City. Some people even guessed that if Wine Sword Immortal hadn't suddenly announced 10 years ago, Jiang Xi would most likely have chosen Sword Immortal Nangong as his disciple. But now there was a change. Even though Wine Sword Immortal had been silent for 50,000 years, his popularity hadn't decreased, and he was still the #1 immortal. This time Jiang Xi will definitely become my disciple. Sword Immortal Nangong was very confident, and his words were like a challenge to Wine Sword Immortal. In a palace near Nine Firmament's palace, Wine Sword Immortal was leisurely drinking wine and singing in the attic, but his singing was out of tune. Immortal Ping was still the only audience. After Wine Sword Immortal finished singing, she smiled and said, "Big brother Zhongli, Sword Immortal Nangong has spoken. Aren't you worried at all? This kind of thing can't be rushed. That Nangong guy has been fighting with me for 10,000 years. I didn't expect him to still be like this. Let him be in the limelight first," Wine Sword Immortal said with a smile. The next day, Wine Sword Immortal's lesson started again. Sword Immortal Nangong seemed to have purposely changed the time of the Dharma lesson to this day. According to the rules of becoming a disciple, after the young cultivators of the ancient Tao source world passed the third trial of the Heavenspan Mountain, if they wanted to become the disciple of a powerhouse, they had to be under that powerhouse's tutelage. Jiang Xi didn't know what Jiang Dudu had done, nor did he know that he was being targeted by so many Tribulation Transcender powerhouses. Early in the morning, he tied up his long hair that had not been cut for 10 years, tidied up his clothes, carried a long sword on his back and went out. Walking on the flagstone streets of Nine Firmament City, he headed toward the palaces of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses near Nine Firmament's palace. He passed by the residences of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses one after another. Finally, he stopped in front of the Wine Sword Immortal's palace and walked in with steady steps. Sigh. The group of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses who still had a glimmer of hope sighed. But he lost wholeheartedly, who asked him to be the Wine Sword Immortal. 50,000 years ago, the Wine Sword Immortal had dominated the 9 stellar regions of the Tao Alliance and was known as the #1 immortal in terms of popularity. If it wasn't for an accident that led to the birth of a heart demon, he would have long become a great Tao immortal. After all, the sword Tao of the Liquor Sword Immortal was already on par with that of a Tao immortal 50,000 years ago. Only Sword Immortal Nangong remained silent for a long while before shaking his head with a smile. Being able to cultivate to such a high level, he naturally wouldn't get angry over such things. He just didn't want to lose to the Wine Sword Immortal. Here, because it was an open class, Jiang Xi didn't have any restrictions and directly walked in. At this time, the Wine Sword Immortal was sitting at the front of the hall and had yet to start his lecture. Seeing Jiang Xi come in, his expression didn't change at all. But the other cultivators who came to listen to the lecture were in an uproar. Recently, Jiang Xi's name had been known by many cultivators in Nine Firmament City below the immortal Tao realm. Many people had heard that this young man who had just arrived in the ancient Tao origin world had passed the third trial of the sky-piercing mountain a few days ago, and his talent was extraordinary. Obviously, this was the first time Jiang Xi had come to listen to a lecture, so his purpose here was self-evident. They were all guessing whether the Wine Sword Immortal would accept Jiang Xi as his disciple under everyone's gazes. Jiang Xi calmly found a place to sit down cross-legged and waited for the Wine Sword Immortal to teach him. After about 15 minutes, the Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine and began his lecture. Today let's talk about what is a sword? This sentence instantly stunned all the cultivators in the hall. Cultivators who could enter the ancient Tao origin world naturally had good talent and comprehension, and they all came here to listen to the lecture with swords as their weapon of choice. What was a sword? This question couldn't be more simple. Was there even a need to explain it? The Wine Sword Immortal didn't care about everyone's doubts and continued, "I'm sure some people will say that a sword is a type of weapon, or a type of ceremonial tool or something else. Actually, that's not wrong, but the essence of a sword isn't mentioned. A sword isn't just an object, it's a life with sentience and emotions. If you use a sword to kill, your sword will be tainted with baleful aura and brutality. If you use a sword to do good, your sword will be tainted with righteousness and peace. Once the sword is tainted with these emotions, it will be like a person, possessing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Many troubles in the world are caused by emotions. If we treat a sword as a life form, in the end we return to the essence. The sword is the heart. If you can reach this level, your sword Dao won't be too bad. Alright, this lecture ends here. All of you can leave now. See you next time. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that 3 days had already passed. They were completely immersed in the Wine Sword Immortal's words. Jiang Xi was also immersed in the lecture. As expected of the Wine Sword Immortal. The theory of what was a sword enlightened him, and it deepened his understanding of the sword Dao. When everyone was about to leave, Jiang Xi took a deep breath and walked to the front of the hall. Since he had already made his decision, he wouldn't hesitate. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Jiang Xi is willing to take Immortal as my master." Jiang Xi's action caused another commotion. Everyone looked at the Wine Sword Immortal, wondering if this Immortal would take Jiang Xi as his disciple. Good, very good. The Wine Sword Immortal nodded lightly. All the cultivators were instantly filled with envy. The news of Jiang Xi successfully becoming the Wine Sword Immortal's disciple quickly spread. The geniuses had just been stimulated once, and this time they were stimulated again. That was the Wine Sword Immortal, a 9th tribulation transcender who wasn't any weaker than a Dao Immortal. This Jiang Xi is really abnormal. Mu Ning muttered and continued to ponder over his next song. Granny once said that if the Wine Sword Immortal could reverse life and death, he would be a top-notch Dao Immortal. If Jiang Xi can become his disciple, his competitiveness will greatly increase in the future. Yin Jiufeng took a deep breath. Why did he improve so quickly? Kuang Lang couldn't accept this news and was silent for a long time. The other geniuses were even crazier and worked hard to cultivate. However, it wasn't that easy to become the disciple of a tribulation transcender. They had to pass the 3rd trial of the Skyspan Mountain. And it was even more difficult to become the disciple of a powerhouse like the Wine Sword Immortal. It really depended on their mood. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.